Good morning and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy October 2025 meeting. Today is Thursday, October 16th, and our meeting will now come to order. My name is Helen Park and I'll be the presiding officer. We'll start with the Board of Pharmacy mission statement. In regulating the practice of pharmacy, the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy has a duty to carry out and enforce the provisions of Nevada law, protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Next, we'll do our roll call. Mr. Adam Porath.
Here.
Mr. Richard Tomaso.
Here.
Ms. Jade Jacobo.
Present.
Ms. Crystal Freitas.
Here.
Ms. Anna Carr.
Present.
Ms. Shanice Taylor. Okay, we have a quorum present, and I will turn it over to Mr. Weiss for any announcements.
We're gonna be short, probably on time again today, so we'll start today with our, what you already did, and then we'll go to a public workshop. People will be able to provide testimony on that, and then we'll migrate back into the end of our discipline day tomorrow, from yesterday, sorry. So I'll make it short. The meeting is being done in compliance with open meeting.
Very good, thank you. All right, so as our next order of business, the board will open up the floor for any public comment. If we have anyone in the room or online or on the phone who wishes to make a public comment, please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 to have your line unmuted. All right, looks like we have a public comment in the room.
Let's see.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Holly Prevo. As I do every year in October, I like to recognize that it is American Pharmacists Month and take an opportunity to recognize the pharmacists on this board, the member of the board staff, pharmacists in the audience. We definitely appreciate what you do. So thank you.
Thank you for that public comment, and that goes out for all the pharmacists out there across our state. And then along those lines, if I could make a public comment as well, I did want to recognize that Mr. Adam Porath on our board was awarded Pharmacist of the Year. So that's also a nice. So very good. Thank you for that. Do we have any other further comment? Public comment? All right, so we'll close the period for public comment for now. There'll be an opportunity at the end of the meeting as well for public comment. And with that, we'll move right into our agenda, starting with our workshop item.
All right, Madam President, Dave Weiss for the record. Yen Long is on Zoom and she'll be doing probably the majority of the lifting today, but it's item number 17A in your board book. There's copies for the public. There's copies on the tablets that are over there. And it's been publicly noticed so people can see it at our website if they're on Zoom today. The language has been in front of you many times. Appreciate all the work that the board's done on it and the comments from the public. A very brief history for people that haven't followed it so far. In early 2023, the board identified that there was a need to look at public safety as it was related to staffing. You commissioned a survey, which we did, of the pharmacists that are practicing in Nevada. We did that survey. You got the results. The health department did the statistician work on it. So it was a very solid survey that you guys put together. We talked to the public about the questions. Staff came up with the questions. We put the survey out. And then that survey was done. You got the results back. You mandated that staff begin the regulatory rulemaking process and writing to that. We did it. There's been several different versions of the reg that you have. You have the most recent version in front of you. The object of it is to make sure that the public is safe when they get pharmaceuticals from a pharmacy as it relates to staffing. Yen will walk you through the document. I think our focus will just be, as we've done in the past couple meetings, to just talk about the differences. There's many things that I think between public comment, we're not receiving public comment on it anymore. So we assume that that is where there's an agreement. And we have just a couple sections from the last time. Section 2 had many different comments on it. So the board staff worked with, again, stakeholders and the board members to do that. I think one of the things that has come out that I'm speaking to the pharmacists out there, if when Yen gets to it, is section 2, subsection 4, and I've been asked to put this on the record. The board can take discipline throughout the whole, well, all of its chapters. And so it's not limited by one section in here. But if you look at subsection 4, it's talking about NAC 639.945 and NRS 639.210. And those are disciplinary actions for non-professional conduct, but they're related to the pharmacy. So I think when board staff does implement whatever reg you do, and if it's this version, the focus will be on the operator of the pharmacist. I think the pharmacists think that this is something that they have control, complete control over, and they don't, because obviously the operator is deciding the staffing. And so I just wanted to point out that section, I'm sure you'll talk about it when you get to that point, but I just want to point that out for the record. With that, Yen, I see you. Public can see you to the left, and I'll
Perfect.
turn it over for what will be an informative, quick overview.
Thank you. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Madam President, members of the board. Yan Long for the record. You should have the workshop language as a handout in front of you. Before I introduce the revisions, I would like to summarize some of the public comments made during the last workshop and how the board staff have implemented those comments or those suggestions into the revisions. And the majority of the comments made were regarding sections 2 and 6 of the regulation, specifically relating to section 2 of the regulation. The comments were 1, overlap coverage where 2 pharmacists are working in the pharmacy should occur during the day, and the late night and early morning hours should be excluded from that requirement. 2, prescription volume threshold that would require the second pharmacist or overlap coverage should be increased. 3, mandating a third pharmacist designated for non-dispensing services may be excessive. 4, pharmaceutical interns who are on rotations should not be included in the staffing model. 5, there is a need to create exemptions from the staffing requirements during unforeseen circumstances. 6, there is a need to create exemptions for rural pharmacies, given limited workforce in those areas. Specifically related to section 6, which requires a pharmacy to fill a prescription for dangerous drugs within 3 business days receiving that prescription. The comments were that 1, the documentation requirements in subsection 2 of section 6, which require the pharmacist to document each instance when a prescription could not be filled within 3 business days, was overly burdensome. And 2, a pharmacy that does not routinely stock a prescribed medication should be included in the list of exemptions to the 3 business day requirement. So those were some of the comments made during the last board meeting. And so I'll review the language and point out where board staff had included those changes or those comments into the changes of the revision. So on page 1, section 2, a pharmacy may be staffed with 1 pharmacist. A pharmacy must be staffed 80% of the time of each day the pharmacy is open to the public between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So as you can see here, we excluded the hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. due to the public comment made. And so that is, so this pharmacy must be staffed 80% of the time of each day the pharmacy is open to the public between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with at least 2 pharmacists fully dedicated to performing dispensing and non-dispensing services on the days that the pharmacy fills greater than 200 prescriptions. Again, that was adjusted from 100, so 100 to 200, which shall be based off a combination of number of prescriptions filled on the same day in the previous annum, recent historical dispensing data, patient demographics, market trends, seasonal trends, and predictive analytics. And at least 1 additional pharmacist, so a third pharmacist, on the days the pharmacy fills greater than 500 prescription. The previous version of the workshop required a third pharmacist when the pharmacy was performing non-dispensing services, so now it is based on prescription volume. If the pharmacy provides non-dispensing services, this pharmacist shall be fully dedicated to and solely providing or supervising the non-dispensing services, except during his or her scheduled meal breaks. This pharmacist may assist in providing dispensing services, including the dispensing of controlled substances or dangerous drugs, if in the professional judgment of the pharmacist, patient care and safety are not compromised. And then 2 here, subsection 2, during all times when only one pharmacist is staffed, the pharmacy must be staffed with at least one pharmaceutical technician or intern pharmacist employed by the pharmacy. So the previous version of the workshop did not specify that these are paid or employed interns. So we did want to clarify that these are employed pharmacy interns, not on rotation. Or at least two at least two pharmaceutical technicians or two intern pharmacists employed by the pharmacy, or one pharmaceutical technician and one intern pharmacist employed by the pharmacy if the pharmacy also operates a drive-through window. Subsection 3 provides here certain exemptions to the staffing requirements of subsections 1 and 2, as suggested by the comments during the last board meeting. And that exemption is the pharmacy exempt from complying with subsections 1 and 2 for reasons of an emergency, a natural disaster, a human-made disaster, a declaration of a state or federal emergency, or any other reason the board determined is reasonable for the pharmacy's non-compliance with subsections 1 and 2. In an event where the pharmacy cannot comply with subsections 1 and 2, the pharmacy must make an effort to provide reasonable accommodations. And the pharmacy manager shall take the number of mandated pharmacist staffing hours in subsection 1 and disperse the hours in the week in which the day pertains, which begins on each Sunday and runs through the following Saturday, prioritizing coverage during periods of highest volume of dispensing and non-dispensing services. And then, as Dave mentioned, this is a new subsection. Non-compliance with sections 1 and 2 for any other reason not listed in subsection 3 is deemed unprofessional conduct pursuant to NAC 639.945 and grounds for discipline pursuant to NRS 639.210. Subsection 5 exempts rural pharmacies from complying with subsection 1, where there is overlapping pharmacist coverage due to public comment made that rural pharmacies have limited workforce. So those were the changes made to section 2 of the regulation. I do want to point the board to page 7, which is another change made due to public comment. Page 7 introduced section 6. And section 6 does require a pharmacy and a medical products provider to fill a prescription within receipt of that, within 3 days of receipt of that prescription. And there are certain exemptions to that requirement, A through K. And I do want to mention that F was slightly modified due to public comments made, so that if a pharmacy does not stock the dangerous drug, they are also exempt from complying with filling the prescription within that 3 business days. Subsection 2 of section 6 was also amended. The previous version of the workshop required the pharmacy to document each instance when a prescription could not be filled within 3 business days. And so that we received public comment that was overly burdensome. So the language has been amended to that the pharmacy or medical products provider shall readily provide the reason why the prescription could not be filled within 3 business days pursuant to this section on the request of an agent, inspector, or an employee of the board. So those were the major changes to the regulation. And so I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Board members, any questions on the changes to the proposed regulation? Okay, I think I'll turn it over then for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, and I'll just point out to you that you have in your packets, you have various different public comment from various different agencies that has all been given to you, and the copies of that are out there for the public.
So with that, I will open up the period of public comment on this workshop item. So if we have anyone who wishes to make a public comment, please come forward or let us know on Zoom. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name's Ken Kunke, last name spelled Kunke. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Pharmacy Alliance. The Nevada Pharmacy Alliance did provide a written testimony, but I just want to recap that really quickly here.
You're fine, Ken. I'm just gonna turn your mic on there for you. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. On behalf of the Nevada Pharmacy Alliance, we want to thank the board for its continued work to improve pharmacists' workplace safety and for its willingness to listen to all stakeholders on all sides of this important issue. The Nevada Pharmacy Alliance has been engaged throughout the entire process. Our membership includes pharmacists from every area of practice, those who are concerned about unsafe workloads and burnout, as well as those who are equally concerned that new staffing regulations could intentionally lead to reduced hours or pharmacy closures. We recently submitted a letter to the board that summarized the key themes from the public testimony and the board discussions during the September 4th meeting. At that meeting, the board directed staff to revise the proposed regulation to reflect the feedback received. We want to thank the board staff for their hard work and for incorporating those revisions into the version being discussed today. We also encourage the board to continue listening closely to public testimony presented today to identify any additional concerns that could be addressed at today's work session. Looking forward, we respectfully encourage the board to ensure pharmacists and pharmacy technicians are able to practice at the top of their license, enabling efficient use for the entire pharmacy team. Support and permit technology-driven solutions, including automation, remote verification, and workflow innovations that enhance patient safety, optimize care, and sustain access to pharmacy services. Identify, track, and evaluate key metrics that assess the real-world impact of regulatory changes, ensuring that a data-driven approach for future modifications. The Nevada Pharmacy Alliance remains committed to working collaboratively with the board, policymakers, and all stakeholders to ensure that Nevada pharmacists can practice in safe environments while maintaining patient access to care. Thank you again for your continued leadership and thoughtful attention on this critical issue.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the board staff. First of all, I'd like to thank the board and board staff for continuing to work on this and listening to some of the concerns that the industry has brought forward. I think it's very important that we all work together. Unfortunately, I wasn't unable to work with Dave from last meeting to this meeting and he said stakeholders, but I would like to continue working to make sure that we get the best.
Sorry, Liz. Just hold on. They do this on purpose. We'll go talk to them.
On me.
No, not that. Okay, Liz, you should.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to also talk about something that I read from input from to the board from a pharmacist in training, someone out there looking to come into the industry. And she talked about well-meaning regulations. And she said, well-meaning regulations often overlook supply constraints and economic realities. And I think that's what we have here today. Being the pharmacist is currently the most accessible healthcare provider, it's critical that the state find a happy medium that will solve pharmacist burnout while still keeping the line of healthcare open and available to the members of the public. I still believe this language does not do that. I still have to come to the table in opposition to what we have before us today. We believe the quota, something that's not done in other states, is untenable. I do not believe that that is taking into consideration exactly the impact that this will have on pharmacies across our state and about the closures that it could contain. And the public member addressed last time in a lengthy dissertation afterwards to the industry and stated that we had not addressed the survey. Yes, sir, I believe we do address the survey. We do understand there is a need. Our members, I feel very possessive of the members of the Retail Association and the pharmacies out there, along with the pharmacists that work in there. And our members have looked very closely at ways to make a difference and to change things and to try to bring things as safely as possible to the patients before in the state of Nevada. I currently had a incident that I had to interact face to face with the pharmacist. I typically don't, and it was on the behalf of someone else. I see that they are very busy working there, but I'll tell you what, that pharmacist came to me with a smile on her face, trying to help me as much as possible to get medication for my sister. It was very difficult. Some of it wasn't in stock. Thank God she didn't have to document why it wasn't in stock and how many days it's going to take. And that pharmacist has other things to do besides those types of situations in there. And part of the medication wasn't available, it wasn't in stock for about 4 days. But as soon as it was there, they notified me and let me know. So I had some personal interactions, seeing how those techs and those pharmacists actually do take care of the patients in Nevada as the best they can. And that being the patient advocate, I felt very relieved to know that it's being taken care of. But in the survey, they talk about 479 retail pharmacists provided feedback to you. Well, that number is almost all the pharmacists in one of our larger chains. That's not taking into consideration all the other chains out there. This number is, while it looks high, it's less than a third of all pharmacists that work in the retail pharmacy setting. And I think they were asked questions, and I feel, having been part of polls around the state for many years now, too many, where you can ask questions that you get the answer to. These questions weren't open-ended questions. And I think anytime you would ask, I think you could ask Mr. Wiest if he'd like more employees. I'm sure he would say yes. And would he like more attorneys? I'm sure he would say yes. But can the board afford that? Well, Mr. Wiest has the availability to go out and raise our members' rates, their licensures and what have you, in order to accomplish his goal. But a pharmacy doesn't have that ability. So I ask you to please consider that as we're going forward. I know that the members that are here today are going to give you some recommendations and come forward with their own thoughts. I am not the professional. I am not in a pharmacy. I am not a pharmacist, but I've been doing this for 25 years. And I know that in their hearts, all of these members have the utmost regard for the patient that they see. And I think that as a state as a whole, I know this board doesn't want to impact pharmacies and close pharmacies. And I just beg you to let's sit down and work at something's tenable. I do not believe a quote is available. No other state's done it. Let's try to let these companies run their business at the highest and best good for the patients in the state of Nevada. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, do we have anyone else who wishes to make a public comment?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the time. Jessica Kovach with Albertsons Companies, Government Affairs, and our 37 pharmacies that operate in the state of Nevada. Appreciate the board revising the draft language for this workshop today. We did perform a repeat analysis of the potential impact on our pharmacies, and I come before you to address our same 3 areas of concern, specifically with Section 2 of the rule: staffing shortages, elimination of pharmacist autonomy, and the lack of accounting for variability in the operating models across community pharmacies. We note that the volume threshold did increase to 200. However, with the continued 80% open hour staffing requirement, in our pharmacies alone, we're still going to need to hire the majority of the projected graduating class from Roseman University for 2026. There was even a recent timely presentation about pharmacy workforce supply delivered by several deans of colleges of pharmacies in the recent weeks. And it highlighted the gap in our current and future pharmacist workforce while putting out a call for action to address it. I know we're in Nevada today, but the relevance is it impacts us, that it's not just Nevada, it's other states. So while we try to address the staffing shortages in Nevada as an employer, I don't have the means to pull across from other states, other pharmacists and future pharmacists, because frankly, there's a shortage across the nation. And at the last workshop, we did flag about how we were concerned about some potential unintended consequences and being counterproductive with addressing the workplace conditions for pharmacists, where it removes their ability to be flexible in their scheduling and how they're staffed to accommodate their personal needs. The current language still unfortunately doesn't address that. And then lastly, just real quick, the operating variability across community pharmacies. We operate not based solely on volume. We don't staff our pharmacists based on how many prescriptions they fill in a day. There's other factors that play into that. I don't want to repeat all those because I know we previously commented on that. But one area specifically that we request the board really take a look at is how centralized services in supporting local pharmacies factor into how pharmacies need to be staffed, specifically central fill. Our pharmacies utilize central fill to pull workload off of our local pharmacists so that they have more time to address those acute patient care needs, as well as focus on non-dispensing services in our communities. So the staffing model proposed, again, based on our analysis of our organization, is definitely going to impact our hours of operation, the availability of patient care services available, and potentially force us to have to make some decisions on continued operation of some pharmacies. We respectfully request that the board, again, go back and take feedback on section 2 and really look to the stakeholder input that was provided and reflected in sections 3 and 4 of the draft language. We look forward to working with the board as well as other stakeholders as this advances. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, good morning.
Morning. My name is Rob Geddes, for the record, Executive Director with CVS Health. Want to take a moment, thank the board for considering the feedback from the last workshop. While still opposed to these regulations, I will be offering further context regarding several changes that were not included in the current draft of the proposed regulations. Section 2, again, continues to be kind of the main focus here, but the current suggested requirement of 80% of the daily operations, hours of operation being staffed with 2 pharmacists, and then at the 500 mark, 3 pharmacists, is not sustainable for staffing in our pharmacies. According to our calculations, as I mentioned in the previous workshop, currently this would require pharmacists to do 51% of the tasks that could be done by a technician, and is not effective at utilizing their education, training, and experience. The third pharmacist addition is excessive as a blanket requirement. We would love to consider that to be removed. At CVS, our managing pharmacist uses weekly totals that include information from the previous year, current trends, and the additional factors such as expected immunizations to create a staffing schedule. The use of weekly totals also accounts for variables such as days of the week shifting, holidays that are not fixed to a specific date, and inclement weather that may have impacted patient behaviors in the past year. Requiring overlap to be tied to each day will force overlap hours into the weekend, which could be better used on busier days of the week and cause pharmacists to work weekends more often. The requirement to have 2 technicians or interns working alongside the pharmacist during times of no overlap overlooks section 4 of these draft regulations that allows the pharmacist to limit access points and non-dispensing services based on their professional judgment. It also doesn't account for the shouldering hours of the day in the morning and late evening when volume of patient interactions is reduced dramatically. Additionally, section 2, subsection 3 creates exemptions from subsections 1 and 2 for various reasons, which we appreciate. However, the second half of this subpart has a statement requiring the pharmacy manager to disperse the hours in the week, prioritizing coverage during periods of highest volume of dispensing and non-dispensing services. We agree with the need to prioritize days with highest volume and suggest that it should be presented as an independent statement rather than being included under the exemptions listed in subsection 3. Given these concerns, we propose a few key modifications for the board to consider. Continue to request that the board lower the percentage from 80% to 20%. Also ask that the percentage be based on weekly hours of operation and volume versus each day, so that businesses have flexibility in scheduling overlap on the days that need it most. Specifically, replacing the word day with week in subsection 2 and adjusting the volume would resolve that concern. removing the requirement for the second technician or intern at locations with the drive-through, instead allow pharmacists to leverage their autonomy to limit access points if staffing levels are insufficient. Allow for the pharmacy manager to schedule the hours of overlap where they are needed most under all circumstances, not just when they're unable to be compliant. And then lastly here, removing the third pharmacist requirement in favor of pharmacists, again, leveraging section 4, which allows that autonomy to limit access points and non-dispensing services. We do appreciate greater flexibility with the non-dispensing services that this new draft does give. However, still find it slightly confusing when those non-dispensing services could be offered, if they can be offered at all times or only during periods of overlap. And as you can see, immunizations is really the prime example of a non-dispensing service, and it has significant seasonal fluctuations. During peak COVID and flu shot immunizations, we see that they really do go up dramatically, and the rest of the year, there tend to be much lower volume that can be sustained in very different ways. We do flex our hours to accommodate that volume increase. And the traditional prescription volume during those times tends to remain somewhat steady. So we understand the board's intent is to ensure pharmacies are properly staffed with trained immunizers to administer immunization safely. Given the seasonality of the immunization demand, we suggest the staffing requirements not be tied to volume in any way. Pharmacies need flexibility to adjust based on the seasonality and accommodate patients to meet them where they are. That means retaining access to walk-in appointments if the pharmacist on duty deems it appropriate based on section 4 of this language. And then the last section that I wanted to hit on here is related to the staffing form, or the ability for in section 3 for staff to submit a request for evaluation of their staffing. This is very similar to language already implemented in states such as Ohio and Virginia. And drawing from our experience in those jurisdictions, we advise the board to consider revising the required response timeline to allow greater flexibility. Specifically, we recommend that the timeline for responding to identified staffing concerns be set to 14 days. This adjustment reflects established best practices and provides a reasonable period for pharmacies to address issues effectively while maintaining compliance with regulatory expectations. Complying with a 72-hour turnaround would create challenges for engaging in a thorough and thoughtful process to address concerns comprehensively. Based on our experience, the submission of a staffing adjustment request may be the leading indicator of other root causes, which may include but are not limited to new patient behaviors, sudden increases in volume attributed to nearby pharmacy closures or opening of a new medical provider's office, training deficits in ancillary or pharmacist staff, or deficits in pharmacy leadership. The answer to these various root causes is not always to add more hours, but rather to address the underlying issue resulting in a pharmacist feeling understaffed. With only 72 hours to research the contributing factors, there would not be enough time for a thoughtful approach to address or fixing the issue identified. In reviewing our experience in these other states, we've determined that it takes on average 12 days to complete this review and implement a resolution. The flexibility granted would not prevent a pharmacy from reacting much quicker when the root cause and solution are much easier to identify, such as a technician calling in sick unexpectedly. In closing, as you consider these suggested changes, I respectfully request that you also allow for a minimum of 6 months for delayed implementation. This period would be necessary to recruit and hire additional staff. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions you may have about what I've spoken about today.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam President, members of the board, my name is Lori Walmsley, Director of Pharmacy Affairs on behalf of Walgreens. First off, I'd like to thank the board and the board staff for your continued collaboration to make these regulations more feasible for pharmacies. However, we still remain strongly opposed to these regulations as written for 3 main reasons. Despite the increase in the volume threshold and the modifications to the clinical services pharmacists, we still do not believe that there are enough pharmacists to comply with these regulations in the state. According to the AACP enrollment statistics, which show there are fewer students entering and graduating from pharmacy school for roughly the last decade, we also have a complicating issue that is beginning this year. There's a looming demographic cliff that will begin this year due to declining birth rates in the United States. There will continue to be fewer high school graduates with a steady annual decline until 2041. This will result in a smaller number of people who choose to go to college, that are able to go to college, and an even smaller percentage that will choose to go on to professional degrees that take a long period of time and are expensive. If there aren't enough pharmacists to comply with these regulations, pharmacies will be forced to consolidate hours and close if they're unable to hire to accommodate the regulations. Second, these regulations are an unfunded mandate, which will result in the closure or the consolidation of pharmacy hours. Pharmacies across the country and in Nevada are closing at an alarming rate, which has intensified over the last few years. This trend is being driven primarily by financial pressures due to the current payment systems that remain in place for pharmacies. Payment by PBMs will not change for pharmacies despite the requirement for additional staffing. If pharmacies are unable to pay for the additional operating costs, pharmacies will have no choice but to close or to consolidate hours. The economic challenges for independently operated, when I say independently operated, I mean those that are not vertically integrated with PBMs, are real. And they're real without this regulation, but if adopted, this will decimate pharmacy access because there is no way to compensate for the additional costs that pharmacies will have. Thirdly, the regulation and staffing mandate philosophy, in my opinion, is fundamentally flawed. It's based on a survey methodology that incorporated questions that were framed in a way that guided respondents toward predetermined conclusions. One of those examples of the questions are, they're not necessarily scientifically validated. An example of such question that is based solely on an individual pharmacist opinion. In your opinion, what is the number one pharmacist should be able to reasonably fill on a given weekday working from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. in a retail setting with the assistance of 1 to 3 pharmaceutical technicians? And then there's the ranking of the volumes. This is all opinion. My level of skill is different as a pharmacist than probably any other pharmacist, right? The skill of the individual people that work with a pharmacist are different. As Jessica mentioned, the ability for centralized services is different across pharmacies. But that wasn't taken into consideration when the regulation was looked at. As I mentioned, there's no it doesn't talk about any other type of support, such as things like central fill. I've mentioned in prior testimony that many of our pharmacies in Nevada have central fill, and approximately 45% of their prescriptions are being filled by another pharmacy and being delivered. They're being checked by another pharmacist. There's no way that those staffing requirements should look the same in a pharmacy that 45% of their prescriptions are being filled by another pharmacy. But this regulation doesn't take that into account. Unfortunately, the way that the regulations look at today, there are two factors that impact individual operations. So cookie cutter approach to looking at the staffing pieces makes sense. Again, being strongly opposed to these regulations and urge the board to adopt the regulations that start in section 3.4, which we believe allow for more flexibility with operations and varying different business models. We believe that this addresses the concerns without creating a one-size-fits-all solution and accommodating for various different business models. Mr. Geddes did a nice job talking where this could be addressed, restricting access, limiting these services. But ultimately, we look forward to the continued collaboration on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, do we have anyone else in the room who wishes to make public comment? If so, please come forward now. Seeing none, do we have anyone online who wishes to make public comment?
If you tell them to raise their hand or hit *6, we'll identify them.
And on Zoom, press *6 or *9, or let us know through the chat function.
Not seeing anybody, Madam President. We'll give them another minute. No, Madam President, don't see anybody.
Okay, then we'll close the period for public comment on this workshop item, and I'll turn it over to the board members for discussion. I can start, and then we can kind of go from there. I think one of the things I would like to start with is, I know that this has been a difficult regulation in terms of coming to a consensus, right? And I think our board staff, and I would like to also thank members of the industry, have worked very closely together in listening to the feedback, working offline, coming to a place where I think we can work and be accept. I don't know if there'll ever be a time where all parties will be happy with every single part of the regulation. But I think that this gets us very close to where we're trying to be. I appreciated that Dr. Long, when presenting the changes to the regulation, went through the effort of identifying, here's the feedback that we've received, here's how we managed and incorporated that feedback. I think that we've gone through, and board staff has gone through, incredible measures to really consider the feedback that we received, balance that with the feedback from the board to improve patient care, patient safety, because that's ultimately what we're aiming to do with this regulation. And I do feel that the version that we have in front of us now really gets us there. Certainly, I've heard the feedback from this morning, and I think there are certain things that I'm willing to consider in terms of modifying some of the language that we have in front of us. But I do want to make a couple comments on some of the overall statements that heard today. One that falls short for me personally is saying that there's not enough pharmacists. And I say that because I've worked in pharmacy admissions for many years in my prior career. And for many years, I've heard we have too many pharmacists. It's oversaturated. There's too many pharmacy schools. And I think in terms of academia and pharmacy school programs, it does fluctuate, right? And it responds to what happens in the market. And then having the opportunity to speak to quite a bit of incoming students, potential admits. I've heard consistently year over year that part of the reasons why they do not wish to pursue a career in pharmacy is because they speak to current pharmacists who are very unhappy with their working conditions, with how they're not able to perform in a manner that they feel is safe, or that they are not able to deliver the patient care that they would like to and thought they would by joining this profession. So yes, there's a decline in admissions. Yes, there's a decline in prospective students joining, but I think part of that is because of where we're at now. And with these regulations, I think that the improvement in the workplace for pharmacists and the safety for the patients, it writes itself, right? And so there will be more interest. There will be pharmacists that will be more capable of working towards the top of their license and provide the care that they're interested in and that they sought after. So I think some of those arguments from today, I understand what you're saying, but those are somewhat industry cyclical, and that goes for a lot of positions out there. As far as the regulation, again, the focus is on improving patient care, patient safety in the workplace. Again, we've reached out, we've talked to pharmacists, we did the survey. I feel like we're now attacking the survey that we all worked together to create. And even with creating the survey questions, we've worked with the industry. So that falls short for me. We received feedback, we've received a considerable amount of feedback, and we are taking action based on that feedback. And the pharmacists, if you recall, we're able to do a lot of open-ended questions and add comments. And I think Board Member Tomaso has pointed out before that those are some of the most telling when they were open-ended and gave us the feedback that they wanted us to know. And speaking with pharmacists out there, it's sad to me sometimes because they can't imagine their employer actually providing more help. And so it's something that they can't even imagine. And so even with something like this, they feel like somehow they're gonna get in trouble or it's gonna negatively impact them. And it is not. It is going to make the workplace safer. It is gonna make it safer for patients, and it will allow us to provide better patient care. So with that, as far as the language goes, I think the areas that I am open to potentially, because I think it broadens, everything was broadened. Rob had mentioned other things about seasonal trends, times like that. All of that has been incorporated in here. So I think we've reached that point where we've made these accommodations where in this event, then this doesn't apply. In this event, and we've thought of, I feel like we've listed every single possible scenario to add that flexibility for employers. So I will say to board members, I guess, where I'm open to potentially changing is the 80% in section 2 that has been talked about. And potentially in section 1A, section 2, 1A. Everything else I think has been modified and expanded and loosened enough to give employers flexibility. So I'll pause there for other comments from the board members.
Madam President,
Yes,
may I speak?
of course.
I listened to the public comments again, and nothing changed. I could have written down the public comments before you even gave them. We've heard them all before. Couple new ones. That the survey was addressed. But I never heard how the survey was addressed. It wasn't addressed. Nobody addressed the survey. You just went your own way on it. That there aren't enough pharmacists. We've heard that one before, which our president addressed. Being critical of the survey, that takes the cake. Because you're now going to say how professionals who set up a survey to get answers from the pharmacists that are out there. The criticism was that not enough pharmacists answered it. You quoted a number of who answered it. You could have more people answered this survey than any survey I've ever seen in my life, percentage-wise, because they had a stake in it. The ones that didn't answer it, I find out in talking to the pharmacists, they were afraid that maybe if it's not anonymous, there'll be repercussions against them. This all came about. I'm gonna tell you how this all came about, that we were at this position we were in. I said this the last meeting. I sat here for 5 years as the public member of the pharmacy board and listened to hundreds of pharmacists come before us for discipline. Who made a mistake, made a misfill, an error. Some of them caused harm to the general public. And then when they were questioned, the answer was always the same. I was a lone pharmacist. I was filling too many prescriptions. I couldn't do it all. I didn't have any help. And I made a mistake. That was the thread that ran through everything. That they were by themselves or didn't have enough help. They were under pressure. They were filling metrics. They were having, there's a retail company out there that is paying dividends if you could fill more prescriptions, the more prescriptions you can fill. That's like a wartime assembly line, as I said before. That's not good for the patient. I'm here, this board is here to protect the patient. The pharmacists out there in Nevada say that patient safety is at risk. under the current systems, under the current policies and practices of the retail industry. Now, the retail industry talks about how they're gonna have to close. They don't worry about the independent pharmacists that they ran out of the state, that they had to make them close when they took over. You came in, took over the pharmacy business and closed all the independents. I don't buy that. If you have to close, you have to close. The void will be filled. There's enough pharmacists out there that would love to have their own pharmacy. So I'm not buying that either. I'm just, there's a gentleman came up here from a retail industry this morning and said that you should do this change, that change, this might work, this would be work, this would this. Where was he 5 years ago when we started this? When I got together with our executive secretary and said, listen, this doesn't have to come to a regulation. Can't we just do something? Can't you just change your business plan and make some of these changes that the pharmacists are begging for? Can't you add a pharmacist? After 5 years, the only change after 5 years that they would give into is, yeah, change the law that says we only have three pharmaceutical technicians, make it 6. Make it 6 and we'll do that. Well, how is that? That was the only thing they would agree to, other than give people their lunch break and rest break, which they should have done anyway. No, they didn't want to do it. They fought us every step of the way, and they're fighting us again today. You're out there fighting this board again today, who's trying to protect the public. You could have made these changes and this reg would have never even come before us. You wouldn't do it. And then last month, when I asked, would someone come forward and tell me how you could afford to pay 3 more pharmaceutical technicians, but you won't hire one and give one pharmacist 6 technicians to have to worry about and make more mistakes for the general public? And tell me how you're willing to do 3 more, but you won't do 1 more pharmacist. Only one person had the nerve to come up here and tell me, and the answer was money. We're not concerned about money. This board doesn't have to worry about money. The pharmacy industry makes billions, not millions, billions of dollars. So you can't cry to us about money. Should have thought of this before. I mean, I just feel that this board has to act, because as I said the last month, it's now, tragedy is foreseeable. We've been told by the pharmacists themselves who are serving the general public. It's foreseeable. If we do nothing and there's tragedy, we're at fault. I couldn't sleep at night if I know that someone's going to lose a child because something that we didn't do. If we do all that we can do and there's a tragedy, okay, we did the best we can. But this board has to act. And it's come down to, we had to come up with a regulation because the retail industry would not work with us. You talk about, let's work together, let's do this, let's do that. Here's what working together came down to 3 months ago. Working together came down to the retail industry wrote up their own reg. And their own reg was rewrite 21 NACs that govern the pharmacy industry. Change all 21 NACs. And if you change them, it would make everything they're doing now perfectly legal and allow more things to be done that wouldn't be good for the general public. That was their answer. Change the laws. And I don't care what other states do. I sit on the board in Nevada. I don't care what they do in Arizona. That's their problem. It's the problem that those people in Arizona have to face with that board. I don't care. I care what we do here. And when you talk about the other models, looking at other states, if you look at Ohio, Ohio is not set up the way Nevada is set up. Ohio has inspectors, hundreds of inspectors that go out there. Ohio could tell a pharmacy to change tomorrow because of what their inspectors came up with. We can't do that. Don't tell us to look at another state. We're looking at our own state. We're worried about our own people. This regulation, to me, I don't think it even does all it should do, but it's a start. I think it could even be tougher. Yeah, I'm willing to make some changes also or given, because I'm not a pharmacist. My fellow board members are all pharmacists. They filled prescriptions. They know how many they could fill. They know if they need help. They know what mistakes can happen. I'm willing to bow to them for changes in this reg because I'm not a pharmacist. But this reg has to go. And I'll argue this all the way to the governor's office. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tomaso. Thank you. Mr. Porat.
Thank you, Madam President. Adam Porter, for the record, wanted to thank board staff for really taking what we heard at last meeting and trying to incorporate all the changes. Couple of thoughts. I think it's important to look at, there was the mention of central fill. And the way that the proposed regulation is written is it talks about the number of fills that the pharmacy does, not the number of dispenses that it does. So in my mind, if a prescription is being filled at a central fill facility, it is not a fill that is being done in the pharmacy. So I do think that there's a distinction there that would allow for central fill there. I do, my personal opinion, and I think Madam President and I are maybe a little bit, we have different opinions on this, but I think the number of 200, I would like to see that be 250 personally. I think we have some testimony that would speak to that as well. That's my personal opinion on that, but I would be voting in favor of this regulation regardless of if it was 200 or 250. The other concern that I have is in section 2, subsection 2. And just to point this out, and maybe board staff can provide clarification, but the way that I read this is that you could potentially have a low volume store that is only being staffed by one pharmacist, regardless of volume. This says to me, you have to staff a tech. And so you could have a newly started pharmacy that is doing very low volume that I think we've heard many, many times that no, I don't plan on staffing a technician. The volume is not going to be there. The way this reads to me, it would require that every pharmacy in the state would have to employ a pharmacy technician. So I don't know if that was the intent, but that's the way that it currently reads to me. So those would be the things that I would have some concerns about, but otherwise I'm really happy with the changes.
Is that a question for me then?
That is a question.
Yeah, it's for the first part, the numbers or whatever, those are you're the policy makers. I'm the policy enforcer. So those are for you to decide, as they always have been. That's the intent of it. It can be modified. I've gotten the question about like the tech taking the break and then do they need to schedule another tech? I think the way the board staff is looking at this is it's scheduled. Things are going to happen. We've built in section, I think we've built a very powerful tool that I know that you trust the staff when they're doing the enforcement of this. And again, it doesn't get enforced unless it comes in front of you. So like if this does pass and the board enforces it, it all ultimately comes in front of you and then you have the final say about whether that person did it or not. So it's not like you're throwing this out into the world and then that's the only thing that, everybody's guilty of it. But back to the tool, they're allowed to talk to us about it. So if there's some circumstance, the board staff can use their discretion like we do on many things. I point out the managing pharmacists all the times. There are times when there's not a managing pharmacist and people call us and somebody's managing pharmacist stealing. There's not one there today. There's not one there tomorrow. And we work with them and give them time. The same thing happens with sterile compounding. When there's a compounding site that has to go down, we'll allow certain considerations to make sure patients are still getting their antibiotics and their sterile compounds. So I think to that point, there's another, sorry, Dick, it is a rule that came from California. I'm sure there's times when there's not a tech. We'll look at those things starting the day and somebody's sick. we will take all that into consideration and it will come in front of you. So I think we're looking at, for me, trends and habitual behavior, not anything to do with the one-off. And we've tried to build as much flexibility to the one-off in there, and they're allowed to call us and say, this happened today. You know, whether the pharmacy's closed and how we deal with, you know, there's too much snow on the roof and how people still get their prescriptions. We work with the people to make sure that they still get their prescriptions, and we've put that into the law that that's the thing. So to my interpretation of it, yes, there's got to be a pharmacist scheduled for all the pharmacies. And you can change, yeah, pharmacy technicians, yeah, but you can modify that as you choose, obviously.
But Dave, wouldn't that same thing apply to the whole regulation? In other words, if there's difficulty or someone could come to you with a legitimate reason and everything, it's the whole regulation that you could, exceptions could be made for particular circumstances and reasons, right?
Absolutely, throughout the whole thing.
But the whole.
Yeah, there might be a day where there's a,
That Adam brought up, but every one of them.
it's going to happen where there's 3 family members working, and Adam may have that. You have 3 family members working and they all live. That's going to be a difficulty on, or they all leave, sorry. That's going to be a difficulty on the pharmacy, and they can call the staff. We're responsive and we'll deal with it. And, you know, communication is the key.
Okay.
To your point, Dick, it's been 5 years. I understand that we want more time and all those things. We should be adding pharmacists now. That's the right thing to do.
Exactly. Okay, I just want to just make sure that Adam understood that. That's everything. You could find an exception. Because you could fill an ocean with what ifs, what if this, what if that, but it still has to come through you.
We put that in there for every what if. We put that in there so that we don't want to create it. I mean, when we were talking about this a year ago, we had the scenario of a bus full of people coming in and that people don't get their prescriptions. We're telling the pharmacist and the pharmacy, fill the prescriptions, and we'll talk to you about how the staffing went with it.
The other thing that I would just point out is that that would, the subsection 2 would also require that a 24-hour pharmacy staff and technician overnight. If that's our intent, that's our intent. I don't think that most 24-hour pharmacies are doing that today. Nor as a business owner that owns a 24-hour pharmacy, I think it's 100% necessary at all hours of the night.
I'll remind you, I hear what Adam's saying, and you should make the recommendation. I'm not saying don't make it. That was one of the higher hits on the survey as related to what pharmacists need to be safe, is that they're having to do all the tech work and all the pharmacist work. And so again, you should address it, and I think there's ways to address it. I'm not saying don't address it, but that was a high hit on the survey.
Yeah, I do have a couple more thoughts, but I'll pass it to. All right,
I didn't hear
I
that.
just wanted to give everyone an opportunity.
Anna's online too, and I don't know if she has something to say or not, so just.
Anna, did you want to make any comments at this time?
Hi, thank you. I don't really have any additional comments than anything. I do think that this regulation is a long time coming and definitely necessary for the public safety. I do echo Adam's sentiments. I do think there's some pharmacists that could fill 250 prescriptions safely in a day, but I again am also in favor of the regulation, whether it says 200 or 250. I think that the public safety component of this regulation is critical. And so I think that it has all the right intentions, and you know, I'm definitely a proponent of it.
Great, thank you, Anna.
Crystal Freitas for the record. So other than what has already been said, I do appreciate the work the board did on this, because it's like you took everything that was talked about and tried to address all the concerns. Areas that I am open to modifying as well. But either way, it wouldn't matter to me, same thing. 80%, I'm okay with modifying that if we need to. The 200, 250, I broke it down. 250, if you're working 12 hours, that's about 16, 20 prescriptions, right? 200, 250. 16 to 20 scripts an hour, which is, I think, very reasonable. Clarification on the central fill, because yeah, I guess as you read this, pharmacy fills versus pharmacy dispense, like we could clarify that more. And then I do agree with Adam about the graveyard check. I don't know that most pharmacies staff a tech overnight, and that might be hard to do, but I don't know what the numbers are overnight as well, so it's kind of a hard thing to figure out for me.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes.
Hi, Yan Long for the record. May I address the 200 and the 250 prescription threshold? I do want to state that that number was due to the results of survey question 54, which asked the pharmacist if they were, just themselves filling prescriptions, working from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. in a general retail pharmacy setting with the assistance of 1 to 3 pharmaceutical technicians. And if non-dispensing services were not included, they felt that they could fill 100 to 200 prescriptions safely. And I just wanted to point that out. That was an overwhelming response. The second was 200 to 300 prescription. That was the second most common response. So I just wanted to point that out. And that was excluding non-dispensing services.
And yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate that. And you should do what you want to do. I just want to make for the record too, that the way this is written, when you're at that, you can do all the non-dispensing. I think we're clear on that, but I still have received some questions about that. So we're not carving out. This regulation is not carving out. You need an additional pharmacist when you're filling under 500 prescriptions of pharmacy for the non-dispensing.
Okay. So, Mr. Fuller, yes.
Yes. So I know that it's unprecedented to staff according to the numbers of prescriptions. Hopefully dispensed is what we're going to clarify it as, and not, to adjust the cycle.
Since you guys have brought it up 3 times, I'll tell you my feeling on it, on the current law, and it can be addressed. And again, I think that the staff has the flexibility and all cases will come in front of you. If you look at NEC 639-7125, you don't need to look it up. And section 1, subsection G, when using a fulfillment pharmacy, ultimately that pharmacist is responsible for that fill. The law currently says they're responsible, need to check it if it's supposed to be checked, and it's up to them to make the determination. So my current interpretation with this law is that they would be included, but that doesn't mean that that's what I'm going to act on. I'm listening to you. You can do your own clarification. I think when we get done with this one, we'll be moving on to other laws. And there's a lot of requests for changing other things, and you guys do that all the time. So that's my interpretation of it, but I do see what Adam's saying too. And I think it just depends on what the pharmacy's actually doing. You do have public comment that says if they're using a fulfillment, that they're exempted from this law. And so that's other public comment that would be things that you could consider. But the law currently, when you're using fulfillment, ultimately falls back on the pharmacist that's in the pharmacy. The way that I have adjudicated those cases is I don't charge people that would never have known that there was an error. So like if counseling was required and it was completely the wrong drug, then that's something that we would charge. But a straight misfilling of it would go back to the pharmacy that's licensed to do that. So.
Oh, all that to say, I think the number of prescriptions dispensed is a good starting point to kind of determine what is necessary for staffing. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but it kind of gets us somewhere in the middle of the road. I do agree that focusing on weekly volume versus daily volume would be helpful, and adding some flexibility because, 2024 is not going to be the same as 2025. And then increasing the implementation for staffing adjustments that would be required to 14 days, I think would be helpful as well, because we need time to pivot in order to address, any concerns. And I think 3 days is frankly just not enough time to do the research and do enough, root cause to get staffing on board.
Okay.
Let me just say something about that weekly to daily staffing. That's covered in two because it says it's gonna be based, your staff is gonna be based off the combination of prescription filled the same day in the previous annum, recent historical dispense, patient demographics, market trends, seasonal trends, and predictive analytics. So that covers it. That covers how you're figuring out what it is by the day. You're able to get a lot of resources to decide how many you're filling each day. So I think that covers whether it's, you could look at your weeklies and then divide it by 7, and as that's part of it. That's my feeling on that one. I think that this thing covers every what, you can't cover every what if, but it covers a lot of objections.
I think it's for staff's perspective, ultimately your decision. In talking to the attorneys, the day was a uniform thing that we do. I think Dick's exactly right. We put two things in there. We've given them we're no longer saying this is a hard number for this particular day. We've removed that. We said, you know what you're supposed to be doing, do it accordingly. We're not going to be there when you're doing the scheduling. If we get a complaint, then we'll look at it. And again, there is a weekly vision of it they can see. And we also put in that it didn't have to be scheduled that particular day because we listened to, I know you uncovered it, but I want to say it again. For as far as staffing, somebody has something to do today and you're supposed to do it on a Tuesday, they could do it on a Wednesday. And that's with it. So we have attempted to build in many different flexibilities. But again, if you want to change it to a week, I think Rob said it, you take the week, multiply it. I think the difference there is from staff's perspective, when we were looking at it, I think the attempt is to get the weekend days in there. And I mean, we should just talk candidly. So to get the weekend days in there. And then the question is, if a weekend day, you're only doing 50 or 75, but the other days you're doing the 300 or whatever, is that what do you want that calculated in, or do you want it really to be the day? And then they have the flexibility to move it to where they want to move it to.
Some additional thoughts for me is I am open to Adam, section 2, 1A, increasing that to 250. I think we should not go above 250. But that will give a little more flexibility to the pharmacies and then to some of our independent pharmacies as well. I saw that in some of the written comments that we received. So I think that will alleviate some concerns there or give a little more flexibility. I am willing to, as I mentioned earlier, reconsider the 80%, certainly not the 20% that was asked for, but appreciate the ask. And but I think, we took out all the non-dispensing requirements. And so it doesn't make sense to drastically drop that number. And then while we have now the non-dispensing in there. So really, I think the most I would consider reducing that by is to bring it to 75%. I do think that that the 72-hour time frame is reasonable, because 14 days, by that time, the problem's already done and over. It's too late. And so we have to be able to handle those dynamic situations as they come. And I think 72 hours gives you a bit more breathing room. It's not like it's 24 hours, 48 hours. You have a couple days to look into what's happening. And I think that's reasonable. So those are the only changes that I would that I'm in favor of.
I guess my only issue with the 72 hours versus 14 days is, what if you're having to hire another pharmacist? Like, do we expect to hire them within 72 hours, vet them, train them, put them in the pharmacy and trust that they're going to take care of the patients? Like, that's my biggest concern. or if we're hiring technicians. I've been a pick for over 15 years. You will not imagine how difficult it is to get good help. And that's just a technician, let alone a pharmacist. Like a pharmacist that you can rely and trust that's going to come and show up on time, that's not going to misfill a prescription, that knows what the heck they're doing, that knows how to administer vaccinations. It's extremely difficult. And to expect us to do that within 72 business hours, I think that's a big ask.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily asking employers to hire a new pharmacist, but there's oftentimes there's floaters, right? There's relief pharmacists. And so there's other mechanisms that can be considered if needed. There's been traditionally a lot of different things that pharmacists have done. If the pharmacist on duty can't work and they need to close, then they're often able to find, I know it's challenging, but we're not saying same day you have to figure out, it's just you have a couple days to figure out that your volume is at a level that requires more support. To me, that's reasonable because it's not safe for the patient or the final product if the pharmacist can't handle that workload on their own. So I think there's a balance to it. It's not as extreme as you got to hire someone in 3 days. That's highly unlikely. But there are other options that can be considered.
I guess in that sense, then the question would be, what do we consider resolve any requests? That they take action and they start looking, because I don't think you could hire and train somebody and have them in the pharmacy in 14 days either. Like if it was a brand new person, I don't think it could go that quickly either. So.
Yeah, I think it's a new, I mean, you could, it's a policy decision from staff's perspective, you know, how much time we spent on this. The question comes, if you extend the date, what meaning does the reg have? We've talked to the governor's office about this. If you extend the date, what does the meaning? I mean, maybe you could say address it, and then we could come in and say, are you doing anything? A resolution is a hard word, and some things can't be resolved. And we would realize, staff would realize that. We would come in front of you. But I think our intent would be, as you've seen, did anybody do anything about anything, right?
Okay, so board members, any other comments, thoughts? I think like we've really pared this back than the original. And I think some of that is very positive, but I don't want it to be so stripped bare that we're back to where, you know, there's nothing really changing. So we agree that this is important for patient care, patient safety. We've expanded everything, I think, to the extent that is reasonable. Where I think we're ready to move forward with this version with potentially those modifications we talked about. Mr. Porath.
I'm ready.
All right.
I would move that we approve the proposed regulation with the amendment in section 2, subsection 1A to read fills greater than 200 to fills greater than 250 prescriptions.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tomaso. Any further discussion?
Were we going to consider the change in the staffing percentage at all? Or
75.
We don't have to. That's, his motion did not include that.
You wanted, it was the address versus resolved, in the interest of you were talking about that, but
Oh, yeah. I mean, sorry, I don't need to step all over your motion.
you can talk about it. You're in discussion.
I would think an action of being addressed to me would be they're in the process of resolving. It's not resolved, but they're.
I think we need to be abundantly clear that it says addressed and not resolved, because you're not going to be here forever, Dave. And there's going to be other people behind you that are going to be enforcing.
Not sure that's the case, but we'll see what happens.
I will amend my motion, to, in section 3, subsection 4A. Where it says resolve, to change that to address. Still the same.
Okay, so we have a amended motion. Do we have an amended second?
Yep.
Okay, amended second. Any further discussion?
Are we still not changing? I mean, I would like to see the staffing to 75%. I feel like it's like, we just push the envelope a little bit towards the middle here.
What is that, I guess, in discussion, what does that really change? If you put that into real numbers, it doesn't make that big of a difference to go. So
It might be the difference between like a floater wanting to pick up a shift that's an extra like 8 hours versus 6 hours. I mean, I think it offers a little bit of flexibility to help with staffing. I'm coming to you from a point of a person who manages pharmacies as well. Like, I want to make sure that, you know, we're able to comply, but at the same time, like having the people available to comply. Pharmacists.
yeah, I guess it probably does make a little bit more sense because then it's straight 9 hours, right? Yeah. Okay. Again,
Todd, should we, do you want,
let me just,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
gonna withdraw my motion and I'll.
if you'll second the withdrawal, and then he'll restate it, yeah, that's probably.
Okay, so I would move that we approve the proposed regulation with the following amendments, section 2, subsection 1. Pharmacy may be staffed with 1 pharmacist. The pharmacy must be staffed 75% of the time. And then in 1 sub A, changing that the pharmacy bills greater than 250 prescriptions. And then in section 3, sub 4. A managing pharmacist or his or her designee shall address a request for additional staffing.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Second by Mr. Tomaso. Any further discussion? Appreciate the discussion, board members. I think that was a very good, robust discussion. Anything else? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passed. Right,
Madam President, you don't have anything else for workshops, so maybe a quick break that we can readjust?
quick break and
And
then.
we'll go for it. So I know, I will. Due to the agreement of the attorneys, board staff will no longer make any attempt to sequester the people that testified yesterday. We have up to maybe 4 people testifying today. They will be put in the waiting room during the testimony of the other people. That's it.
All right, so we are continuing the hearing for Bernard Brooks, and I will turn it over to Mr. Swidlick.
Andrew Switley for the record. At this time, I'll call Maria Reisig.
Give us just one moment. I don't. Just that's fighting. Okay, and so, and Maria, is Maria back in? No, she's at the top. Put Maria back in, before calling her. Okay, so Sarah and Emily are sequestered, and Maria, you're on the line. We're gonna unmute you. You may need to unmute yourself. When you do that, please say hello to me and we'll know that we can hear you.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, you're ready to go, Counselor.
Great. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Maria with 2 I's and last name Rysiuk.
Okay, great. I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Reisig, this is Andrew Switley. I represent Mr. Bernard Brooks. Thank you for appearing here this morning. Just a preliminary matter. You're a licensed pharmacy technician, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and is it, I don't know if you know your license off the top of your head, is it PT 31468 for your license?
yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you tell us your education and work history?
I work at Walgreens from 2023.
Walgreens store since when, I'm sorry?
At this store, I work from spring 2024.
Okay, and the Walgreens store we're talking about, that's the one on Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
Yes, 2474.
2474, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work at any stores or as a pharmacy technician before that?
Yes, I did at Walgreens at Ori. Store number, I believe 11227.
Okay, and how long did you work there for?
I worked there from September 2023 till spring 2024. And after that, I transferred to Vista store.
Are you still working at store 2474?
Yes, I do.
And you don't have to tell me the exact stores, but how long have you been working as a pharmacy technician?
Since 2023.
Okay. All right. Did you work with Mr. Brooks at that store?
Yes, I did.
All right, and he was a pharmacist in charge there?
Yes.
Okay.
He was.
Can you describe your experience with Mr. Brooks as a pharmacist?
He was pharmacy manager. I didn't have any problems with him. Like, my experience with him was good.
Okay. Did you ever witness Mr. Brooks drunk or intoxicated while working there?
No,
Okay.
I never saw him drunk at work.
Okay. Did you ever experience Mr. Brooks have a state of mind where he wasn't competent to be a pharmacist?
No.
Was there any concern when you were working with Mr. Brooks that he wasn't able to fulfill the obligations of a pharmacist?
He call out sometimes.
He would go out sometimes?
Mhm.
Wait, did you call out, you're saying, call out?
Yes,
Okay, so he would call in sick or call out?
call sick, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many times he called out when you were there?
No, I cannot. Sometimes.
Was it less than 5, more than 5?
Probably approximately 5.
Around 5?
Yeah, I believe so.
When you worked there, was Mr. Brooks frequently hungover or no?
No, he was fine.
Who were some of the other pharmacy technicians that worked with you when you were working with Mr. Brooks?
Wendy Berryman, Sarah West, Michaela, but I don't remember her last name. One more Wendy.
Okay.
And Melissa Guerrero.
Okay, so I heard Wendy Berryman, Sarah West, Michaela
Yes.
Bergendahl, right? Melissa Guerrero, and one
Yes.
name I missed, I'm sorry.
And one more Wendy, but I don't remember her last name because she quit as soon as I started.
Okay, Wendy Furman, okay. Did you have an impression of Wendy Berryman when you worked there? Did you have a good relationship with her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know if Wendy Berryman spoke a lot with Sarah West and Michaela?
Yes.
Okay. Was when they would speak together, would they include you in those conversations?
I just started in that store at that time. I didn't talk to them a lot because I just started over there.
Okay.
Usually
Did
I
you-
did not talk with them.
Okay, you didn't talk with them much,
Just about work.
just about work.
Just about
Okay.
work.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Can?
I have no questions.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Reisig?
Just one. Ms. Reisig, did Mr. Brooks ever come into work and then have to leave and go home?
I remember one time he didn't feel good and he went home. I remember one time.
One time he came in, he didn't feel good and went home?
Because he didn't feel good. He stayed like for a few hours and he didn't feel good. And another pharmacist came.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Reisig, this is Helen Park. I was just a little bit unclear about how long you worked with Mr. Brooks at that particular Walgreens. Can you tell us, was it a couple months or a couple years? Give us.
It's approximately a year because I started in this store spring 2024.
Approximately 1 year, is that what you
Yes.
said?
Yes.
Okay. And then described your experience working with him as good and that you've never seen him drunk or intoxicated.
No.
Have you ever seen him sick?
Yes, I saw him sick. I remember one time he didn't feel good.
Okay. Can you describe that one time?
Yes, I remember he told he didn't feel good. He was nausea, vomiting. And he went to the store manager and store manager found another pharmacist and Mr. Brooks left home.
Okay. And it sounds like you had positive relationship with him, but we're aware that he didn't have a positive relationship with necessarily all the other technicians. Do you know why that might be?
I assume it's just about work with Wendy Berryman, but I never asked.
Okay. Okay, all right. Any other questions for Ms. Reisig? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Or say, I was gonna,
If that can help, it's okay. So our next witness?
okay, next witness will be Sarah Hale.
I'm trying, oh, there she is.
Hi, Sarah, can you speak so we can hear you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you state your full name for the record?
Sarah Hale Myron.
Great. And then I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Switlick.
And to tell Brian, my name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Mr. Bernard Brooks. Thank you for appearing here this morning.
Sure.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your experience working with Mr. Brooks, okay? And just to clarify for the record, so you're a licensed pharmacist, right?
Yes,
Okay, and with the license number, I believe it's 18095. Did I get that correct?
that's it.
Okay, great. And did you work at Walgreens store 2474 on Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
Good.
Okay, do you know when you worked there? What the time frame?
My hire date was July 2022, couple weeks of training, so I probably started in August of 2022 at that location.
Are you still working there?
No.
When did you leave?
I had surgery in February and did not return after my leave.
2025?
Mm-hmm.
So when would you have the occasion to interact with Bernie or see him?
We shared shifts in the middle of the week, so we would usually overlap for maybe 30 minutes on Wednesdays, and then maybe an hour to 2 hours on Thursdays.
Okay. When you, on Wednesdays, these shifts, was it you opening and then when you close, Bernie would come in, or were you taking over for Bernie when he started the shift? How did those usually happen?
We took turns. So Wednesday I opened, he came in and closed. Thursdays he opened, I came in and closed.
Okay. And then when you had the overlap, like you testified, it was usually a half an hour to an hour that you would work together?
Yeah, occasionally it would be a little bit longer than that, but it was usually pretty short.
Okay. When you came in, so can you describe some of your interactions? Like, would you talk to him during a shift, or how does that go? Were you at the same sort of like pharmacist station? Like what, if you could describe those interactions.
Yeah, we worked side by side, two computers that were right next to each other. Depending on how busy it was, we were often communicating about what happened in the morning, what needs to be done in the afternoon, different patients or prescriptions that needed attention, staffing issues. I mean, all sorts of things that we would talk about.
Okay. And when the two computers were next to each other, how close are these two computers?
Oh gosh, a couple feet right next to each other.
Okay. When you would talk to him, did you ever witness him drink any alcohol?
No.
Was he ever intoxicated?
No.
Okay. Was he highly hungover, or was he hungover?
Not to my knowledge.
Did he smell of alcohol when you talked to him?
No, never.
Were there any concerns that Mr. Brooks gave you that he was incompetent to perform as a pharmacist?
No.
Okay. What is your opinion of Mr. Brooks as a pharmacist?
I mean, I think good. He's very competent. He's very capable. He's knowledgeable. We would talk dosing, clinical issues, following up with doctors. He was fast. He was accurate. He was a great manager to work for, very considerate of my schedule.
Okay. And I imagine you worked with quite a few of the pharmacy technicians there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with Wendy Berryman?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with Sarah West?
Yes.
Did you work with Michaela Bergendahl?
Yes.
Okay. How was your experience working with, let's start with Ms. Berryman.
Wendy was pharmacy operations manager, so a lot of the technician duties fell under her, as far as schedule, workflow, all that kind of stuff. A lot of things fell through the cracks. A lot of things weren't being addressed, no matter how many times I brought it to her attention. Not very good attendance. So kind of a difficult working relationship.
Okay. Were some of these concerns about her job performance ever brought to a manager?
Multiple times.
Okay. Who is that manager?
Gonzalo.
Was Mr. Brooks involved in those conversations?
Yes. Multiple times, Bernie and I had felt that it had gotten to a level that both of us needed to make time at the same time to address the issues.
Okay. Was Ms. Berryman, was she receptive to this feedback? Okay, so I think I saw you say no. Did you say no?
No. Yeah, no.
Yeah, if I could just ask you to verbalize your responses for our record, thank you.
How do you know she wasn't receptive to this feedback?
She made it pretty clear every time there were any sort of feedback brought her direction. It generally resulted in walking out, a lot of tears. Maybe she wouldn't show up to work for several days. complaints to other technicians. A whole gamut of different responses. But very rarely was it receptive.
Okay. After she responded in that way, did their job performance improve, or did she require another conversation?
Multiple conversations, repeated conversations. There would sometimes be a very short-term improvement, and then it would just immediately fall back to where it was or worse.
When she would complain to other technicians, was Mr. Brooks the topic of that complaint?
Objection calls for speculation, hearsay.
I'll allow it. Proceed.
Did you, when Miss Berryman would complain to other technicians, do you know if Mr. Brooks was the basis of that complaint or involved in them?
I think oftentimes he was. She had other complaints as well, but oftentimes it was directed at Bernie.
How often did you work with the technicians I mentioned before, Miss Berryman, Miss West, Miss Bergendahl?
Often. For as long as Sarah and Kayla were there, Bernie and I were the two pharmacists that split the shifts, and those three were our three main full-time technicians.
Okay. Did Miss West or Miss Bergendahl, did they ever talk to you about Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I mean, I feel like there were a lot of unhappy people working at that pharmacy, and there were a lot of complaints kind of just all the time.
What would be some of the complaints they would make to you?
More along the lines that he was really strict.
Okay. I imagine maybe he gave feedback to help them or that he deemed was necessary as a manager.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's what it was. I think the environments were generally very stressful. They were very stressed out. I think some of it might have been I think the stress of the environment made everything a little bit more heightened, but I think that was the goal, was to try to train the technicians of certain expectations.
Okay. Were you aware of any gossip between the technicians?
I think there was constant gossip going on. Whoever wasn't present in the pharmacy, I think there was probably almost a guarantee that someone was saying something.
Was it positive? Like, I just work with this person and like, they're really great.
Not usually, occasionally, but not usually.
What was the nature of the gossip usually?
Somebody's not pulling their weight. I'm doing all the work. No one's doing what I'm telling them to do. Nobody's following procedures. I'm the only one answering the phone. All sorts of gossip.
Okay. Was it everyone doing it, or were there certain people that were doing it more than others?
Gosh, at that time, I would say probably those three were the least happy there.
Okay. Has Miss Berryman ever lied to you?
I'm sure she has. If you're gonna ask me for a specific example, I might need a minute to think about it. But yes, I'm sure it's happened over the 2.5 years, yes. I guess
yeah.
things like the nature of her call outs, the nature of her being late, promises of working over, working extra that were never fulfilled. Things like that I didn't trust were true.
And this might seem like a weird question, but have you ever had any issues with the air quality in the pharmacy?
I believe that was addressed while we were working there. A lot of people were having just kind of like some nasal symptoms. I ended up having some pretty major throat issues. I don't know if it's anything related to that. They had the air tested, they had the filters tested. So yeah, there was definitely some discussion about what the air quality was in the pharmacy while we were working there.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Kent?
Good morning, my name is Brett Kent. I'm prosecuting this case on behalf of the state. Were you contacted by a Board of Pharmacy investigator regarding this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you know the name of the investigator? Do you recall it?
Monica, I can't remember her last name.
Okay. Do you remember the date she contacted you?
I could look on my phone. I want to say it was maybe a month ago now. I'm not sure.
If I told you that it may have been August 19th, would that sound about right?
It could be. It sounds early to me, but time flies. That could be right.
Okay. But it was recently, correct?
Yeah, it was recent.
So if it was recent, do you recall the substance of your conversation with Monica?
I believe so.
Could you recount it for us?
Gosh. She had asked me a lot of similar questions and ultimately said that I didn't need to appear in court.
Do you recall your responses to her questions?
I mean, not specifically that they were any different than what I just said.
Okay. So you don't recall telling Monica that you couldn't really comment on Mr. Brooks because you worked different shifts?
I told her that we overlapped shifts, but it was a very short time. I don't remember saying that I couldn't comment.
Do you recall telling Monica that you and Mr. Brooks never worked together?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Swidler?
I'll call my next witness.
Oh, no, just if you wanted to read it. We'll go to the board.
I could do a quick redirect here. Do you know, Ms. Hale, if Monica, the investigator, if she showed you any notes or anything of the conversation you had with her?
No, I never got any notes. I mean, as far as our schedule, that it was pretty black and white for a long time. We did have a very short overlap, but we did work together for maybe, like I said, 30 minutes to an hour or so. I never saw any notes.
Okay.
But
you definitely talked to her, huh?
Oh yeah, I definitely talked to her.
How long did the conversation last for?
I feel like it was pretty short. She had asked me kind of some direct questions just like you did. Did I witness anything? No, I didn't.
I'm not asking about the
schedule.
substance. Yeah, I'm not sure about the substance, just the time, like, was it 5 minute, 10 minute conversation, something like that?
I mean, do you need me to look it up? I
No, I'm
can
just
try.
wondering off-
Okay,
no, I don't need the exact
I felt
number.
like it was short.
Yeah.
I felt like it was short. I believe I was driving a fairly short distance during the call, so I think it was a short call. And then she just said, I don't think that we'll need you, but I'll get back to you if we do. But yeah, I felt like it was a short conversation.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Recross, all right, so board members, questions for Ms. Hale Byron?
Hi, Ms. Hill, Adam Forrest, for the record. Did any of the technicians ever divulge to you that they felt like Bernie had come to work intoxicated?
There were some comments or rumors, but I had never seen any evidence to that. And just kind of, yeah, there were some rumors, but I had never seen it myself.
Okay, thank you.
Earlier in your testimony, you mentioned that the environment there was very stressful. Can you tell us why that was, or what contributed, what were the stressors that were making the environment there so stressful?
I think a lot of it was lack of training on the technician's part. I was new, so I was still learning the computer system and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like we were always behind. We were always trying to play catch up. There were a lot of call outs, a lot of inconsistencies in people showing up. And I think there were some technicians that were trying to take the brunt of the work, while others were not as productive and contributing to us falling behind and making the environment more stressful. I also think just the culture that was there when I came in, as far as like the rumors and the gossip, added to the stress as well.
Okay, and then it sounds like you overlapped for an hour or so on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and were those the 2 days that you overlapped? Is that correct, per week?
Yeah.
Okay, and
It was
then,
about 30 minutes on Wednesday and a little bit longer on Thursday, maybe hour and a half.
and then, during those overlap periods, did you ever observe Mr. Brooks, sick or in the bathroom? Or
There
anything
were
of that
times,
nature?
there were times that he was sick at couple. I would say probably less than 5 in the 2.5 years that I worked there. That he had to call me in or come in early or whatever because he wasn't feeling well.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. So, sounds like it was about 5 times where you had to cover for him, an early shift if he had to go, or?
Maybe, I don't know the exact number, but a small handful of times.
Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Any other questions, board members? Ms. Hale Byron, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Switlick, your next witness.
And I know, most of the witnesses we have released, but do we still have available, the investigative manager, I think it's Ryan Miller? Is she still available to testify?
He's not here personally.
Can we, maybe in between while the next witness, if we're able to get a hold of him again?
Make an attempt to do it, but we released the witnesses, but I told you that I would try, so yeah, I will try.
Right, yeah, I just know because you work for the board, it might be, yeah. Thank you. Next witness, will be Do we have Shelley Magdalene on?
Give her a number, we think we do.
If not, we can always do Miss Green if she's.
Is there two up there or? Okay, we just have Green.
If we have Miss,
Do you know the last four digits of Shelley's phone number?
yes, 1 second.
Please.
5466.
No, that's not her. Okay, so no, we don't see her. I'll go look for her. You can,
We can do Miss Green.
you're gonna have to.
It looks like I just see a text from Shelley. It should be available at 12, so there's some time.
Melissa? Okay, while we're doing that, we're going to take a quick break.
Okay, can I borrow Todd and Brett and Andrew?
All right, Mr. Switlick, did we decide on the next witness?
Yes, I believe Mr. Cant will make us a
Disclosure.
please, if it's a proper. Yeah.
Fred Camp for the record. Yeah, I'll disclose on the record that investigator Segedy contacted Miss Sarah Hale Byron on August 19th and interviewed her regarding the case. We didn't disclose that in advance of today, but I don't know that we were obligated to disclose that.
Okay. All right, thank you for the disclosure. All right.
And at this time, I'll call Miss Green if she's available.
Hello,
Hey, this is Helen Park. If I could also have you state your full name.
Emily Green.
Okay. Ms. Green, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Green, my name's Andrew Switlick. I represent Bernard Brooks. Thank you for appearing this morning. You're a licensed pharmacy technician, is that correct?
That's not correct.
What is your job duty?
I am a family nurse practitioner.
Oh, nurse practitioner. Okay, I'm sorry. Did you have license number CS 40212?
Let me pull up my license number for you.
What do you do? And Miss Green, if you don't know the exact number, it's not important. Do you know Mr. Brooks?
I do not.
Oh, I think you're the wrong Emily Green.
Yeah, I think that I wasn't contacted by anybody except for the subpoena for the board, and I was very confused why I'm part of this.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate your time here this morning. And I hope you have a good rest of the day. And I hope this subpoena didn't make you nervous. Yeah.
Oh, it did.
Oh, that's beautiful. You can relax now. I'm sorry for that. Sorry for any apprehension. Good, good, yeah.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Ms. Green. Have a good day.
All right, thanks.
Do you have a way of contacting the correct Emily Green?
If we can, yeah, I think I did speak to her on the phone. Let me recall. If I apologize, we just had a reset.
No apology. We'll do it. Go ahead.
I just have 5 minutes to step out and try to call her. Yes.
Sent the wrong subpoena.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. You've seen that happen before.
Yeah.
That is an absolute first. Recording. We're recording. You're live.
Okay,
Let's start. Dave Weiss for the record. Emily Green with the CS. You were subpoenaed as we were instructed, but you're not required to be here today. So you can stay or go, just so that you know. Emily Green, the APRN. And then we're going to do some other work, so go ahead.
right, so I was just wondering with Mr. Switlick if there's other witnesses available, and it sounds like he has some written.
Yes, so we can use this time while we're waiting for the next witnesses to log on. There is an exhibit. It's a letter.
No objection to the admission.
Okay, great.
You have that, Darlene, you're working on?
Send it to me without having asked for it.
I did. If you don't, I can resend it. It should be.
Is it, you know what the title is, you can use several.
Let me look, yes.
Since there are no objections to it, we'll admit as Exhibit C.
Melissa?
Let's see, yes, it's titled Letter for Burning. Just talk here. You got it. How does it mean? I already
You don't need to wait for me.
Okay, so just for context, this is from one of the pharmacy technicians, and we've heard her name a few times in this case, Melissa Guerrero. The other exhibit I'd like to enter, or it's just part of the case file, was the complaint that started this, the initial complaint. I don't know if you have any objections to that, Mr. Pant?
What, I'm sorry.
It's the complaint.
Correction for the record. I have no objection with the complaint that was filed being admitted into evidence. I didn't intend to introduce it, but if you want it, I'd stipulate to that. We need to get copies provided to the board.
Sure, I provided you that file.
Sure.
I guess we need a ruling from the president on whether it'll be admitted.
Okay. Let's finish what you're doing there and then we'll go to it, please. Because you already started. Just that we put Emily Green, she just logged into the waiting room, so she doesn't hear this part of the testimony.
Yes, so for the complaint, I don't have a physical copy. I provide you with a digital one. Yes, so my last email to you has that.
We need to get it to the board. You didn't bring copies?
I don't have a printer.
Can you send it to me?
You're on that too as well. Okay, good. So it works. or,
You're not waiting on me.
you're not waiting on you. Okay, so I guess we're only waiting on, are we able to distribute digitally?
out how to send it out.
Okay.
They, do you want to just send it to Erin and then she can show it to Helen and?
Yeah, that, I mean, that's, we don't have any other path because we don't have a way of printing either.
Then are we working on unmuting Emily Green?
Emily Green is in the waiting room, but I said, I think you should finish this because you started it, but you can listen to Todd and then we'll go to Emily Green next. I know you're trying to. And then this device doesn't affect the meeting, but it just, it sends out to them the voice will still go, but it's just a picture for the public. And this device is having a Zoom issue that's unrelated to anything that we've done today.
So I'll stand by for the copy. We'll admit as Exhibit D.
And thank you. At this time, whenever Mr. West is prepared, I'd like to call Emily Green.
We're ready. Emily, you should be unmuted shortly, or you might have to unmute yourself. If you can say hello when you unmute yourself, we'll know we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you, we can hear you.
Yes, hi, Emily. My name is Helen Park, and I'm going to swear you in today. But before I do that, can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Emily Marie Green.
Okay, great. Ms. Green, if you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are you able to bring that back over so I can see you or no?
No.
Okay.
She's not on the screen.
She's not on the screen. Oh, okay. I thought you saw her hand. Okay. Hey, Miss.
Now she is.
Sorry.
Technological issue, you can hear her.
I can hear. Okay. Miss Green, my name is Andrew Switlick. I represent Mr. Bernard Brooks. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, good. Okay.
Very good. So since I can't see you and also for the record, any answers, if you could just give a yes or no, or make sure that it is an audible, not a like, or shaking your head. Okay.
All right. Yes.
Perfect. So you're a licensed pharmacy technician, is that correct?
No, so while I worked there, I was in the midst of starting my the program of becoming a licensed pharmacy technician, but I was a tech in training the whole time that I was there. I paid the money for it, but I never actually finished taking the test.
Okay. And when you're saying work there, you're referring to the Walgreens Pharmacy number 2474 at Vista Boulevard in Sparks, Nevada?
Vista and DeAndre, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how long did you work at that pharmacy?
Ooh, I believe July. Let me think about this. About 8 months.
Okay. Do you know what the time frame was there?
I started in July and I then left July of 2024. And I then left in April or May of 2025.
Okay. When you were working, did you work with Mr. Brooks?
Bernie Brooks, yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work with any other pharmacists?
There was a few times whenever if Bernie had to call in sick or anything like that would come along, they would have other pharmacists from within Walgreens come out and cover a few hours, but unfortunately, I do not remember any of their names.
Okay, so most of the time you worked with Mr. Brooks.
Yes, correct.
What was your weekly work schedule like? Was it 2 days a week, 4 days a week? What was the cadence there?
I worked full time. Technically I worked right under full time, so it was still classified as part time. I worked 4 to 5 days a week, and they were full hour shifts.
Okay, so usually 8 hours or 12-hour shifts. What were the shifts?
There were 8. Sorry about that.
No problem. Did you work with any other of the technicians?
Yes, I had worked with a couple of them, along with the senior, oh gosh, what was her role? She was in charge of ordering the medications and making sure all the medications were properly stored and handled.
Okay, what were some of the names of technicians you worked with?
I worked with Melissa. I worked with, here, I believe I even have their full names in my phone. Oh, sorry about this. I worked with Melissa. I worked with a couple. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. It's like mid-work day for me, and I was up since 4.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you coming on last minute.
No, definitely. I was kind of confused. I hadn't heard anything in a minute. I worked with Tina, Melissa, and a couple other women.
I'm going to use some names to see if they sound familiar. Was it Wendy Berryman? Did you work with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you work with a Michaela Bergendahl?
No, I did not.
What about Sarah West?
I believe Sarah was somebody who was who left the company, left Walgreens right before I joined on.
Okay. What about a Maria Risa?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned in one of your previous answers that it was always working with Bernie unless he called in sick. How often did Bernie call in sick?
I don't think it was any more than normal. I do know there was a couple times, like maybe 2 or 3 times I can just count, that he had not shown up, and I don't know if it was miscommunication from like.
Are you still there? I think we might have lost you. You got cut off.
Emily, she got muted.
She muted herself.
Emily, I believe that you might have muted.
Are we good?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, so the last thing we heard on our end was that there's 2 or 3 times he might have called in sick.
Yes, and I wasn't sure if it was maybe miscommunication to us, like telling us farm techs in the back that he had called in, but when we were informed, as far as we knew, he just didn't show up. But that was only maybe 3 times.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Berryman was one of the other techs that was there when he didn't show up?
Frequently Wendy would be still there. She was there when I first got hired on, and she then experienced some personal health issues where that led her to be gone for a couple months while I was working there, and then she came back towards the end. So I only really worked maybe an accumulation of like 3 to 4 months with her in total.
Okay. When you were working there with Mr. Brooks, did you ever witness him drinking alcohol?
No.
Was he ever intoxicated?
No.
Was he ever, I guess hungover?
No, we work early. Goodness, sorry, that's kind of loud. We work early hours, so we would be tired, but I would never spot anything as being quote unquote hungover.
Okay. Did you ever smell of alcohol?
No.
Was there any gossip about Bernie there?
Oh yes. I was even warned about gossip about Bernie when I first walked in the door for my interview.
What do you mean when you first walked in the door? Can you explain that?
So when I first actually applied to work at Walgreens, I actually had just been laid off from the retirement home that was right across the street. And I had come in over there to sincerely buy a soda and maybe an alcoholic beverage because I was upset at the time, but I decided to ask them if they were hiring. And I wanted to ask specifically if I could work in the pharmacy in the back, and I was told, well, if I do, I'll need a good backbone and to be okay with being yelled at.
Who said this to you?
I don't remember, unfortunately. This was like a one-off when I had come in to get the soda. I think it might have been Wendy, if I look back at it, because I think she was wearing pink scrubs.
Well, why would you need to have a good backbone? And like, so who is going to yell at you? Or what did the person tell
At
you?
first, that was kind of what I was wondering too, but I'm not new to working in some kind of realm of healthcare. So, nobody's going to be coming to a pharmacy or to a doctor's office because they're having a good time. So I just kind of expected maybe it's because we're going to have like grumpy patients dealing with that kind of stuff. I didn't really think it was anything to do with Bernie. And then as I got hired on with Walgreens, I started doing my training. And in the first like week or so that you're there, they have you do computer training so you can learn like what to do in case of a fire, in case of a natural disaster. And the girl, I guess a whisper broke out that they had hired on a pharmacy technician, and they all wanted to like individually kind of come see where I was because I was sitting in the manager's office. And with me being in there, eventually they came in, they said hello, they introduced themselves, and they were also telling me then to keep an eye out because Bernie can get really grumpy.
Okay, so their first conversation with you was part of the topic was warning you about Mr. Brooks, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other gossip they told you about Mr. Brooks?
Unfortunately, when there was a time period that he and Wendy did not have the greatest of relationships, and I believe that had started way back when, but there was a time period that I don't know what had happened between them, and she was quite upset, and she was trying to gossip and talk, saying that, oh, I know that he's come in here plenty of times drunk, or that he was hungover. I've had to send him home. These are all just stories that Wendy was telling me. But I had never experienced any. I hadn't seen him come in with any alcohol or even smelling of alcohol before. In fact, he and I were somebody who would frequently just get monsters and we would be the people just going off of caffeine in the back. But that's primarily it. That's like all the drama I really heard was just being told that he would be drunk or that Wendy had to handle it. But Wendy was generally the only person who had ever told me.
Okay. How was your relationship with Bernie?
I think I have a fairly okay relationship with Bernie, even more so. So I became a certified medical assistant and I work with Renown. And I was actually quite excited when I worked in my previous department, now that I've moved, that when we were working with another pharmacy company, Options Care, that I got another chance to work with Bernie again. And I thought it was the best thing possible because even though, it's work and you go through tough times, I did enjoy talking with him and working with him. And he was somebody who was quite understanding of, being new and just kind of thrown into the ringer of it.
Okay, well, that's good. So it sounds like you're still kind of like indirectly working with him or.
Not so much now. I actually switched departments as of like a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to work into family medicine. That was a personal thing. But yeah, I thought it was great, so much so that when he was able to come out to do a meeting with my physicians, I volunteered to go out there and find him and bring him back to our office just so I made sure that he had a good experience.
That's great to hear. I have one other question for you. Have you ever spoken to a investigator from the board?
The only person I've spoken to about this was a couple weeks ago when somebody had asked me if I was, if I had ever worked with Bernie and asking me if I was comfortable coming forward and talking, but I have not been asked anything else, truthfully.
Okay. So I think you're referring to me, right? So the only person.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Since I can't see faces, I'm like, I think so.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Cant?
Questions?
I'll turn it over to the board. Board members, questions for Emily Green? Okay, there are no questions for Emily Green, so thank you so much, Emily Green, for appearing today.
Of course, thank you.
We'll put her back in the waiting room.
I have one final witness before I call Mr. Brooks, and that's Shelley Magdalene. However, she was at doctor's appointment, said she'd be available after 12, so we're 5 minutes away from that window, so I don't know what the board wants to do. Because if I call Mr. Brooks, that'll probably be a longer, testimony.
My advice, Brett, I mean, you're in the middle of the hearing, so I would she's not here. You're gonna start at noon. I mean, you can wait till noon and see if she shows up at noon, but that's your other alternative. If just waiting noon, we'll call her right at noon.
We'll call her right at noon. Board
Sure.
members, but
Yeah.
Okay. 5 minutes, right?
5 minutes.
Here for something.
In front of you. Oh, I hit the silence and I accidentally fat fingered the.
Okay, so we're back and
Kelly, are you there? We've unmuted you. You may need to unmute yourself. Kelly, please
Yes,
say
sir.
hello. Okay,
Hello.
great. We got you. Thank you.
all right, hi, my name is Helen Park. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Shelley Ann McLaughlin.
Okay, and I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Ms. McLaughlin, this is Andrew Switlick. I represent Mr. Bernard Brooks. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I also understand that you're there with your grandson, so if we hear him in the background, that's fine too as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. You're a licensed pharmacy technician, is that right?
I did not renew my license, but yes, I was.
Okay, you were. How many years did you have an active license?
2,
2? Okay.
I believe.
And then
Maybe a
what are
year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay. Are you still working now?
Yes, I am, but I'm not a technician. I manage a chef store.
Okay. Do you still work for Walgreens?
No, I left Walgreens. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think here. It started in 2023, so I think I left in 22.
Okay. Were you the store manager for Walgreens store 2474 on Vista Boulevard in Sparks?
Yes, I was.
What was the time frame of that?
December, no, sorry. Sorry, I have to look at my notes. Rite Aid. I wasn't expecting all of these. Let me look at my calendar. So. Started there in 22. So I believe it was 2020 to 2022, the end of 22.
So around 2 years, you're saying?
Yeah, about 1.5 years, 2 years, yeah, in there.
Okay. Had you had any store management experience before that?
30+ years, yes, sir.
30 years. Oh, wow. Okay. Was it all with Walgreens or just different?
For 16 years with Rite Aid, and then I went to Walgreens for the 1.5 to 2 years, and then I went back to Rite Aid.
Okay. When you were working at Walgreens on the Vista Boulevard store, was Mr. Brooks your pharmacist in charge?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was that his first job being a pharmacist in charge or a pharmacy manager? His first experience doing that? Do you know?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. When he was on duty, Well, I guess, how often did you interact with Mr. Brooks over those 2 years?
Every day. I was back there working every day that we worked together. Yeah, I was back there in the pharmacy probably 60 to 70% of my time.
Okay, and how long were your shifts usually?
10 hours.
When you were working with Mr. Brooks, at any time, did you witness him drinking alcohol while he was on duty?
No,
Was he intoxicated while he was on duty?
no,
Okay. Was he ever hungover while he was on duty?
not that was an extreme that I would say that I would have to say. I mean, no, his behavior, his work behavior, every time he came into work was that of a professional. I never saw him to where he was so hungover, still drunk, or still had alcohol in his breath. I never had any of that. No,
Okay, so just to reiterate, you never smelled alcohol in his breath.
no.
I'm gonna just cut to the chase on one question here. There was an incident that came before the board where there was one time, I believe in 2021, Mr. Brooks was sent home.
So he never clocked in. He came into the parking lot. He was not well, and I sent him home. I don't know if he was impaired or not. That was never looked at. I did not notice any of the signs besides he was not acting normal. But he had not clocked in. He hadn't even stepped foot into the store.
Okay, who else was there when you had that interaction with Mr. Brooks?
I believe Wendy was. I really don't remember who else was there, but me and Wendy are the ones that said to send him home, and we had called for another pharmacist, and I called my boss and told him he wasn't well. I don't know what was wrong with him, but I sent him home, that he never got into the store or clocked in. So
Okay. How did he get home? Was it a taxi or some
yes,
other way?
a taxi.
Did you have any insight, because you're working a lot in the pharmacy, with the relationship between Miss Berryman, Wendy, and Mr. Brooks?
Yes. So
Yeah.
Wendy had come to me a couple times and said Bernie's not acting right. And so I would go back there and observe. And I noticed no signs of any type of inhibition to do his job. I think they butted heads a lot, and my personal personal and professional opinion on the matter is that they clashed too much. If Wendy did not get what she was wanting, or if she was getting reprimanded for something that she wasn't taking care of, she would come back with something at Bernie. Wendy was a great pharmacy tech and stuff, but I just feel like that she got put into a position that she was not ready for in leadership. And that when she was addressed on things that were her responsibility, it would come back at, well, Bernie's, getting on me for this, and he's taking this away. And so as a manager, and I've done this for many times, I've been in hard HR situations my whole life. They've always put me into those kind of stores. I would have to diffuse the situation and make her look at different scenarios. And as I will be very blatant and honest, as Wendy has also had some issues where I've had to send her home because she's not mentally there. Not that she was inhibited or any drugs or alcohol necessarily, but she wasn't on top of her game. So this is not just if somebody is not on their game, I send them home. I never saw any type of abuse in anything there, but I will say that it was definitely a lot of attacks on character were done, and I had to stop that and say, no, that's not, unless there's facts, there's nothing that we can say or do. Just because Bernie might be making you guys do something that, work harder, work faster, we need to get this done. That doesn't mean that he is doing anything that is illegal. We have a checklist, and I've been through this for many years with many other managers and many other employees. And there's a system that you have to go through. You have to, there's all the signs that they give you that they want you to look for. And so, and she never saw those signs. It was always his behavior is different. Okay, well, we can't, assume and we can't judge until we know the facts. So
I object to get, the witness is starting to speculate as to what Ms. Berryman may or may not have known or may not have seen, and I want that part disregarded.
I would agree with that. So sustain, Ms. Shelley, if you could not speculate on what Wendy was thinking or doing and just keep it to your own perspective, please, and your
Okay.
experiences.
Okay, let me ask you some more questions, Ms. Mageline. Were you aware of a group chat that Ms. Berryman was involved in with other techs?
no,
Okay. You mentioned there was maybe some stress there on with the techs on the workload. What was the typical volume of the store as far as how many scripts were filled?
we were high volume. We did. I mean, at any given time, there was 200 in the queue to do. It was a constant. I mean, there besides the shots, and then when COVID came out, all the COVID shots that we had to give. I would say there was not a lot of downtime ever. That was my first experience actually running in a pharmacy like that, so I don't know compared to other stores. But I don't remember the script count per day, but I know that at any given time we had 200 scripts in the queue at all times usually.
Okay. So it was nonstop basically.
Yes.
Okay. When you mentioned before, you were discussing Ms. Berryman and you said she took on a new role. Was that the operations management role you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that was a new role for her in her career?
Yes.
Okay. And you described her having some difficulties?
Objection to this whole line of questioning because it has nothing to relate to the charges. Ms. Berryman's work performance is not relevant.
I agree, sustained, if you could change your question.
You know how many times Mr. Brooks called in sick while you were working there?
He had at one point he did have a couple of attendance issues. Nothing that wasn't addressed by myself or the district manager. And there was times where he went home and was sick and did not come back. That's it.
Okay.
No more or no less than anybody else.
Does Walgreens have a policy on how many missed days you can have a year?
I don't remember that, to be very honest with you.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Cant?
My name's Brett Kent. I'm prosecuting this case on behalf of the state, and I also have some additional questions for you. Following up on Mr. Brooks' counsel's questions about this instance in which you sent Mr. Brooks home, correct?
Yes.
And what caused you to send him home? Why did you feel compelled to send him home from work?
His attitude and his demeanor was different. And he was telling me that he didn't feel good. He's got some stuff going on. And because he was not on the clock or in the store, I told him, I said, let's call you a taxi and go home.
Okay, so this was before he even proceeded to open the pharmacy?
Absolutely. This was before we were even opened. He hadn't even walked into the store.
Okay, but obviously something in his condition was significant enough that compelled you to actually send him home.
He was crying.
He was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then he was talking about some personal stuff that I don't feel like is relevant, and I'm not going to discuss what he had told me, but it had nothing to do with drugs or alcohol or anything else. It was some other things in his personal life that he was upset about. And so he was just not going to be able to form perform his job duties in that state.
Okay.
So, and by
So-
law, I could not do any type of alcohol or drug observations because he was not even on the clock yet.
If you wouldn't have been precluded by law, would you have wanted drug or alcohol evaluation done on him?
No, because it had nothing to do with he was not on the clock at my job duties. That's totally
Okay.
professional, so yes.
And just trying to get clear what
And
happened.
no,
So,
he did not smell of alcohol.
okay. And just to be clear, the action you took was to send him home in a cab?
Yeah, because he was totally and completely broke down and crying and very upset. And I, just as I had done other employees in my past career, if somebody is not able to, I'm not going to have them drive home whether they're upset or not, as I don't let my family. So yes. And I consider Bernie part of my work family. So just as I did everybody else.
So why did you send him home in a cab? Why didn't you just tell him go home?
Because I don't think he was able to drive in his state of mind.
So is it typical that you send employees home in a cab rather than just tell them to go home and let them drive home?
Absolutely, just as I had done with many of the employees at Walgreens, yes. I had personally driven Wendy Berriman home and her son drove me back to drop me back to get her car. So absolutely, I send people home in another vehicle or a taxi if they are not able to drive because of their state of mind.
Okay. And then do you like report this in any way to your superiors at Walgreens,
Yes,
this
I did.
incident?
Yes, I did. Every
Okay.
incident where I've had to do something of that sort, I have always reported to my superior.
Okay.
Just as
But this,
when Bernie had called in sick, I reported it to my superior.
but this only happened on one occasion where you had to send Mr. Brooks home,
Yes,
and you term it due to his emotional state.
yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a meeting with your staff about Mr. Brooks subsequent to that incident?
I just, yeah, I told him that we weren't opening the store until we got a new pharmacy technician coming in because he was not in the state of mind to work. I don't remember what other words were said, but that's pretty much what I told them.
Wait, so I'm just trying to establish, did you subsequent to that incident, call a meeting with your pharmacy staff to discuss Mr. Brooks?
No. I just told him that he wouldn't be in and that we had wait for another pharmacist.
Okay. So you never, over the course of the time that you supervised the store, and Mr. Brooks was your pharmacy manager, you never called a meeting with pharmacy staff to discuss Mr. Brooks?
I mean, we had business meetings about it, but not that I could say for anything else. I mean, I've had
Well,
meetings.
I don't know what you
Pardon?
mean by business meeting. Did you call a meeting with your staff to discuss Mr. Brooks?
I can't say for sure what you're trying to get at, so I don't know how to answer that.
You never had a staff meeting where you informed them that Mr. Brooks was sick and needed help?
I'm not sure. I know I've had many meetings about things, but I don't know for those exact words or what was said, so I don't know.
You don't know if you had a meeting with your staff in which you indicated Mr. Brooks was
Well,
sick and
what
needed
you're
help?
implying is that if I had a meeting that he's sick and he's a drunk or whatever you're implying, no, I had a meeting with my manager, with my team that day or any day where he called in, or me and some other managers might have had a meeting stating that Bernie was not in the state of mind to be at work, so I sent him home. Absolutely. But I don't know what you're trying to get me to say, and I'm not going to get involved in that. So,
And I don't want to get you to say anything. I was just asking, and I've asked the question, so I won't repeat it. Let me ask you this. Were you ever contacted by a investigator for the Board of Pharmacy regarding this case?
not an investigator, no.
Were you contacted by anybody from the Board of Pharmacy regarding this case?
They contacted me when I got the subpoena, and I called them and I asked them, and they told me I needed to show up for a hearing, and I went down there and it was postponed.
I'm
That's all I
sorry, could you repeat that, but just go a little slower so we can all hear it clearly?
I got a subpoena. So therefore I called and they told me I needed to appear. So I went to appear and it was postponed. And she called me back and said that they would let me know when another one would appear. And that is the only interaction I've had with the Board of Pharmacy or any investigator.
So when you say she, you're saying a Board of Pharmacy investigator
I
called
think
you?
it was Erin, I believe her name was. It was a lady from the Board of Pharmacy down in Damani Ranch here in Reno.
Okay. Was it possible that her name was Monica?
Possibly. I just remember the name Erin, but it could be Monica, maybe the Erin's who signed my subpoena. I just called down there and I told them I had a subpoena and what was it for, and when, I didn't understand it. They told me just to appear.
So you did receive the subpoena?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Briefly, this hearing was scheduled before, is that what you're getting at?
Yes. Well, I don't know if it was this hearing. It was something down here in Reno that I had to appear to. And on my way there, I got informed that it was postponed.
Okay, and the subpoena you're referring to is the one for the hearing in Reno?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Recross? Okay, board members, questions?
Yes, Ms. McClellan, this is Dick Tomaso, I'm a board member. Just a couple questions, quick questions. The incident that we're referring to about the taxi ride home, is that the incident, or at that particular incident, did the taxi bring him back because he didn't know where to bring him?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay, so that may have been another taxi incident. Did anybody other than this pharmaceutical technician named Wendy, anybody but Wendy, she the only one that ever told you that she suspected Mr. Brooks was under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Or did
Yes.
No,
Yes.
none of the other ones ever told you that?
No.
Okay. And then the times that you sent him home, he was working, but he got sick and you sent him home. Did you say that he was at the pharmacy, but you sent him home because he was ill? Did you say that you did that a number of times?
No, I said the only time I've sent him home is before he was even on the clock. He would go home on lunch and call back in. I never sent him home.
Oh, okay, so while you were the store manager, Mr. Brooks was never had to go home feeling ill. Is that right?
I didn't understand you. Sorry, you muffled.
While you were store manager, Mr. Brooks never had to go home during the day because he was ill. Is that what you're
Oh,
telling
no,
me?
yeah, he's gone home, but it's not because I said he had to go home. He had asked to go home.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So he was working, he had to go home. You didn't send him, but he had to go. Do you happen to know what his illness was? Did you ever ask him?
No, we're not allowed to ask what somebody's illness is when they go home sick. Or call in sick.
He just says, I'm sick, he just says, I'm sick, I'm going home, period, right?
Yep. I think a couple times he might have told me he had a headache, but that's the only other thing I can remember.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McClellan, Adam Port for the record. Again, there's been previous testimony and the complaint in this case that the incident with the taxi cab, that the taxi returned to the store because Mr. Brooks was unable to provide them an address. You're not aware of that being the case? Is that your testimony?
I do not recall that. I am sorry.
Thank you.
And this is Helen Park. I just wanted to clarify. So during your time as store manager, did any employees other than Wendy express any concerns to you regarding Mr. Brooks?
There had been like a couple, I would say like Sarah West came to me and said that Bernie was being mean, or she didn't like his, some other personal things, but never about any of the other stuff. That was Wendy had come to me with those.
When you say other stuff, so Wendy, are you saying brought to your attention concerns about alcohol or intoxication?
She just said that she believes he's impaired. She never really said anything because when she came to me the times that she had said that he does I would say there's maybe 3. I would go back there and I would do all the observations. There was no alcohol on his breath. He was not stumbling. He was not slurring his words. His attitude might have been different, but there was nothing that said he's drunk, he's on drugs. His eyes were not dilated. His eyes were not all poofy red. There was no shaking. There was none of that stuff. So I followed the protocol as I did with my district manager, and I would call him and go through it with him. There was never a time that I could say that he was on or intoxicated. So with the times that Wendy came to me, yes, he was observed, and I did the protocol I was supposed to do.
Did you receive were there multiple instances where you received reports of Mr. Brooks potentially being impaired?
There was I would say 3 times that I went back there and observed.
Okay, so each time when it happened, you went back and observed and determined that he was not impaired.
Yes.
And then what is Walgreens' policy on reports of impairment or intoxication on the job?
They immediately, if I suspect anything and if any of the boxes were checked, and I cannot tell you what the boxes were, that's a piece of paper that's in the files, then he would immediately get taken to a drug test.
I had one follow-up, if council doesn't mind. Follows on the line of questioning.
I would object, but it's up to Ms. Park.
It's allowed to object. Are you objecting?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm always allowed.
I know.
Mr.
To be fair, Mr. Can.
We'll allow it for Mr. Gant, yeah.
So just as follow-up, did you ever on any occasion ask a pharmaceutical technician named Michaela Bergendahl to give Mr. Brooks a ride home?
No. I would never ask an associate to take home another employee, especially a male and a female.
Okay, thank you.
So like any.
Miss Shelley, are you there?
One more time.
Yeah, you
Zoom
guys
in.
all,
Zoom's me in particular.
Okay, so for the taxi incident, you stated earlier that he did not set foot in the store or clock in yet, correct?
Correct.
Why you didn't feel like you needed to determine if he was impaired or not?
Yes.
So how did you know that he was sick enough not to set foot in the store?
I don't, it's not that he wasn't sick enough to step foot in the store. He was out in his car crying.
Okay. So it was your intention, you made the determination, he was intending to work, and you made the determination that he was not well enough?
No, we both did. He said he wasn't capable of working in the state because he was so upset and crying. And I sat in his car and talked to him. And I said, well, why don't we just get you a ride home and then you can come back and get your car later, Tate, and we can go from there. I mean,
Okay.
He was not smelling of alcohol. He didn't have any drugs on him that I could
Shelley,
see.
how did you know he was in his car crying?
Somebody came in and told me.
Who told you?
It might have been Wendy. Wendy might have
Okay.
came into the store and told me.
Okay, and then as far as you know, are pharmacy managers, because he was the pharmacy manager at the time, correct?
Yes.
Do pharmacy managers clock in at Walgreens?
Yes.
Or are they salaried?
They clocked in.
Okay.
I believe he clocked in, yeah.
That's all I have.
All right. Board members, any additional questions? Board members, any additional questions?
We'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for the public.
All right, so I'll turn it back over to Mr. Swidlick for your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And this time I would call Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, I'm going to swear you in again since that was yesterday. If you could start by stating your full name for the record.
Bernard Brooks.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Brooks, you've been here now, what, past 2 days? Is that right?
Yeah.
You've heard a lot of testimony concerning you, right?
And I should have speak into the, I know it's been a long time, but you gotta be close to it. But thank you, Andrew.
Oh, me, I'm sorry, yeah. Two words. Okay, so we're gonna go out of order a little bit here, not direct chronology. Miss Magdalene, she was talking about maybe you being sad.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, let's see, back, when did you start working at Walgreens Pharmacy?
August of 2020 was when I started managing store 2474.
Okay. How old were you then?
That would have been 26.
Well, is this your first management job out of pharmacy school?
Yes, my first job as a pharmacist, my first manager job. Yes.
When did you get married?
February 5th of 22.
Are you still married?
I am.
Okay. Did you receive any news shortly after your marriage about your wife?
Yeah, for 5 months.
How old was your wife when you married her?
She's 30.
What's her name?
Lamise.
How long did you know Melise before you married her?
About 9 months. It was a quick, we moved quick, everything felt right. And we both decided that we wanted to be with each other.
Are you still married?
Yes.
What news did you get about Melise a few months into your marriage?
Lamise was diagnosed with breast cancer in July of 22. Sorry, July of 22.
Okay. Was it confirmed? Like what type of breast cancer is it?
Stage 2 breast cancer, and it was a different form as well, involved with the endocrine system, so it was a very complex case. And the doctors didn't even, I mean, they've seen cases of it happen before, but so it's very rare to have 2 different forms of cancer. I didn't know what to expect. You know, I knew the prognosis of breast cancer, stage 2 was decently high, but I didn't know what to expect with the endocrinology portion of it.
Okay, did you go in for tests with your wife? Or was there some sort of a diagnosis and treatment plan eventually laid out?
Yeah, we started with Kaiser, and they just wanted to run tests. And we ended up going to MD Anderson just to confirm what they were telling us. MD Anderson confirmed it with an MRI that there was breast cancer with some form of endocrinology aspect to it.
Okay, and what was the treatment they recommended?
They wanted to do chemo, but that's the last thing she wanted to do. She didn't want to undergo chemo at the age of 30.
Were there risks involved in that?
Yeah. Yeah, quite a few risks with chemo that she didn't want to be a part of. So she had a discussion with the doctor that a double mastectomy would be the way she wanted to go. And so she had a double mastectomy in October of 22 and went through radiation a little later than that. And reconstructive surgery ever since.
Okay. So there's been ongoing treatment. Is she still going through treatment or is it pretty resolved?
She's still going through treatment.
Okay. Has she had any recurring symptoms as a result of the cancer and the treatment?
Yeah, lots of symptoms. I mean, it's hormonal, right? So every day is different for her. I mean, we can't even make plans together anymore because who knows how things are gonna be that day, right? From hot flashes to memory issues. She just doesn't enjoy her life right now, and it's as much as she would have imagined it to be at the age of 30.
Okay. I'm just gonna cut to it. There are a few instances. Have you ever turned up to work sad?
Absolutely.
Okay. There is another incident too. I just want to talk about it. It was, you showed up off duty to fill a prescription. Can we talk about that?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what was going on that day?
That day I had an appointment with the doctor. It's the first time I had an appointment with the doctor and discussed what was going on with me mentally.
Was this the first time you've talked about this, or have you talked with him before about this?
This is the first time.
Did you talk to anyone else about this situation you were going through?
Outside of family and my wife. I did talk to Shelley because I felt that it was important for her to know what was going on, even though I didn't have to. And she respected me so much during her call, saying that she didn't have to dive into specifics about my health issues and what was going on. But outside of those people, no, it was the first time I had a talk with a professional.
Okay. And then what was your result of that talk? Did he prescribe you anything?
Yeah, just prescribed me sertraline and lorazepam to hopefully help with, relaxing my emotions a little bit, depression, anxiety associated with everything we had to go through.
Okay, because you were about what, 4, 5, 6 months into your wife's diagnosis and treatment plan?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go and fill out that script that day?
I did.
Okay. Did you have anything to drink before that?
I did.
Okay. How many drinks did you think you had?
A few, 3, 4. Yeah, in between that appointment and picking up the scripts. I did.
Okay. When you went to the pharmacy to pick up the scripts, did you fill them yourself?
No.
Okay.
As was backed up by Wendy's statement as well.
So it sounds like you were under a lot of stress and anxiety because of all this, right?
More than I had ever imagined, and thankfully I've been able to handle it as well as I've been able to.
Have you ever left the pharmacy early because of your wife?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how would that occur?
If she was having an extremely tough day, an extremely terrible day, my primary role as a husband is to be there for her. And I did the most I could at the time to get coverage for the pharmacy, but my head is just to head home, go home and help my wife and be there for her.
Does your wife take priority over your job?
Absolutely. She's my number one priority.
So you heard a lot of testimony from people, and they're thinking that you left early because of some intoxication issue. What do you have to say about that?
As I kind of alluded to, I didn't really mention my wife's issues with anybody else, so I guess they just speculated that if I was leaving home, whether it was in the morning or the afternoon or late in the shift, it didn't matter. Apparently, I was too hungover to work.
But was that true or no?
No.
Okay. Did dealing with some of the stress, did it ever make you short-tempered?
I wouldn't say short-tempered, say frustrated. It's very frustrating. To kind of skip past that honeymoon phase, you know? Just get right into a difficult part of life together and tried as much as I could to be the man that I needed to be for her. Sometimes I felt like I couldn't do that because of work, because I was there too much, but I also had to be responsible enough to be at work for her. It was a balancing act that I had to handle.
There was talks about coughing and vomiting. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that happen all the time, or was it cycles? Or can you describe that for the board?
It's coughing, dry heaving became a symptom, that became a secular pattern, usually exacerbated by stress. So for example, if a patient was very rude to my staff, and I went up to calm the situation down, defuse it, and tell them that I didn't tolerate that kind of behavior, that was a stressful situation for me. So most of the time after having those conversations, I would dry heave a little bit, cough from the stress. So it is pretty stress related and came with news that stressed me out and things along those lines throughout those years.
Okay. Would you ever go into the bathroom because of this?
I had to. I couldn't leave the pharmacy. And as embarrassing as it was to dry heave and throw up in front of my staff, I had to do what I had to do.
What did you throw up? Was it vomit? Was it blood? What was it?
A few times I've thrown up blood, a few more than I would have liked. And I attribute that to being a stress ulcer of some sort. So it worried me to the point to where I did go and get an endoscopy.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you eventually sought medical treatment for this?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna to be responses about, I guess we're up to E. Everybody have a copy or?
We're waiting on the president to agree to admit it.
So, Mr. Cant, any objection?
I have no objection.
Okay, so admitted, this would be exhibit D.
I'll take one if there's an extra. Thanks. I put it out for.
It's not redacted, so.
Oh, okay, sorry, public. So board members, this is not a redacted document, so after the meeting, staff will pick it up and redact it before it gets posted, and they'll destroy the copy that are redacted.
So this is a 4-page medical record, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like you went to the Digestive Health Associates of Reno in, I guess, June 2024, somewhere around there?
I did.
Okay. And so what were some of the reasons you went there?
Mostly because I was worried about what was going on with my throat at that point. I kept trying to push it off, say that it wasn't anything serious, but I got to a point to where it started worrying me.
Okay, and so what procedure did they perform on you?
An endoscopy.
Okay, can you describe what that endoscopy is for the board?
They use a camera to go down your throat all the way through to your duodenum and see if there are any abnormalities within that imaging. And they also took some biopsies as well to test those for any abnormalities.
When you were describing your symptoms before the endoscopy as vomiting and nausea, did you think that was because of drinking alcohol, that vomiting and nausea?
No.
You heard a lot of testimony about you being intoxicated or hungover at work. Were you ever intoxicated at work?
Yeah, it's hard to hear all of that testimony, but no, I was never intoxicated at work. No.
Okay. Did you ever drink at work?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Were you ever hungover or compromised at work? You couldn't operate as a pharmacist?
No.
Were you
Not
ever
to that extent.
Okay. Were there occasions where you were hungover?
Throughout the 5 years, I'd be lying if I said there were 0 days where I went in and didn't feel at least a small bit of a hangover. So yes, there were a few days, a handful of days that, I didn't feel the best. But nothing egregious to where I couldn't perform as a pharmacist. If there was ever a reason that I knew I couldn't perform because of anything that was going on, I would not go into the pharmacy and perform as a pharmacist for the safety of the public.
Okay. Do you take that role very serious to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public?
That's my number one priority of the job that I chose as my career.
Okay. So just to reiterate, it's your testimony that you were never in a condition where you weren't absolutely competent to practice as a pharmacist.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about some of your performance at the pharmacy, okay?
Good.
So, who was your first manager there?
Shelley?
And I have 4 exhibits. We can enter them as a composite if you want to as well.
Yeah, let's do it. Staff will be there with you.
For the sake of efficiency.
And then we have them for Anna Carr.
Is this what you sent for?
There's 4, yeah. Do you remember?
Is there anything in what you sent us that hasn't been omitted at this point then? Can we just send the whole file over?
I think so, no. I think this is the last one to be on.
So if these get submitted, you can send the whole file, he's saying, and then you don't have to pick which one it is.
I agree. You handed me 2. Handed you, here's number 3. You've already given me 4. I've given you 4?
Yes. Leo has 2 and he gave me 2. This last copy.
I might not have done that.
Fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. I have 23 and 24.
Oh, I need number 24, I'm sorry. I think I gave it to you. Thank you so much.
And I think they're labeled fiscal year, they're related to fiscal year when you get them.
I have all. I just wasn't sure what.
I would move to enter these into evidence.
Thank you.
That's it. Or if they're a minute, I can continue.
Okay, any objections, Mr. Can?
No objection.
So admitted as Exhibit E.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so let's go year by year, chronological order here. So for your year 2020, that's when you started working, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and Shelley was your manager?
correct.
So what am I looking at with this fiscal year 21? What is this?
My annual performance review.
Okay. Who does the review?
Shelley did as my manager.
Okay. Was this your first, fiscal year 21, was that your first review at Walgreens as a pharmacy in charge?
Correct.
Pharmacist in charge, okay. Okay, what do the reviews consist of? Is it two types of review or two kind of categories?
Yeah, primarily, there are two different parts of the review. One of it is a review of me as a person, the manager. And the other is a review of metrics and performance due to those metrics.
Okay. And they give you a rating from 1 to 5, it looks like?
Correct.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. How did you perform in that first year?
It was average, as to be expected from a new pharmacist and a new manager, and with COVID, that was the first year of COVID.
Okay, so it looks like at the end, page 8 of 9 here, you were given a leadership score of 3 out of 5, right?
Correct.
And 3 is meeting expectations?
Correct.
Okay, and then your performance goal, like you said, based on metrics, is a 2.3?
Correct.
So that's a little under expectations, huh?
Yeah.
What were some of the metrics? It looks like page 7 of 9 has metric information. What were some of the metrics that need to improve?
Total script count, you can see it was a 2 out of 5. Patient promise time was a big weak point. It was a 1 out of 5. And some of the adherence metrics for patients as well.
Okay. Are these metrics that you could influence?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was it your goal for the following year to improve these metrics?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next year then. Was Shelley still your manager for fiscal year 22?
Yes, the most part of it.
Okay. And actually, before I move on there, in any of these reviews, is there any complaint about you being incompetent as a pharmacist?
No.
Okay. And Miss Magalong, she mentioned that there's a very high volume pharmacy. What does that mean to you?
It's a tier 3 between 1 through 5. We did in the low 300s a day, so about 320. And as it was alluded to with Sarah's testimony, we had about a half hour to an hour and a half of overlap. So it's basically one pharmacist over the course of 12 hours doing about 320 scripts.
Okay. So I'm not going to do the math there, but over 5 years, that's a lot of scripts, huh?
I kind of did it real quickly. It's about a 250,000 scripts.
Okay. Did you make any mistakes over that 250,000 scripts?
A couple that I can think of. I reported in our internal system about mistakes that I had made. I believe the exact number was 2.
2, okay, 2 out of a 250,000.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at fiscal year 22 here. We're gonna cut to the chase. It looks like your leadership behavior improved. You got 3.3.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like the performance goal really improved, 3.5.
Correct.
Okay, so you went from below expectations to exceeding expectations, or almost exceeding, right?
Correct.
Okay. How did you improve these metrics?
A lot of it was moving more from a focus on myself as a pharmacist and a manager. After a year of doing that, I was ready to focus on the team. So I went from more of a personal improvement stance to more of a team improvement stance, and that shows in the report how the team improved.
Okay. After your first year, did you have more confidence as a manager?
It took about 8 months to feel confident walking into the pharmacy, but after that, I finally felt like I could handle anything and everything that happened in the pharmacy. I was very confident at that point.
let's look at fiscal year 23. Who is your manager at this time?
Gonzalo.
Actually, before we move on, I see that fiscal year 22 for the record, the reviewer was Jordan Tinkler. We've heard Jordan's name before. Was he your manager that year?
She was a manager
Sure, okay.
for a couple months, yeah,
Okay, how many months was Ms. Tinkler your manager?
maybe 3.
Okay, who was your manager for most of that fiscal year?
Shelley.
Okay,
So Jordan wrote the review, but everything in it was from Shelley.
okay. Did Ms. Tinkler ever come to you with allegations from the other techs?
No, in fact, no one ever had.
Okay. Let's move on to 23. So as you said, Mr. Hernandez was your manager here, right?
Correct.
Okay. It looks like they changed up the document a little bit, the review process.
They did.
Okay. But here it looks like you're still meeting and achieving expectations.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. What are the main concerns if you would have to say that maybe the feedback that was given to you?
That I could improve. I could improve the performance a little bit more of our technicians and train them up a little bit more.
I'm going to pause you for a second. Do we have a sound? Okay, yeah.
Hang on. Does that work?
Okay. Good job. 1 second.
Second.
Take your time.
Should be good.
That's good.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay. Good. So we were talking about, just to get back on track, fiscal year 23. What were some of the main areas of feedback that was given to me? Some potential room for improvement.
Some of the potential room for improvement was how the technicians were developed, but I don't think Gonzalo fully understood it at the time that that was Wendy's main job, to train up the technicians as operations managers. So I didn't want to overstep her role and, take over her responsibilities. One of the other ones was, of course, dependence issues that I was having, and Gonzalo wanted to address that with me over the review.
Okay, so we heard that Ms. Berryman did eventually become an operations manager in the pharmacy?
Correct.
Okay, were you doing those duties before she assumed that role?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about, and you mentioned attendance issues too. So did Mr. Hernandez ever give you a number on how many absences you could have?
He stated that you could have 6 absences within the course of a year.
Okay. Did you stay under that for this year?
Yes, otherwise it would have led to discipline.
Okay. And now let's go to fiscal year 24. Looks like this one you achieved expectations as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Any different feedback here for you?
No, it was mostly pretty similar.
Did Mr. Hernandez talk to you every day?
Yeah, he was back there every day in the pharmacy. I enjoyed his company, really.
Okay. Did you know before you received this notice of action from the board or the investigation from the board that his reason was to ensure you were in a good mental state?
No, I just thought he was coming back to be personable and be with the team.
Okay. Did that actually happen? Every day he would go talk to you?
Yes.
Yeah. How long would that conversation last usually?
Depended on how busy he was with the front of the store, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes to a few hours while he helped fill prescriptions for the pharmacy.
Okay. And it looks like Miss Magdalene, she mentioned she was back in the pharmacy a lot too as well?
Every day.
Okay. There were some people here that weren't too happy with you, huh?
That's correct.
Okay, one of them was Wendy Berryman.
Yeah.
She had very strong things to say about you.
Yes,
Okay. She said that you ruined her life.
I suppose.
Okay, why would Wendy think that you ruined her life?
I really don't understand what I did to give her that perception to a level of hate and stating that I ruined her life. I promoted her to operations manager because I thought that was a role that she could do better at. She was a personable individual that I thought could get along with the pharmacy and help with the operations. So I promoted her to that position, but I quickly found out that, she started to make all of these changes and was just negatively affecting the pharmacy. So every time I would try to have a conversation with her about things that she needed to do differently, changes she needed to make, she basically brushed it off to the side and said, "Oh, I'm okay, I can handle the operations and the running of this pharmacy."
Okay. When she took over, it looks like when you were doing most of that work, the metrics were pretty good for fiscal year 22, right?
I believe our store was in the top 5%.
Okay. When Miss Berryman took over, did it improve more or did it decline? What happened?
She wanted to make changes and do things a different way, and things quickly went downhill as opposed to remaining the same.
Okay. Did you provide her this feedback to try to help her?
Many, many, many times.
Did you ever have meetings with management about her?
I did.
Was she able to improve after those meetings or the feedback given?
Never did.
Okay. And how long was this going on for?
Few years.
After a few years of no noticeable improvement, did you want her to stay at that pharmacy?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you suggest that she should be fired for cause?
I suggested that on 3 very particular occasions. I took Gonzalo back into the office and I stated that there was no benefit to having her back there, and the pharmacy was struggling more than I would have ever imagined. And her attendance, she was calling in at least once a week. And I even asked Gonzalo what kind of benefit he saw from having her there. And I guess they wanted to keep her there because she was the only one that could give vaccinations at the time besides the pharmacist.
Okay. Did you know that Miss Berryman was angry with you?
I could tell she was not happy with my advice and my criticism of the way that she was running the pharmacy.
Did you know before this hearing that Miss Berryman or any of the other techs would gossip about you?
I knew there was gossip, but I personally stayed out of it because I don't do gossip and drama, and I stay out of that myself.
Okay. Let's move on to Miss Bergendahl, Michaela. Okay. There's some testimony there about you going into work and then going to lunch and then running out of gas. Can you walk us through that scenario?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I just ran out of gas and I texted her and Miguel and I asked if any one of them could pick me up. And to be honest, I was probably a 10-minute walk from work. So once it was getting to the point where it's taking too long and I needed to, get back to the pharmacy before it opened, I decided to start walking. I didn't want to interrupt their lunch whatsoever, but they Kayla said that she would have me come and pick me up. So she came to pick me up, and when she did, I don't know why during her testimony, she said that I never picked her up, that she never picked me up. I don't understand why she said that, because she did pick me up about halfway along the walk. So it was about a 1-minute drive, right? And I made the statement, oh, what took so long? Didn't know it came off to the point to cause her to go into tears. So, you know, the rest of that 1-minute drive was just silence. And I realized that I maybe said it in a manner that wasn't the best. And when we got to the pharmacy and we kind of started opening things up, the manager at the time said, oh, Kayla's crying. She'll be back whenever she can make it. So I made the attempt to go apologize, console her, but she just wouldn't let me talk to her about the situation and about how I meant to come off at that time.
Okay. And someone said that there's another pharmacist there when that happened? What happened there?
Yeah, there's another pharmacist there, Melissa Menji, who came in to float and cover as well.
Okay. How did you get back to your car?
Melissa gave me her keys and said, hey, you know, take care of what you got to take care of. She saw I was a little stressed out, and I asked her if she was sure, if she didn't want me there helping her out, and she's like, no, go take care of what you have to take care of. So I filled my car with enough gas to get it to the station. Topped hers off for helping me out, and returned.
Okay. You weren't hungover or intoxicated that day, were you?
No.
Do you take offense to all these people saying you were hungover or intoxicated while working as a pharmacist?
It's not the easiest thing to listen to. I mean, I didn't know about any of this until Monica Segedy came in April. Said, hey, we got 7, 8 people saying that you were drunk. Like the original complaint was 50% of the time, and I didn't even know who that tech was who made the complaint. So it was just so far out of left field. And, you know, I came into today expecting to hear what I ended up hearing, but it was still very difficult. It's not easy to hear all of that.
Speaking of the complaint, do you know who Jamie Dowd is?
No clue.
Okay. Let's talk about Sarah West. Who is she?
She's a technician that had about, 11, double digits experience by the time I started.
Okay. She described you as actually, let's back up. How was your work relationship with her when you started working?
It's great.
Okay.
You know, we had a good time. We made it fun back there. We have little arguments about things operationally and along those lines. Says, you know, just back and forth banter. And she actually came up with the term work husband, because that's just how she described our relationship. That we had a good relationship, and sometimes we would argue about certain things in the pharmacy, but it would always be just a real quick make-up apology. Okay.
So it sounds like a very cordial relationship with work spouses, huh, from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. Did anything sour?
Yeah, I suppose.
What was the indication that maybe it wasn't as close as the first year?
There was just less eye contact, less fun that we were having together. You know, I got more comfortable. So she had double-digit years of experience, so I relied on her so heavily, and I welcomed all of her experience and her advice. But you know, when I started feeling comfortable and confident myself, and making decisions myself and not including her in those decisions, she felt like she didn't have as much control over the pharmacy, I suppose, as she wanted to have. That's just that's what I assumed led to our relationship to salary.
Okay, so but what you personally did different, maybe after the first year or so, is you were more autonomous. You didn't rely on her as much.
Correct.
Okay. There was a criminal or part of a criminal docket entered on a Washington DC case out of 2013. Did you recall that?
I recall seeing that document, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been to Washington DC?
Yes, in 2020 for a rotation with the FDA.
Was that your first time ever going to Washington DC?
Yes,
How old were you in 2013?
2013, I was 19.
Okay, what were you doing in September of 2013?
I was taking courses at the University of Minnesota
Okay.
full time.
Were you ever arrested for simple assault in Washington DC?
Nope,
Did you ever plead guilty to simple assault in Washington DC?
no,
You didn't spend 90 days in jail after a September 20, 2013 sentencing, did you?
no.
What were you doing for those 90 days after September 20, 2013?
Coursework.
Okay, so like, how'd you do that semester?
It's my best semester, 3.8, I believe.
Okay. So nobody told you to stay away from Antonio DaCosta?
Not sure who that is.
Okay, do you know who Tamru Zemnefis is?
Nope,
Okay, so this isn't you basically.
correct.
I have no further questions this time.
Mr. Brooks, do you have a problem with alcohol?
You have to define problem. It's very relative.
Well, respectfully, we've sat here for 2 days of testimony, so I think you know what I'm asking when I ask if you have a problem with alcohol.
I believe I could have drank less than I did, yeah. And to the point to where my last drink was in last November. I don't think I necessarily had a problem. But I don't think there was a reason to be drinking anymore, so I haven't drank for 11 months.
Have you submitted to an evaluation for alcohol use disorder?
I did.
And what was the result of that evaluation?
I believe it was having an alcohol disorder and in remittance for 8 months at the time of that evaluation.
So you acknowledge that you've been evaluated by a licensed professional and diagnosed with an alcohol use disorder.
Correct.
Acknowledge that on the record today.
It's on the record.
You were accused in the accusation charging document. In this case, you were accused of being convicted on a charge of underage drinking and possession of alcohol in the state of Wisconsin in 2012. And you denied in your answer, you denied that allegation.
Can you show the, one moment, let me look at the answer. I might object to this because I don't believe that's it might be like,
It was your.
I'm going to object to a facts not evidence.
So specifically on page 1903 of the board book, in your answer and notice of defense, in response to the allegation in paragraph 3 of the accusation, you said, quote, the respondent denies it on the grounds the allegations contained within are vague and ambiguous as to the relevant time frame, what is meant by, quote, conviction, and what authority the alleged charge of underage drinking was brought by who. So you denied that allegation, correct?
I don't even understand what the allegation is. I'm sorry.
Once again, paragraph 3 in the accusation says, quote, in 2012, respondent was convicted on a charge of underage drinking and possession of alcohol in the state of Wisconsin. So is that allegation, are you denying that allegation?
Was charged.
Okay.
20.
You were charged with underage drinking?
Correct.
You were charged with.
I'm going to object at this time. It sounds like the word conviction was in quotes. So this is a legal argument that should be argued later on.
Okay. Let's approach it this way. What happened in 2012 in the state of Wisconsin regarding you and a charge? Can you tell us?
And I'm going to object to irrelevance. This is in the charging documents, we years 2022 to 2024. We're talking.
Rural, I think it's very relevant.
Okay.
In 2012?
Yes.
Yeah, I was found drinking alcohol.
How old were you?
I was 17.
You were 17?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
It's so far past my memory, but I believe I was fined a couple $100 and I had to go to a meeting for like 4 hours to talk about alcohol and drugs.
Okay. And then in the answer notice of defense that you filed to your legal counsel with the board in response to that charge, once again, this is page 1903 of the board book. You admit in part that on your 2020 application for registration as a pharmacist, you did not disclose the Wisconsin incident, correct?
That was, I mean, it was so far out of my memory at that point. It wasn't something that I disclosed, and it was when I was 17. I mean, it was, I chalk it up to almost being just an irrelevant part of my life, like basically nothing happened.
Just to make it clear for the record, you didn't disclose anything regarding the 2012 charge on your application for registration, correct?
Don't believe I did, no.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly. So that Wisconsin statute, you were basically fined essentially, right?
Yeah, it's just a fine.
Was that a misdemeanor?
Yeah.
No. What was it a misdemeanor?
Like I said, it's so far removed from my memory, I don't even know what they termed it as.
Okay.
What, if it was a misdemeanor or what it was.
Do you know if it was a civil infraction or a criminal?
Civil.
Okay, it's a civil infraction.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your understanding of it.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Follow up? Okay. Have you ever gone to, well, let me ask this. 2018, you disclosed you were convicted of a DUI, correct?
Objection outside the scope of redirect.
Hold on a second, Todd's helping Helen.
Consulting.
Did you ever,
Hold on a second, they were waiting on a ruling.
Senior DAG Todd Weiss. I mean, it is outside the redirect, but we've also been only doing one round of questioning per witness. I mean, if we haven't restricted your questioning, any of your questioning on direct either, or cross, I'm sorry.
I've always done a cross where you're allowed wide latitude to go beyond direct. After a redirect, usually a recross, it's common that you're limited to that redirect. Otherwise, we're going to be here forever. Because then I could do a redirect now, and I'll talk about 10 other things. So,
okay, that's fine. I'll withdraw. No further questions.
It goes to the board members, questions for Mr. Brooks.
Hi, Mr. Brooks, Adam Forth for the record. A couple of incidents I want to ask you about. You mentioned the one instance where you brought in prescriptions for sertraline and yourself. Did you type those prescriptions?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the process of filling those prescriptions?
No.
Okay, so walk me through that. You came into the pharmacy as a customer then?
I walked to the back of the pharmacy, right? Because it was my pharmacy at that point, and I thought it would just be kind of weird if I hung out on the other side. And Wendy was like, hey, we'll take care of it. I gave my scripts and walked out and never went back in. So I never had anything to do with scanning them in, typing them, filling the prescription, verifying them, nothing.
Never logged into the computer.
Correct.
Talk to me about we heard testimony from a lot of people about an incident where you came to work, were in the parking lot, and Shelley called a cab for you that day. Were you under the influence of alcohol at that time?
No, I was not. I can explain.
I don't, that's fine. You answered my question. I don't have any other question.
Mr. Tomaso, yes.
I just have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Brooks. All the testimony you heard, the same that we heard about, every time you went into the bathroom and vomited, whether you vomited blood or whatever, and then went home. Those were all brought about by stress.
Yeah, basically. And I would like to mention that I didn't necessarily go home every time that happened. But if I found to where my mental state at that time, with the stress, with everything going on with my wife, with the physical stress going on with my throat, if I found it to be too much to perform as a pharmacist safely, I would leave. But if I felt that I could still perform as a pharmacist and be a benefit to the pharmacy, I would stay.
One of the exhibits you gave us was you went to a physician that took a look at your esophagus and your stomach. I'm not a doctor, and maybe these pharmacists could read it better than I can, but I can't. But it says that basically, after I finish reading it, it seems like there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it took a few months to get in, right? So at the time that I was worried and scared and wanted to go into get an endoscopy, I made the appointment. By the time the appointment happened, it was months later. And unfortunately, at that time, and I was worried about it too, going into the appointment, I was thinking, I'm not stressed right now, like nothing's happening. I haven't been dry heaving. It was a good thing and a bad thing, because I was happy I wasn't feeling that way, but I was hoping that I was, so I could figure out what was going on. And so that's something like a positive result would show. But at the time that I went in and got the endoscopy, I wasn't having those symptoms. And as you can see, there were negative results with the imaging and the biopsy.
And all the times that we've heard the testimony that you were hungover is the word everybody used, you were hungover. That was all that was due to your stress.
You know, could be attributed to it a little bit, but I would agree with some of the respondents that testified against me, saying that it was probably about 5 times over the course of 5 years.
And you may have said this earlier and I missed it. Did you see a doctor about this, your stress? Did you see somebody about that?
About the stress, yes. That was a few months after my wife's diagnosis. And you know, he just prescribed me the sertraline and the lorazepam, and that was that.
Yeah, those drugs don't mean anything to me, but was that too, did you tell him that you had dry heaves because of it? No, things like this.
I told him about the dry heaving that was going on.
Is that the only time you saw him one time and that was it, or did you regularly see him?
I'm not I'm not the kind of person to go to the doctor year after year on an annual visit, so I would just go when something was
It was a
wrong.
one-shot deal.
I've seen that specific doctor a couple times, yeah. Not just once, but a couple times. Yeah, that was the second time I've seen him, I believe.
Okay, and then probably lastly, when Mr. K asked you if you had an alcohol disorder, and you said, yeah, you did. He really didn't delve too much into it, but I'm just curious, this alcohol disorder, had you gone to, like, people that have alcohol disorders, they go to counseling, they go to doctors, they go here, they go there. Did you do all that?
I talked to that doctor about it a little bit, that it just seemed like the stress that was involved in my life at the time, that was becoming something I was doing a little bit more, not to an extreme standpoint, but more than I would have liked, right? I took that meeting with the therapist that you guys wanted me to go to very seriously, right? So I didn't want to lie, I didn't want to hide anything. So I told her the truth, and maybe even tried to confirmation bias to myself that I had an issue. Maybe even tried to, at that point, I was probably trying to tell myself that I did have more of an issue. So it came off that way to the therapist. I could have gone in there and said, I drink 1 or 2 drinks a week. I don't have an issue. And then her report would have came out saying that I'm clean. But I was very honest with her about what kind of habits I had when I would drink more, based off stress levels with my wife's diagnosis. I took that very seriously because I wanted to know myself at what point I was at relative to other people.
I'm glad you took it serious because you held a position of trust with the general public and you had to take that serious.
Sure.
So I'm glad you did, but you also just said that that's the stress level, that stress that you had and you drove you to drinking more than you ordinarily would have. And you just said that while you were talking to me. And maybe this is why we're here we are today, because you were under all that stress and you admitted it did drive you to drinking more than you would have liked to.
I would say that it attributed to it.
Sure it did.
But yeah, there's lots of factors that factored into my stress the past 3-4 years. There's lots of factors.
Dick, can I ask some follow-up questions just related to that?
Absolutely.
Just about the future. Sorry about your wife. I think anybody that dealt with that would have a hard time. You went to the evaluation. They normally give you like mild, moderate, or severe. Did they give you that diagnosis? Are you aware of the diagnosis that they gave you?
She stated it was severe.
Alcohol disorder severe, yeah, okay. And then they made recommendations that it was like 12 to 16 weeks or something like that. I don't have it exactly in front of me, but they made recommendations.
Yeah.
And then did you do those or not do what she told you to do, or you're thinking about doing it, or what? I don't know what the status of that is.
Yeah, she originally made the recommendation to go see an alcohol counselor.
Okay.
And at that point, I had been 8 to 9 months sober. So
I personally recognize, I haven't talked to you, but I talked to your attorney and I recognize that you have been in remission or sober or whatever the word that they use, but I do recognize that. So, but you haven't done that yet, or you're not?
No, where I was going with that was I told her I didn't think that was necessary and I wanted something more beneficial out of it. So I've now seen a counselor for 4 weeks. Not specifically related to alcohol, but specifically related to all the stress that I've been going through.
Did you talk about the alcohol though with that person, or you don't talk about the alcohol?
I've not to this point because it has not been a stressful factor in my life.
Okay, and I just wanted to put the record so the board knew what you were up to. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. So we've heard about a number of call outs or some attendance issues. I think Fernando had mentioned, or Mr. Hernandez had mentioned. Could you tell us what was the main factor that attributed to those?
Yeah, just the stress I was going through, like I said, my wife and I are still going through her recovery.
So it was related to your wife's medical? Okay.
Yes, and me needing to be there for her. Like I said, every day is a different day. So if I wake up and she's in a terrible state, she's having a terrible day, I have to call out that morning. That's not something I can say, hey, 6 days from now, I need to not be at work. Can you find coverage? That's unfortunately a last minute thing that she has those days.
Mr. Hernandez talked to you about FMLA leave.
Yes,
That would have covered this situation, correct?
yes, and that is why I ended up taking it, but never using it.
You mentioned, and I'm sorry about your wife's diagnosis. She was diagnosed in July 2022. The instances that the technicians have mentioned when they believed you to be impaired happened in 2021. Get your thoughts on that, because that would be prior to your knowledge and marriage to your wife.
Yeah, I don't recall them stating 2021, and if they did, I think it may have been a confusion with the dates. Because she wasn't diagnosed until July of 22.
Okay. You said you were never intoxicated at work,
Right,
except that one time, right?
the clock.
You were behind the pharmacy, like you were at work.
I was at work and I stepped behind for a couple seconds and didn't do anything, handed the scripts to my technician and stepped back out.
Okay. Were there any other times you were intoxicated,
Never.
impaired?
Never.
Don't think I have any other questions. Board members, any other questions?
I just have one clarifying question. When you were diagnosed with the alcohol use disorder, when was that?
Three months ago is when that conversation happened with that therapist.
And you were never diagnosed at any point before that?
Correct.
See, I'd like to clear up just one thing that keeps bothering me, this taxi issue. We had, you heard the testimony, girl said that you were sent home in a taxi, but the taxi brought you back because you couldn't tell them where you lived because you were so intoxicated. And somebody, one of the technicians, I think, had to take you home. That's what I recall the testimony was. And you say, well, not you, but your manager said that never happened.
Correct.
And you're saying it never happened?
And that's where the confusion is coming from. That's where all of this confusion is. Kayla wasn't even there at the time, so she wouldn't have been possible to drive me home. I don't think we heard one person testify that they were there, right? Besides Shelley. Shelley's the only one that said she was there. Shelley came and talked to me out in the car. Shelley decided that I
I
wasn't.
said that Wendy was also there at that time.
She did, but Wendy testified herself that she wasn't even there during most of the incident, just shortly after, right? Right, when Wendy said she wasn't there until shortly after. So where this whole confusion about me not knowing my address and the taxi coming back and all of that did not happen. I'm not sure what kind of gossip led to that. But there's also gossip that the taxi came back and then one of my technicians had to drive me home. There's a lot of muddying in the water of that incident, and no one was there. So I think that just speaks to the fact that rumors and gossip were going around and people just wanted to believe that I was drunk or hammered because I was sent home in a taxi.
I have a clarifying, my apologies.
Go ahead.
Anna Carr.
Sorry, this is Anna Carr for the record. I have a clarifying question regarding your testimony that Wendy wasn't there until the end of this event because Shelley testified that she knew you were crying in your car because of Wendy. So I'm now confused about the order of this event because either Wendy was there for the entirety of it or she wasn't, but then how was it determined that you were in your vehicle crying?
The two people to, I'm sorry, but the two people to ask that to would be Shelley and Wendy. So you have to go off of what they say. I was in a state of mind to where I was sent home in a taxi. So I don't think it's fair to ask me to recollect whether or not Wendy was there and when and what time she was there. Wendy herself said she showed up after the fact. And Shelley said that she was there at some point in time. So those are the two testimonies that we have. And to ask myself, who was in the state of mind of having to be sent home in a taxi, what my recollection of the event is, I don't think, I mean, I can't speak to that. I'm sorry, Ms. Carr.
Sorry, Adam Port for the record. And it's your testimony that this happened in 2022
Yes.
after you were married and
Yes.
you were diagnosed and stuff.
Sorry, one more. I have one more question.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Brooks, just that time that you went into the pharmacy with your prescriptions and you admit that you had been drinking at that point, you said it was your pharmacy and you just felt weird if you had stayed outside. And so you went behind the pharmacy. Did you intend to process your own prescriptions?
No, it was more of a, I'm a personable person. I got along with all of my staff, so I wanted to go back there and talk to them, right? I didn't want to talk to them over the counter. I don't know how to explain that. It was just like, just wanted to walk back there and talk to them face to face as opposed to through the plastic glass that was covering the pharmacy.
Deputy Director, Dr. Long has her hand raised, I think, so.
Great, thank you. Yan Long for the record. I just have some timeline clarifying questions for Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, you were the pick at this Walgreens location. Can you tell me when you were the pick?
August of 2022 to February of August of 2020 to February of 25.
Okay, so until February 2025. You mentioned you quit drinking. Can you tell me when your last drink was?
November 24th, 24.
Okay, November 2024. And then you mentioned that you were evaluated for a substance use disorder and it happened about 3 months ago. So that was August of 2025. Is that correct?
About that time, I don't know exactly the date that she evaluated me, but it feels like it was a few months ago. I was 8 months older at that time, so.
Okay, and then I just want to clarify, you were diagnosed with alcohol use disorder at that time, which was 3 months ago, and it was classified as severe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. All right, any further questions for Mr. Brooks? Okay, then we'll move to closing arguments.
Yeah, for the record. Trying to arrow the issues that are before the board. We had the issue of non-disclosure on a board application for registration. And then we have the separate issue of alcohol impairment. So alcohol impairment in the workplace. So, to focus on the first issue and the non-disclosure, I think we had the two separate items that were noted on the public records search that came up. The 2012 Wisconsin arrest, and then the 2013 Washington, D.C. simple battery conviction. And I would simply, the respondent has acknowledged the 2012 Wisconsin arrest, and then indicated he didn't think it was something he needed to disclose with regard to the 2013 Washington DC arrest. It appeared on the report that was run. Respondent denies that he was the defendant in that case. I leave it to the board as the trier of fact to weigh the evidence both ways. I think more importantly, moving on to the core issue here, and that is alcohol. And I think it's fundamental that the respondent himself has acknowledged before you just now, after almost 2 days of testimony, that he was submitted to an evaluation for alcohol use disorder and has been diagnosed with such recently. So that's really the core issue before you here. But going back to the prior testimony, you do have testimony in the form of direct testimony from witnesses that observed Mr. Brooks' condition in the pharmacy at various points in time over the last 4 years. And in evaluating that testimony, the issue came up of distinguishing between whether he was drunk or hungover. And I would submit to you that you need not draw a distinction between whether he was drunk or hungover, because there's no legal distinction. And what I mean by that, I think this is the best way to frame it, is you can be convicted of driving under the influence simply because you are so hungover from alcohol use that you cannot safely operate the vehicle. And I think the same principle applies here, that if the respondent was so hungover from the ill effects of alcohol use that he couldn't carry out his duties as a managing pharmacist in a safe and competent manner, then he was under the influence while he was in the pharmacy. But once again, I think, while that's relevant, I think the most important point is the respondent's own admission that he's been evaluated and diagnosed with alcohol use disorder. And therefore, the focus needs to be how to address Mr. Brooks' condition to ensure that he can safely practice pharmacy without any risk to the public. That's all I've got.
Mr. Switlik.
Yes, Mr. Kent, Madam President, members of the board, I want to thank you for this time. I know this is a long 2-day hearing, so I'm sure you don't do this a lot. I imagine this is rare for everyone here. I imagine most of the times you hear stipulations and plea deals. And Mr. Tomaso says, hey, if you think that the investigators did something wrong, on a prior yesterday morning, I don't want you coming in here, or you shouldn't, because it's insincere, it's disingenuous to say, yeah, I'm going to admit to guilt, but I think everything they did is wrong. So that's the purpose. That's why we had this hearing. It's not to confirm what an investigator said. It's not to confirm what a bogus complaint said. It's because under law, he didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't a incompetent pharmacist. He was a highly competent pharmacist, Mr. Brooks. So I remember you opened up the meeting, Madam President, yesterday, and this might be a paraphrase, that you're guided by to enforce the provisions of a Nevada law to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. That's essentially, that's your guiding principle. We want pharmacists, if you're going to be a pharmacist, you're going to have that license, then we want to make sure you're not making any mistakes. If you're going to do 250,000 scripts. Let's not make any mistakes. We don't need a 1% even margin of error or anything like that, right? We want to make sure the public that they're dispensed drugs properly. If they need a consult and say, hey, there's a conflict of these drugs, you're gonna eat like a grapefruit with it. Hey, you should be cautious, right? Something like that. And so we want to make sure that the public is properly represented, because these pharmacists, every medical professional, the amount of education and training you go through, it's immense. It's hard to get these licenses. It's not something that's trivial. You look, especially now, you need a PharmD. Back years ago, you didn't need that. Now you need a PharmD to get these things. And so this is not trivial to get these. So if you're going to then challenge someone's license, you should take that very, very seriously. So I want to go over some of this Nevada law, right? And so there's 6 counts against Mr. Brooks here, right? There's 2 that has to do with false statements, right? 1 has to do with a Wisconsin one and a DC one. So that's basically what it's saying. Hey, you submitted a false application or a false statement to obtain a pharmacy license. And one of them, and I think it's in count 1, it's a criminal statute. And the other one is a part of the disciplinary. I think it's 639.210, right? And so one thing that corresponds to these administrative hearings, I want to read the use of hearsay evidence, 639.248. It says hearsay evidence may be admitted in these administrative hearings for the purpose of supplementing or explaining any direct evidence, but is not sufficient in itself to support a finding. Why did I object to that criminal record and say, hey, this is a certified copy? I'm not the one who wants a certified copy. It's the rules of hearsay that want a certified copy. That's the only hearsay exception. The entire case for these 2 counts is built on hearsay. By law, under the laws of Nevada, the provisions of Nevada, there's not enough evidence to even sustain those. But we can talk about them anyway because it's important. Because let's say the Wisconsin one, I submitted the Wisconsin statute here, 125.07. That's the drinking one, when Mr. Brooks was 17, I guess got caught with a beer, right? Well before he was a pharmacist. This is a civil infraction. If you look at the application that Mr. Brooks filled out, it says, disclose to the board any arrests or convictions for a misdemeanor or a felony. It doesn't say civil infraction. You guys can amend that application. But to now say it says civil infraction, amend it, but then you can't go back after the fact. That's like a ex post facto law. That's against the Constitution. You can't say, we're going to hold you to standards that don't exist or that we're going to pass now, right? And then the other one, I don't know why I had to do this. This is clearly not Mr. Brooks. It's Washington, D.C. I was on the phone with old colleagues saying, does anyone have a Washington, D.C. license? Because I got to image these things. I can't image this as a lawyer. I'm not licensed in Washington, D.C. This is clearly not him. There's so many Mr. Brooks there. There's literally hundreds of them, or cases for different Brooks there. And this is what they're using to try to take away someone's license. And so I bring these up because clearly these 2 counts should be thrown out. But it goes to how the investigators are looking at these things. I came to the conclusion, I got this complaint, we got to get Mr. Brooks. Now I'm going to only go surface deep. I'm not even going to go to the Washington, D.C. website and check a little bit deeper for this. I'm just going to do a quick search on clear.com or courtrecords.com or something like that and use that as an allegation to accuse someone of a crime. That's the level. And then when you ask the chief investigator that, he said, hey, do you have any confidence in this court record? And he says, well, I don't have any reason not to have confidence in it, but I have no reason to have confidence in it. It was a paradox. It makes no sense. It doesn't stand. It's a self-contradictory statement. I wasn't sure what to make of that. So that's those. I would respectfully request the board immediately throw those out. But keep that in mind. That was the bias we had from the investigator. And it's really interesting. Who did we not hear from? We didn't hear from, we heard Monica Segley's name a lot. The investigator, we didn't hear from her, right? The person who put this case together, the person that talked to these people, first an audio conversation, then wrote down her notes, then did now another step, a summary in her investigative report, then another step, now another summary that is supported by her conclusion. So we have 4 levels of like synthesis. And then it finally gets to the prosecutor writing his notice of action, right? And we didn't hear from her. She was the one that brought this case. She's the one that did everything. And by the way, the proffer that Mr. Kent, thank you for doing that, by the way. The proffer that Mr. Kent did, and I don't know, maybe there's other stuff too. I asked for the investigative file. We're entitled to the investigative file here because due process demands that, right? And it was shocking to hear that there was other people who were contacted by the board that wasn't disclosed in their records. This could be like mitigating evidence, right? This is something you're supposed to disclose. This is any type of other hearing. Fairness demands that, hey, you be transparent. And so it was my job to kind of call these people and say, well, I'm trying to seek the truth. I'm not trying to come to some sort of predefined conclusion and have the evidence fit that conclusion. No, what's really going on? Let me call in a bunch of other people. So that was the point of it. And I tried to be efficient. I tried to respect your time. I called a lot of witnesses in maybe 2 or 3 hours, right? I wanted, but that you had to hear this, right? And so now let's talk about the alcohol case, right? So most of this is based on 639.210, the discipline, right? Let's talk about the provisions of Nevada law, right? And the standards here is beyond the preponderance of the evidence, right? What would a reasonable mind believe the evidence shows more likely than not, right? Reasonable mind. It sounds like the prosecution's entire case, if I could hear it correctly, was there's no difference. You should disregard between intoxication and hangover and use a DUI analogy. I've done a bunch of DUI trials in my life. I've cross-examined a lot of officers that were dedicated DUI officers. I've never heard that before. There's the Federal Department of Transportation. They have a field sobriety manual for a reason. And there's a science to it. You look for all the indicators, alcohol, breath on the alcohol, field sobriety tests. Can you touch your nose? Can you walk in a straight line? Can you say the alphabet? Do the eye test. Do you have the horizontal gaze nystagmus? Do your eyes shake when they get to the side? Nobody says, hey, I had to take an aspirin and I'm hungover, and then the cop says, oh, DUI. That would get thrown out, that officer to get fired. I've never heard of such a thing. But okay, let's talk about this. So what does the law say here, right? 639.210. If someone is intoxicated, I'm paraphrasing, while on duty in any establishment licensed by the board, subsection 3, if you're guilty of unprofessional conduct or conduct contrary to public interest, if you has a substance use disorder, present tense, has, right? Those are the 3 main sections we're talking about here. And there's no evidence that Mr. Brooks did any of this here. Everyone said, except for Michaela Bergendahl, who I would submit to the board was the least credible witness. That was the one where I had to treat her with kick gloves. I couldn't even ask her what I wanted to ask her because it was a very sedated response, very unsure. Changed her answers a lot, or was just unsure, or it was ambiguous or not exact. But even the prosecution's witness, you have Miss West and Miss Berryman, who don't like Mr. Brooks. Miss Berryman hates him with a vengeance. We hear from Emily that when she started working there, they were trying to poison the well against Mr. Brooks. Anyone that walked in that door, that, hey, I'm going to destroy this person's reputation. So, basically before you even meet him. And that's what they were doing. And thankfully, there's a lot of people we got to hear today that were free thinkers that said, no, I can reserve judgment until I meet him myself. But thank you for that opinion. But some weren't. But even the ones that weren't, like Miss Berryman and Miss West, that clearly don't like Mr. Brooks, that would snap back if they didn't hear the word throat. They all said he was never intoxicated, never smelled of alcohol, just like everybody else. And even Miss West says, well, yeah, he was hungover, but maybe like 5 times or so, something like that, right? No one else could give an exact number. Nobody else making these allegations. The greater weight of the evidence clearly shows that Mr. Brooks was competent to be a pharmacist. He was never on duty in any sort of state. He took his job seriously. And Mr. Brooks had no obligation to tell all these people that clearly were biased against him, that clearly didn't like him, that his wife is going through this situation. He's a young man. He's under 30, and you're going through this. It makes you grow up fast. He says priorities in order fast because of this. And his wife took priority. And I commend him for that. The one thing that the gossips did do is kind of like a mixed blessing. Because if it wasn't for that gossip, maybe Mr. Hernandez wouldn't have been told this. And then he wouldn't have made it a point to talk to Mr. Brooks every day and verify. And we now know, Mr. Brooks now knows he wasn't having those conversations. Maybe he was, maybe it was mixed motivations there. But he was part of his motivation, or primarily, was to say, hey, I'm going to check on Mr. Brooks because of this gossip about him, because of this reputation that's being spread. And he said he did that every day and he saw nothing, just like what everyone else said. So I'd ask the board to consider all of this, and nothing in the evidence warrants any sort of discipline of Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks does not have a substance abuse disorder. He's been sober for 9-10 months. Maybe he had one in the past. He's in remission. There's nothing in here. So I would ask the board to please listen to the evidence and consider it, weigh it appropriately, and dismiss these charges against Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
We'll move to board discussion. Oh, he did his closing.
Get the final word.
Oh, you get the final
Yeah,
word?
that was-
Take it.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say,
Changing the rules on you, Madam President.
no, it's, we moved to board discussion.
I do have some comments.
Sure.
Just make sure your mic's on, you're speaking into it, Dick, please, thank you.
And Counselor's right. The board has to weigh the evidence, and all we have for evidence basically is witnesses testimony, including testimony of Mr. Brooks. The only other documents we have which were given to us were his medical treatment of his esophagus and his stomach, and the documents from his background in Milwaukee. So, yeah, as far as the first two counts, if I'll just talk about those first and go into the last four. Yeah, the counselor for Mr. Brooks said that all that stuff on the paperwork here is hearsay. And it may be, except for Mr. Brooks said, no, that was him that got the ticket for underage drinking in Milwaukee. So that wasn't hearsay, he said it himself. So that's not hearsay. And so I would say that we fulfilled it there. He did raise reasonable doubts on count 2 about the Washington DC one, and I'd agree because I didn't investigate this, and I can't tell if they use a social security number and things, other things like that to get it. So I would agree that he did raise reasonable doubt, in my mind, anyway, about the count 2. As far as the other 4 counts are concerned, basically it all boils down to was Mr. Brooks under the influence when he appeared at work the number of times that the witnesses say he was. The 3 witnesses that appeared for the board or for Mr. Camp, there's a lot of discussion about them. And Wendy Berryman, Sarah Weston, Michaela Bergendahl. It's funny. Counselor says that the one witness that you can't believe and the worst witness that was here was Miss Bergendahl. And you know, I spent most of my whole adult life interviewing witnesses in my job, seeing them testify. I spent half of my career in a courthouse watching them testify. As I was watching the witnesses, she was the one witness that I thought, this girl has no dog in the fight. She has nothing. She's not in the battle with Mr. Brooks. She's not part of any of the squabbling that's going on, the bad reviews. She didn't even have a dog in the fight. She seemed, looking at her demeanor, she seemed like, ask me the question, I'll just tell you what I know. And it was just kind of like, it was believable. To me, she was very believable. And it was just, she had no reason to, she had nothing to gain. She was, there was no revenge factor on Mrs. Bergendahl's, or you pointed out Wendy and Sarah probably had revenge in her eyes. But anyway, And Ms. Bergendahl say that she saw him, not only saw him intoxicated, but she smelled she's the one that smelled alcohol when she was around him. And she even reported it to three separate times, twice towards somebody named Jordan, who we never saw today, and then another manager. But nothing was done about it. It seems nothing was done about anything when it came to these reports. But anyway, Mrs. Bergendahl, she was consistent. Ms. Bergendahl was consistent with the other two. The other two really didn't contradict each other. They were pretty consistent. If they were separated and they didn't talk to each other, they were pretty consistent in their answers. And in fact, I'll tell you what was interesting. Council made a big thing about Mr. Brooks's evaluation. His evaluations as a pharmacist wasn't even a question here. In fact, all of the witnesses for the board all said that if he was his normal self and he didn't seem to be under the influence or hungover, he was a great pharmacist. I mean, that never came into question. And so he's not here because he was a bad pharmacist. He's here because he may have put the public in danger by appearing to do dispensing and filling prescriptions when he was not. But other than that, the witnesses were pretty consistent about they saw him 3 or 4 times. They know what Sarah West said. She also smelled alcohol when she was around him, but he wasn't stumbling. She could smell it. I know of alcoholics. They could perform perfectly naturally. You wouldn't even know they had a drink, but yet they could perform normally. So that she was truthful about it. She says he wasn't stumbling around, but I could smell alcohol. And these hangovers that they claim he had, well, Mr. Brooks attributed to his stress, which we're going to come back to that. But then we talk about the witnesses which is interesting here. We talk about the witnesses for Mr. Brooks. And they kind of were pretty consistent with what they said. They all said that they rarely saw him intoxicated. They never saw him, not rarely, never saw him intoxicated. But 2 of the witnesses changed their testimony from what they told the investigator. They told this Gonzalez says that he didn't see him at particular, not with Gonzalez, I'm sorry, but that it was the young lady Sarah told Monica that she can't comment on Mr. Brooks because she didn't work with him enough. But yet she told us, yeah, no, he was fine. She saw him and everything was okay. And then council wanted to make an issue of, did Monica give her notes to Mr. Brooks on the Cobra? You know, I'll tell you, and she's been working for the board. She's done a lot of these investigations, and it's never been a question of, was she lying? Did she just put in a fake report just to try to convict somebody? She didn't. And I'll tell you why she didn't, Counselor, because Monica spent 25 years as an FBI agent, and she could never, ever be an FBI agent for 25 years and fabricate evidence and fabricate statements. So if she said that witness had this to say and wrote it in a report, I believe that she was absolutely putting down what was said. The fact that the witness comes in later and says, well, I don't remember saying that, it doesn't matter. In the beginning, they couldn't say enough, but now all of a sudden they got something to say. So I discount that. But getting back to the very end of it now, which puts it all together, is Mr. Brooks himself said that he has an alcohol problem. He had an alcohol problem back then. Yes, he doesn't have one now. You're right, Counsel, but he did have one back then. And it was severe. And he said it was all brought about by his stress. All his problems were due to the stress over his wife's condition. And the stress led him to drink more than he wanted. And when he was in the pharmacy, he says he was stressed. So if you put A goes to B and B goes to C, if he was stressed and stress causes him to drink and he goes to the pharmacy and stressed, I have to believe that the witnesses did see him either hungover or maybe had a few drinks prior to it, but wasn't stumbling around. I have to believe it just in the fact that he admitted that stress leads him to drinking, and stress is what was his everyday effect on. There's just too much that aligned with the witnesses that saw him. There's too much that goes against the witnesses that stood up here and spoke for him, and I could see it. And the two witnesses, that one witness that said that she went and observed him on 3 occasions and he was fine and passed off on it. You could tell by her conversation that she was a better witness for us than she was for Mr. Brooks, to be honest with you. Those are my initial thoughts. I have to believe that the witnesses did observe him in a state in the pharmacy where he was either had a few drinks and was able to function even with the drinks inside of him, or he was hungover from having a few drinks the night before. And the other thing is that most of these things happen on weekends. So those are my initial thoughts. And I'd like to listen to what everybody else on the board has to say.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Tomaso. Anyone want to go next? Otherwise, I could jump in.
I can go.
Okay.
Adam Porth for the record. I guess I see things a little bit different than Mr. Tomaso does regarding counts 1 and 2. I think clearly there's question, it seems, as to whether the conviction in DC was Mr. Brooks in front of us. I don't believe that the state has provided me with adequate evidence to say that the charge in Wisconsin as a 17-year-old was a felony or a misdemeanor, as our question asks. So I'm not convinced on either count 1 or 2. In regards to counts 3 and 4, it really is a he said, she said. And I don't think that the one instance that caused me some heartburn was when Mr. Brooks went into the pharmacy after admitting that he had a few drinks. But it does not sound to me like he performed any of the functions of a pharmacist at that time. He was definitely not on duty at that time. The one thing I will say is that it is clear to me that Mr. Brooks had been diagnosed with a substance use disorder. And whether that's in remission or not is something that, in order to keep the public safe, that we need to continue to monitor, I would say. And so I would say that, yes, he may have an alcohol use disorder that is in remission, and probably should be in a PRM-like program for a period of time and under probation for that. Those are my thoughts.
All right, I will go next. I guess we'll just go down the line here. So we've had a lot of testimony from many witnesses, and then including the respondent himself. So I feel like we have a lot of information to work on or review and look at, and including written testimony from some of the witnesses as well. As far as the counts go, so for count 1, again, I think the one in DC, we can agree, was a different Mr. Brooks. But Mr. Brooks himself has admitted that the one that happened in Wisconsin, that was him. He was arrested and charged at that time. And then our application doesn't say, convicted. It says, have you ever been arrested? Oh, it might say convicted, but it does say arrested or charged with, and then it continues on. Yeah, and he has been arrested. He does have that record. And so I feel like he did not disclose that when he should have disclosed that. And so with count 1, he didn't include it. And his thing is he didn't think it was relevant or that it was important to his application. But that's not what we asked, it's, did you have something in your history? And that's what he should have responded with. And then by way of providing false information to count one, he got his application under fraudulent conditions. And so we're facing that, we face this with other applicants where they don't disclose something, they think it's sealed, they think they don't need to disclose it. And then each and every one of those instances, we've held those individuals also responsible. We even changed the application to make that starburst, so people wouldn't make the argument that they didn't read that or see it. Count 3, intoxicated while on duty, licensed in the pharmacy. After all the testimony that we've heard yesterday and today, I believe that Mr. Brooks was impaired during his workplace. I think he may have been functional some of that time. I think maybe with a severe alcohol use disorder as diagnosed by his provider, you can develop a tolerance and appear not to be, but despite that, there are witnesses that saw him behave differently. His eyes were glazed. He had they had other reasons to believe that he was impaired or hungover. And Mr. Brooks himself says he was hungover, of course, maybe people do that, and maybe 5 times, and that's kind of consistent with the other folks' testimony as well. Count 4, unprofessional conduct. I think it's unprofessional to go in a pharmacy and whether he thinks he can or cannot perform being impaired. If he was impaired at all, he has put the public at risk. And to me, that constitutes unprofessional conduct. Count 5, violation of state law. That is a violation of state law. And count 6, substance use disorder. I think we've already established that. So those are my thoughts on all counts. And I think some of the ways in which Mr. Brooks answered
Your sound is muted, Madam President.
We're good. We still have a recording of it.
So thank you, Dr. Long. Yes, he was sent home in a taxi, but he can't be expected to remember those details because he was, to his point, not intoxicated, but sad. And so was Wendy there, was Shelley there? He says you have to go with their testimonies. I can't provide testimony on that. So I think as we piece all of this together, it's unfortunate. I want Mr. Brooks, it sounds like when he is not impaired, he is a great pharmacist and he could contribute a lot to the public. But until his alcohol use or substance use disorder is properly managed, I think he is a risk to the public. So I wish him to get well and I wish him a good path to recovery. But as far as the allegations and the counts go, I support all 6 counts. Go ahead.
Jay Jacobo for the record. So I feel like my perception of guilty versus not guilty for the counts is like a mixed bag of all of my board members here. I do agree with Mr. Porath that counts 1 and 2 should be dismissed. After reviewing the application, it says, have you been charged, arrested, or convicted of a felony or misdemeanor in any state? And I read this as charged for a felony or misdemeanor, arrested for a felony or misdemeanor, or convicted of. And because that was a civil infraction, I don't believe the Wisconsin, what was it? Intoxication of a minor. Yeah. I don't think respondent should be counted as guilty against counts 1 and 2. However, I do agree with Madam President and also with Dick. I mean, I believe that the one person providing testimony that was like resonated the most with me. She didn't have a dog in the game. And she spoke the whole time about, you know, just, she answered very candidly, and was very believable to me. And the motivation of the other technicians, I believe, are independent of the fact that I do believe the evidence shows that with his Mr. Brooks' wife's diagnosis and with his diagnosis of being a severe alcoholic, it all points to the fact that more likely than not, he was impaired while practicing pharmacy.
My turn.
Mr. Freitas, yes?
So hard to say for me with counts 1 and 2, just because I do remember we revised the application, but without seeing his application directly. I don't know if I could say with certainty or not what, like Mr. Coble said, does it read exactly? Did we change the wording on that? I don't recall off the top of my head. But counts 3, 4, again, I echo what Mr. Parth and Mr. Coble, or Mr. Tomaso said was, I felt like Michaela was the most believable to me. She answered very clearly. She wasn't emotional in any way when there were a lot of testimonies over the last 2 days that were very emotional and you could tell that it was heated. So I do believe her testimony was the most credible. I also do believe that he was, whether it was hungover because he admitted it himself, impaired in some way and believed he could do his duties. Most of the testimony we have heard, except for one other pharmacist, that he was a good pharmacist. What does that mean to someone who's not a pharmacist? You know, are you filling the prescription? He may have only made 2 mistakes that were reported. We all know everybody makes mistakes and some of them don't get caught. So, I mean, what else happened? We don't know. And for count 6, for his substance abuse disorder, he was diagnosed 3 months ago. That's very recent. And he said he did not feel like he needed to seek treatment, but that was a professional diagnosing him, recommending 12 to 16 weeks, and he did not do that. So I do believe that is a risk.
Board Member Carr, did you want to add any comments?
Hi, I don't have any additional comments that haven't already been stated by other board members. Thank you.
Thank you.
I asked for a 5-minute break if I can ask for that.
Okay,
Thank you.
go for a quick break.
And then move forward.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue with our deliberations and move forward. So I think Mr. Weiss has some words for us.
Senior Deck Todd Weiss, before, because listening to discussion, it's evident there's not, you know, total uniformity in how the members view the charges and the facts. I would recommend that we, even though it's going to be slow and onerous, do it piece by piece, fact by fact, and then get to the conclusions of law, the actual charges, and do separate votes for each. That way there's a 100% clear record on where every member stands on all these different things. There's a lot of testimony. It was wide ranging. So I just think it's better to be accurate than try to do it quick. So that's what I would recommend for this one.
This is Helen Clark. I'll make a motion to find findings of fact consistent with paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'll repeat it because of that. I make a motion to find findings of fact consistent with 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Helen Park, second by Jade Jacobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
There's one nay, but the ayes have it, so the motion passes. Okay, next we have conclusions of law.
Jay Jacobo, I move to find respondent Brooks not guilty of count one.
Second.
Jay Jacobo, I move to find respondent Brooks not guilty of count one of the accusation.
So there's a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Mr. Porat. Any further discussion? So I think it's just a like splitting of hairs semantic. I think he admitted to the underage drinking in Wisconsin. When he gave his testimony, Mr. Brooks, that is he said he didn't disclose it because he thought it was irrelevant. So I think he should have disclosed it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how you could say we didn't make the case. He made it for us.
Yes.
Adam Forth again for the record, I think you have to go back to what is the question that we asked. The question on the application is, have you been charged, arrested, or convicted of a felony or misdemeanor in any state? That does not include a civil offense. If we want to ask people to disclose civil offenses, we should say that.
I agree with Dr.
Well, it was a civil offense today. Was it a civil offense back in 2017? 2012, whenever it was?
And that's, yeah.
The Wisconsin law that was provided to us says it's a civil offense.
Well, we're not talking Wisconsin law, we're talking Nevada law, and the thing is, it says arrested, but were you arrested? Forget convicted, anything else, were you arrested for a misdemeanor or felony? You're making your own interpretation. It's just pure and simple. If everybody wants to do an interpretation, everybody can put no from here on out.
The words are the words. I'm not interpreting.
Any other comments before we call the vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. No, wait.
I think
For not guilty.
For not guilty. No.
Okay, there's a motion on the table by Ms. Jacobo that the respondent is not guilty of count one, and that is seconded by Mr. Porat. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Three, we can do a name, but just do a name. Adam for
Crystal Freitas.
Anna Carr. Okay.
Okay, and any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
So Helen Park. Richard Tomaso.
I didn't hear Miss Carr's.
Yeah, you might be muted, Anna, because of your helper. She is, so can you unmute? We'll unmute you again and tell you to unmute. Anna, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Yes, sorry, I was having
Okay.
technical difficulties.
Let's just go back, just for clarity, let's go back to the original vote because we don't know what Anna was saying. And so we'll just call for that vote again, Madam President, please.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Of
Aye.
saying not guilty.
Saying
Not
not
guilty.
guilty of count one.
Jinx.
There's an aye from Adam Porat, Jay Jacobo, Crystal Freitas, and then Anna Carr. Are you an aye or a nay?
I'm an aye.
Okay, so then the ayes have it and the motion carries.
Jay Jacobo, I move to find respondent Brooks not guilty of count two of the accusation.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Jacobo, second by Mr. Porat. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Okay, the
Yeah, thanks.
ayes have it, so that motion carries.
Jay Jacobo, I move that we find respondent Brooks guilty of count three of the accusation.
Okay, Helen Park, I'll second. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
All right, the ayes have it, so that motion carries.
Jay Jacobo,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, move to find respondent guilty of count four of the accusation.
Helen Park, I'll second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
No.
Okay, so we might have to do a call on that one. Helen Park, aye.
Koval, aye.
That was Richard Tomaso, aye.
Yep.
Okay,
Freitas, aye.
and then Anna Carr.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. That motion passes.
Sorry, are we on five?
Yes.
I move that we find respondent guilty of count 5 of the accusation.
I think, and if someone opposes, let me know, but we could probably do 5 and 6 together.
Oh,
Just, is anyone opposed to lumping 5 and 6 together? You want to do it separately?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it seems to me like 5 is maybe more related to 4.
I would recommend you do them separately. No, I understand the time.
No problem. Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat your motion?
of course. Move to find respondent Brooks guilty of count 5 of the accusation.
Crystal Freitas, second.
We have a motion by Mr. Cobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
No.
It's, I think it's all ayes except for Dr. Porath. So the ayes have it. That motion passes. And for our final count,
Move to find respondent Brooks guilty of count 6.
Helen Park, I'll second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the, that motion passes. Okay,
Todd, next.
Next, I would see if council has any recommendations for discipline.
Brett Camp for the record prosecuting the matter. I want to offer one last proposed exhibit into evidence as Exhibit 5. This is a memorandum of attorney's fees and costs that are recoverable pursuant to NR 622-400 in the event the board imposes discipline upon the respondent. A copy was provided to the respondent's counsel in advance of this hearing to afford an opportunity to review and challenge any of the attorney's fees and costs so assess, which amount to a total of $6,656.06. So I would ask that this be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 5, subject to counsel's objection, and then copies passed out to the board.
like, have you seen this? Have you seen it and do you have any objections?
Yes, it's just emailed to me previously. My objection is just on the order of the evidence after the board has ruled. I would think it more appropriate to admit evidence while we're still admitting evidence.
Yeah, he has an objection that this would be the time to do it. This is your standard time to do it.
You, Dag Todd Weiss, the memorandum of fees and costs is always introduced as evidence at this point, because if they find him not guilty of the charges, there's no reason to even introduce this. That's why we wait on that.
Yeah, that's fine. I just was going to make an objection. So that's fine if you want to overrule it. Yeah.
All right, so we'll admit as Exhibit 5.
Do you have any other recommendations? I'll do one for us.
Recommendations based upon our discussions.
No, I'll take that. So, I think for board staff, I think I already have a sense that you have it. We want to move forward. How do we protect the public moving forward? What does that look like? And I think that's what we would be looking for, is just to, you guys devise a path that puts the guardrails in place and what we can do moving forward.
I have some thoughts on that. I think with the recency of the diagnosis and the severity of it, and then the instances of being found guilty of being impaired at work, I think that my recommendation would be a revocation for a period of 1 year that would allow Mr. Brooks to be on a better path of recovery. And that after a period of 1 year, he could repetition and it would be subject to a positive PRN like evaluation, or he would have to be evaluated at that point. I would propose a fine of $5,000, and that's $1,000 for every instance that he has admitted to being impaired at work, and then the attorney's fees and costs.
Brett Camp for the record, just request for clarification, revocation with the statutory minimum of 1 year before the respondent could petition for reinstatement, correct? Yeah. You said revocation for a year, and I just
Oh, sorry.
sort of the public
Yeah.
that revocation is revocation.
Revocation.
And then the law requires that you specify a minimum period of time before a revoked licensee can petition for reinstatement. And you're recommending the 1 year minimum. Yes.
Thank you.
My opinion, I think it would be a stayed revocation if we do revoke. I think from a public policy consideration, we want to encourage our pharmacists to seek help. I definitely think following the recommendations of the PRN or comparable consultant and seeking that treatment is warranted here, even though respondent doesn't find it necessary. I think we should highly recommend going down that path or mandating it pursuant.
You get to mandate it if you choose to do it, yeah.
Yeah, I think the only thing is I'm concerned that the respondent doesn't seem to acknowledge that there is a problem.
I think that's step one, acknowledging we have a problem. Sorry, not to make light of the issue, but mandating it would
Right.
force them to face that.
To go, how does being on a stayed revocation do that? I think it's revocation.
I
And
think a
the
stayed
PRN.
revocation and then also in making sure that he's not a pick, that he's working with another pharmacist. I mean, I see him as a whole person and his wife is undergoing treatment. Like, I don't think taking away his livelihood is gonna help that.
Yeah, and I do think there has to be some acknowledgement that he is 8 months sober at this point. I mean, I think that my biggest concern is that the stressors that led him to his diagnosis have not gone away. They are still in his life, and I think he needs to continue to be monitored for that. But I would much more be in favor with a state revocation for the reasons that Ms. Jacobo said, in that I think that there's the potential that there could be harm to the public, and for that, he needs to be monitored, but I don't think it warrants a revocation for you.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, if he stated and he under oath that he is 8 months sober, that's a very good stepping point for him and he's already come a long way. So, but I think he does need to be monitored and we mandate it to make sure that
I do
he doesn't,
too.
he is not at risk to the public anymore.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that when he went, he didn't agree with,
Right, that's why I think we mandate it. We don't give him that option, like.
well, and then the other part that I'm very concerned with is in his own testimony, Mr. Brooks says, well, I could have just said, I don't really drink and I don't have a problem. And then, so there's a little bit of manipulative thinking there. And I'm concerned might be kind of part of the substance use disorder, that type of behavior. But I almost feel like, I hear what you're saying and I'm not.
Pros though, like,
Yeah,
the ones that are used to this type of behavior. I obviously am not, a counselor, anyone that deals
Yeah.
with that.
So I guess if we mandate it, that would make it better, but I still have some reservations.
It's a
that's all.
supervised practice as well. Like, I know we've done it in the past where pharmacists can't be practicing unless another pharmacist is there with them for a certain period of time.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can do that, but I just would advise you that like does grossly limit his ability to get a job because of the current market. So again, you have I'm just telling you what the pluses and minuses are to it. You have every ability to find any finding that you want to be able to find.
Yeah, and I would just say that when we've done that in the past, the issue has been narcotic use and diversion that we were concerned about that weren't alone. I don't think that that's again the case here.
And I want one more thing for the record. I think it's 10 months sober, right? It's 10 months, so just to get the record straight. And then I can suspend a license and I could have done that, but I gave him the credit for the 10 months. We were talking to him at one point and that communication broke down and then I got to talk to his attorney. So I recognize the fact that he's in a different work environment than he was before and that he is 10 months sober.
Sorry, what work environment are you in now, Mr. Brooks?
I work with Option Care Health, so it's a infusion center. So
It's closed door.
Closed door. 9 to 5. I work with another pharmacist.
You like that job?
I enjoy it.
And they like you?
It's less stressful. I really enjoy my staff. We've gotten along very well, and I don't want that to be ruined at this point. And I think I'm a much better asset to the public right now than what is portraying me to be as dangerous to the public. I don't think that's the case whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Just want to make a few comments. When you revoke a license and stay it, it's like saying putting somebody on probation. You're gonna let them continue to work as a pharmacist and just keep an eye on them. I just want to tell this board this, but you got to hear me out. Putting somebody on probation is like saying, look, you screwed up, you put the public in danger, he convicted you of it. And we're going to give you one more chance to put the public in danger. And once you do, you're going to pull your license. In the meantime, somebody could be harmed. But you allow them to harm somebody on probation. That's what probation does. You give somebody a chance to harm somebody else. That being said, the fact that Mr. Brooks admitted to having a problem that he said he could have denied, and the fact that he admitted that, yeah, he did drink, he was showing up hungover, and the fact that he was honest about all of those things, I could go along with it if, like you say, you're mandated. But I just want to caution this board. I'm not going to fight you on it. You're the attorney, you're the pharmacist. I'm not going to fight you. But you got to think of the public, and you got to remember this moving forward. Now, when you tell someone, yeah, you screwed up, you put the public in danger, but we're going to give you one more chance. If you harm somebody, then we're going to say, oh, okay, we're pulling your license. In the meantime, somebody's been harmed. So you got to be sure you know what you're doing. If you do, okay. The only reason I would go along with it again, like I say, is because he was, I felt, honest about his problem. He did own up to it. He admitted to everything. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready for a motion.
Jacobo, I move that we find attorney's fees and costs in the amount of $6,656.06 and investigative costs as well. Was that all?
Reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred.
Do I have to add the investigative cost though? Sorry, that was my other question.
Correct, for the record,
They're inclusive.
Oh, okay.
yeah, that was a total of all recoverable fees and costs was the $6,656.06.
So attorney's fees and costs in the amount of $6,656.06 to be reasonable, necessary, and actually incurred. And a fine in the amount of $5,000 be due. I'm not sure, we didn't really talk about this during our deliberation, but.
I'll help you with, I think that, it's probably gonna need some time, so I think that you can do the, like 6 months or a year or something like that, like you do, and then we don't do payment plans, but he can, save up himself and pay it all at the end or whatever that you want to do. And he's gonna be working, so he needs your license to continue to do those things, so I'm sure that will be rectified.
Due within 1 year of today's date.
And then I'm not sure if I heard you, did you talk about the state revocation and are you?
Oh, I was
still-
gonna piecemeal.
Oh,
it.
okay.
I can do it all
Gotcha.
together if we'd
Yeah,
like.
I would say do it all together. Go
Okay.
ahead.
That respondent Brooks license is revoked, but the revocation is stayed. That he must comply with any recommendation made by PRN or its equivalent.
Yeah, I think so. I can help you in that. So I think that he did do that evaluation. They did make a recommendation. We talked about it, 12 to 16 weeks. I think that was the initial, other people can, I mean, you normally put some time frame that they need to stay into the program, which I'll tell you, and then talk about how often you want that person to report. He may not just be with one person, he may be able to move to different, and the person he's talking to right now may qualify, and then they can add that into it. So again, I would just say the length for which you want them to be in the program, and then how often you want it reported to us.
5 years in the program, quarterly reports.
Yes, 5 years, quarterly reports.
Do you have any interest in giving him credit for the 10 months, or you want him 5 years from today's date?
I think he just got recently diagnosed 3 months ago.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with 5 years from today's date.
Okay.
That he cannot serve as a managing pharmacist for at least 1 year.
Are you the manager now?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
My job would be gone if I'm not able to perform as a manager. You could speak to the staff I have now. I mean, there's,
Mr. Brooks, it was just a simple question.
yeah.
I think what you've done in other cases, but you don't have to do this, is that you allow him to manage because he's in the position now, but he can't go manage somewhere else. That might give you a pathway if you're acceptable, but that's just one particular pathway. I can think of one case where you allow that to be the case.
Able to that since, you know, it is closed door infusion. I don't think the stressors that may have been present in his last practice area are present here. But he would not be able to manage in any other pharmacy setting without approval by the board. Did I miss anything?
That's everything.
Rick, for the record, I just want to make sure your motion is clear. So it's a stayed revocation, and then he's placed on probation for a 5-year period.
Yes.
During which these are the terms: the fine, attorney's fees, prohibition on managing a pharmacy licensed by the board, and then the treatment requirement and reporting.
Quarterly reporting. Quarterly reporting.
And then finally, I would ask that you make the order effective immediately if you take that action.
Effective immediately.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Helen Park, I'll second. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to also clarify that my original motion was for just 1 year of not managing, but since we're saying it's a 5-year probationary period and you do intend to stay there, we'll just make it easy and say 5 years of not managing another pharmacy without prior approval.
Yeah, you can always come back and ask. So that'll, I agree with that. Yep.
Have an amended motion and amended second. Okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time and we wish you all the best.
Madam President, I know you've had a long morning. We have one more just quick discipline. So we can close that up, let Todd go, or he might want to stay now. And then the board staff will get restructured for what's going to happen for the rest of the board meeting.
So I think our next discipline item is 5O for Festus Ibanka. So if we have Festus Ibanka, our representatives here, if you could come forward.
Rick Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state, and this is case number CS 25-215-CS-S. Respondents Festus Ibanka, APRN, registration number CS 23430. I'm going to pass out two documents. One, a disciplinary order that was entered in effective November 9th. It was entered October 6th, but it takes effect November 9th, suspending Mr. Ivanka's license to practice nursing for a period of 6 months. And then the notice of suspension that I sent to his legal counsel, notifying him that by operation of law, that operates it as an immediate suspension. When this suspension takes effect, an immediate suspension of his certificate of registration with this board, his controlled substance registration, and therefore, by prior agreement with counsel, we will continue the hearing in this matter until the March meeting, which is approximately 6 months. So he's suspended in that timeframe, cannot utilize his controlled substance registration, cannot utilize the PMP. His PMP account access is suspended, and he has, through counsel, represented that he understands those restrictions. And so with that, we are continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, that concludes our disciplinary matter.
5-minute break or
Yep.
7, whatever you need, and then.
And then we'll be back. We're going to continue on with our board agenda, and our next agenda item is 9B for National Health RX. So thank you for coming up at the table. I do want to note for the record that Ms. Jade Jacobo has left the meeting, but we still have. All right, with that, we'll start with some introductions at the table. If you could state your full names and titles for me, please, and then I'll swear you in.
Joey Gilbert for the record, and attorney for National Health RX.
Thank you.
Massimo Cavallero, National Health RX owner.
Okay, great.
Adam Fulton, counsel for National Health RX as well.
Okay,
Joe Lewis, National Health RX consultant.
right. So I think I'm going to swear in the non-attorneys. So if you could join me in raising your right hand, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe this one goes to Dr. Dodge. Dr. Dodge?
No, Dave.
Oh, Dr. Weist.
I think Dr. Dodd, I'm gonna do some of the foundation to it. So we saw, I think most of the people at the last meeting, you had approved the minutes, so you were there, the minutes are there for what happened. They told you some history of and some expertise that they have. We have a new counsel that's helping with some of the things that are going on with them. And so in the past, it was Partel. You took disciplinary action against that pharmacy and the owner of that pharmacy and required an ownership change. They have diligently worked on getting that ownership change. And they're in front of you today to do that. As a parameter, the time for the ownership change is the end of the year. But if
Getting a little bit of feedback. I think someone has it on.
somebody recording this, there will be a recording posted at the. So, what I was gonna say, they have an obligation to change ownership by the end of the year. And no prejudice to what happens today, but you do have the ability to move that if that's something that you choose. So you'll have control of that, however it goes. And so with that, I have my questions, but you kind of got cut off at the last meeting. You don't have to say anything. We can answer, but I'll just give you the ability to finish what you were doing last time, or you were done. I think it was coming to me for questions and concerns.
Sir, I was.
Okay. So I'll start with that. I think Joe has some additional ones. So the professional RX pharmacy, do you know what that was? You're familiar with, okay, and who was the owner of that?
I was.
Okay, when did you own that?
2017, and I had a successful exit to Walgreens in late 2019.
Okay, so you sold to Walgreens, your prescription files to Walgreens and the stock of the pharmacy you sold?
That is correct. They bought
Okay,
everything.
and what was the primary business? What kind of farm, it was like compounding or non-compounding?
Mail order, we were doing non-sterile, we were doing specialty formulas, hormone replacement.
Okay, and then at that,
Hey, management, sorry.
and then at that time, did you have a Mr. Peters that worked for you at that part, helping with some of the management of the pharmacy?
That is correct. He came, my attorney recommended him. He helped my attorney start up his pharmacy, as I stated earlier.
Okay.
My attorney then,
The pharmacy was in Oregon, or where was his pharmacy?
no, Nevada,
And what was his pharmacy called?
National Specialty RX.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, US.
Okay, and then so for him, what did he do for you?
He helped us with the licensing and basically the startup of the pharmacy. He was nothing more than a consultant to make sure that the process, I was management, my attorney had started his pharmacy, he helped him. And then when we got together and said, let's start mine, he recommended bringing Mr. Peters in. Anybody that works for me, I asked my attorney to clearly vet them before. I know a complete background on anybody that works for me. I want to make sure there's no issues. He came back with a clean bill of health. I said, okay, that's fine. So he assisted us in basically with all the structure and management, getting everything set up, regulatory requirements, getting through the process for the Nevada Board of Licensing and out-of-state licenses as well. So he was just guiding us through the process, to make sure we didn't make any mistakes.
Okay, and his first name was what?
Matthew Peters.
And was he a pharmacist?
No.
Okay.
It was just for that initial part starting. So after that, we rolled on itself. Mr. Joe Lewis helped with regulatory and compliance through the rest. That's how pharmacy was so successful with the sale. No issues, no compliance issues, no citations, no complaints.
Okay, okay, Sunrise Pharmacy, are you familiar with Sunrise Pharmacy?
No.
Okay. Modern RX Pharmacy, are you familiar with Modern RX Pharmacy?
No.
Do you have a relationship with an Amy Brown?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over for Joe right now, but I'll ask some additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Mr. Cavallero, just some questions for you. To start with, have a few questions about Professional RX Pharmacy. So you were the sole owner of Professional RX Pharmacy?
Yes, sir.
Did you live in Nevada while you owned that pharmacy?
No, I did not.
What was your involvement in the pharmacy?
I was operations, I was manager. I own it. I would come in, make sure everything was running good. I had a manager in charge for day-to-day operations. I would manage the staff. My responsibility is take care of, I would meet with the staff, make sure, set up their goals and objectives, and then set up matrices for them. And then I would just basically monitor how the pharmacy was doing from that point on.
And who was your manager in charge of the pharmacy?
That was Michelle, can't remember her last name.
Adam, does that sound familiar?
It was, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And with your management of the pharmacy, did you make personnel decisions? Did you hire and fire staff?
My attorney, everything ran through my attorney. That was one thing that was made very clear from him right out of the gate. Any decisions that were made, everything, he was looking out for my health and well-being and throughout the pharmacy. My job was management. I came to this board and said, I'm a manager. That's my specialty. I have my attorney to manage as far as regulatory and things like that, and then the manager to manage day-to-day operations.
And what was the name of your attorney?
Sanjeev Dewan.
Okay. Did you make decisions on what type of products or therapies were implemented at that particular pharmacy?
That was part of the group decision that we'd make, and he was part of that decision. I'm a little confused. I'm here to take over Partel Pharmacy.
I just need to ask some questions about a pharmacy that you owned in Las Vegas.
Okay.
It's important from my perspective.
Fair enough.
Are you available to answer those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Is it a traditional retail pharmacy or was it a closed door pharmacy?
Traditional people can walk in, order products, put in prescriptions.
So I'm an inspector, so I actually have inspected a Professional RX Pharmacy in the past. So I reviewed my inspection report because I remember the pharmacy very well. I inspected the pharmacy December 31st, 2018. The pick at that time was Michelle Batten, which I believe you just mentioned was your manager. My note regarding your business model at that time, based upon the information that Michelle gave to me, is 95% of your business was for manufactured pain creams for patients that lived out of state. Does that sound familiar to you?
Again, it was so long ago, we did a lot of products, but go ahead.
We stated you were a walk-in pharmacy, so patients would walk in, maybe get their blood pressure medication, cholesterol medication. But in fact, it was 95% of the business was mail order pharmacy to patients receiving manufactured pain creams that lived out of state.
We had a lot of prescriptions going through that pharmacy, sir.
Let's hold on a second, just
Yes.
ask a direct question, which just if he'll rephrase it one more time, was that your business? And then a direct answer would be good. Thanks. Just a direct question.
Yeah, sure, certainly. Were you aware that 95% of the business that took place at that pharmacy was for patients that lived out of state that were receiving manufactured pain creams?
I'm not certain, sir, at this point.
Were you aware that the pharmacy was providing foot bath products? And are you familiar with that term?
But bad products?
Do you know what that term means? If you don't, just say it.
To me, it's a foot solution. You put your feet in there with salt and.
So I can explain it to you and maybe it will recollect your mind a little bit, maybe it won't. So it was what the Department of Justice would call a foot bath scheme, where pharmacies were taking sterile compounded medications, opening up the products, pouring it into a foot bath with questionable efficacy for the patients. Just wondering if you were aware that your pharmacy was providing that service.
Again, we provided a lot of products. I was managing personnel.
Just a direct answer, please.
Just yes or no. If you don't know that your pharmacy is providing, okay, great. Do you know Michael Peters?
Yes.
And who is Michael Peters?
My attorney contracted him for filings.
Did he work as a pharmacy technician at Professional RX Pharmacy?
No, he's an attorney.
Did he own Sunrise Pharmacy?
I have no idea.
I will state that he did own Sunrise Pharmacy and he was a pharmacy technician at Professional RX Pharmacy. Do you know where Sunrise Pharmacy was located?
No. Wait, Michael Peters, the pharmacist? Chris Peters,
Michael Peters, the attorney.
Peters is an attorney,
Who also is licensed as a pharmacy technician.
not at my pharmacy.
He was licensed at your pharmacy as a pharmacy technician. And he owned Sunrise Pharmacy. I'll ask the question again. Do you know where Sunrise Pharmacy was located?
No, sir, I do not.
It was right next door to your pharmacy.
I was up on front.
It was right next door to your pharmacy. So if you visited your pharmacy, it would have been impossible for you not to know that there was a pharmacy right next door to your pharmacy.
Is that a question?
That's a question. So you're stating once again, that you have never heard of Sunrise Pharmacy, owned by Michael Peters, who worked at your pharmacy and is an attorney that you know, and you have no idea.
He did my
the pharmacy right next door to yours.
in my filings.
Okay. Modern RX Pharmacy, you say you've never heard of Modern RX Pharmacy?
I probably did, yes. Again, this is how long ago?
Just a direct question, yes or no? Have you heard of Modern RX Pharmacy?
Yes.
And what's your relationship with Modern RX Pharmacy?
I have none.
Do you know where it was located?
We're in Las Vegas, I'm assuming?
Just a direct question.
No, I do not. No, I do not know.
So I'll let you know that it was located about a quarter of a mile from your pharmacy, Professional RX Pharmacy, and Sunrise Pharmacy. Are you aware that Michelle Batten, who was your pharmacy manager, left and went to Modern RX Pharmacy to be the manager at a Modern RX Pharmacy as well?
I don't know where she went after she left the break.
Okay. And you're applying to be the owner of Partel Pharmacy, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And what will your involvement be in Partel Pharmacy? Will you be an on-site owner? Will you be an owner similar to what you were at Professional RX Pharmacy?
I plan on being at the pharmacy at least 15 days a week. This is a pharmacy that's been distressed. I have to manage the employees. I have an on-staff manager. I have my pick. I have Joe Lewis, who will be taking care of regulatory. I have an HR and compliance specialist in-house to take care of. I've got 35+ employees. I need a human resource person. Again, I'm going to be managing my staff. I'm going to be interviewing them, going through, putting together their goals and objectives. I got to develop metrics. I've got to bring this pharmacy back into compliance from what it is today. It's a distressed pharmacy.
Just for the record, 15 days a month, is that what you said week? So
At least.
there's not 15 days in a week, so I just want,
15 days in a month, sir.
I'm just trying to get it clear right.
Yes. Yes, and I'm looking at corporate housing, the staff also, my staff and myself, because we plan on spending a lot of time in this place.
Okay.
I understand it.
Okay. Will you be making decisions on what product lines will be utilized at Partel, National, whatever the new name is, National Health RX?
At this point, I'm going to carry over the products that are currently in-house right now. My main goal is to straighten this pharmacy out. Again, it's a distressed pharmacy. I've interviewed all the employees. They're wonderful people. They need guidance. The place has been running on autopilot with little to no management, in my opinion. They're doing the best that they can. And my job is to take every single individual, maximize their potential, and make this pharmacy grow.
Okay. And are you aware of any employees that you employed at Professional RX Pharmacy that are currently working at Partel Pharmacy?
Yes,
And who would that be?
that would be Mark and Chris.
Mark Barbos?
Yes,
Chris, what's Chris' last name?
Peters.
Do you know Tamara Angelis? Tamara Angelis.
Doesn't ring a bell.
So she was a pharmacy manager at your pharmacy at Professional RX, and now she's currently working there.
Again, I've interviewed people there. I haven't met everybody.
Will you be making personnel decisions at the new pharmacy?
Absolutely. Everybody, once they join National Health, is on a 90-day probationary period. They'll follow the rules and regulations that we have in place. We have all new SOPs that Mr. Lewis put together, all put together from all the rules and regulations from the Nevada board. We also have SOPs for all 50 states that we'll be working in. Excuse me. My goal is 100% compliance, just like National RX. I want a clean exit when the day comes. I'm a very transparent person. I want regulatory as number one priority in there.
Why did you decide to sell your prior pharmacy, Professional RX Pharmacy?
Walgreens kept approaching me, so did CVS. I kept having people come through, and looking at everything that happened now is that they offered me a really good price. I took it, and COVID hit right afterwards, so it was kind of a blessing.
And have you owned any other pharmacies throughout your career, or is that the only pharmacy?
No, sir, that's it.
In any state.
In any state, correct.
And I'm assuming in the due diligence that you've done with Partel, have you looked into whether they have acquired any other pharmacies in the last 5 or 6 years?
No, I'm buying the assets from Partel.
Okay, so you didn't look into whether or not they had purchased any pharmacies in the last 5
No,
or 6
I
years?
acknowledge it was a distressed pharmacy. I looked at other pharmacies because at first I approached Partel and I couldn't get into an agreement with Mr. Seek. So then I hired a realtor and we started looking at other pharmacies. I looked at about 3 different pharmacies. Came really close with one and the licenses didn't pan out. Mr. Seek then was sanctioned by the board, at which point then he ran out of options, selling people. He approached me back. We cut a deal. I said, I'm buying just the assets. I don't want any liability. I want nothing to do with any problems that you have. So we came to an agreement.
Just so the board is clear from a legal perspective, this is an asset purchase agreement, not a membership interest. So it's just the assets that are being acquired, just so everybody's clear.
Great, thank you. So you're not aware that Robert Seek purchased Sunrise Pharmacy, which was the pharmacy located right next to your pharmacy, Professional RX Pharmacy?
No.
Okay, all right, I'll turn it back to Mr. Weiss for
Just a couple. Back to Matthew Peters. He worked for you at Professional RX Pharmacy, and what did he do for you?
He was a consultant, sir.
And what kind of things did he consult on?
He helped my attorney consult through navigating all the regulatory and licensing issues and setting up the pharmacy.
Okay, so he helped you with like regulations. Are you aware that in 2021, he was convicted of insurance fraud and tax evasion related to a pharmacy that he owned in Oregon?
2 pharmacies in Oregon. Yes, I saw that.
You're familiar
He gave
with
me that and yes, it was egregious what happened. I was shocked. Because again, when I had him completely vetted, he had nothing, no background issues.
So he left you and then he went and opened the pharmacies up in Oregon and then he committed these
I
crimes?
have no idea what he was.
When did you end, have you seen him in the last 6 years?
No, sir.
When did you end your relationship with him?
After the pharmacy,
When he worked up till the end of the pharmacy and then when it closed, he left?
he was on and off. He helped in the very beginning and then faded out. And then we had a few questions in the end and that was the end of it.
Can you give me an estimation of going back to when you opened the pharmacy and then when you closed the pharmacy and when he left? Please?
The last time was approximately early first quarter of 2019, because we had questions on final closures. If there was anything else that we were missing, Joe Lewis came in and then did a final assessment of everything.
So you opened the pharmacy in and about December of 2026. Does that sound about right?
26.
Sorry, 16, I'm sorry. December 21st, 2016, you were issued your license. Does that sound correct or thereabout doesn't have to be to the day? End of 2016.
Yes, somewhere in there.
You closed the pharmacy
19.
19, okay. And so he was there for the beginning of it and he left when about?
He started in the beginning. Again, his services just faded throughout because he was just a consultant. We needed consulting in the initial phases. And then we consulted when we were going for out-of-state licenses.
Okay, and he consulted on regulatory issues.
He assisted on regulatory.
Licensing.
Joe Lewis was our regulatory. He's my expert on regulatory.
Okay, sounds good. I'll go to Joe. Joe, you did do some testimony at the last meeting, and you had some experience, I think, in Texas. Do I have the right state or the wrong
Yes.
state? Okay. And so what, did you consult on this 2016 business or did you come in after that or?
I came in at the closing.
You came in
Get all
2019.
the documentation ready and get the drugs that were in the pharmacy prepared in reverse distributor and get it back sold and out of the pharmacy.
And have you done that for any other pharmacies in the state?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you
I
tell me?
did an assessment of Partel several years ago through a law firm out of Dallas. I can tell you this much about it. When we met with Mr. Seek, if he had have followed what we advised, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Okay.
Under attorney-client privilege, I cannot tell you any more than that.
Are you an attorney?
No, but I
Oh.
was the investigator hired by
Okay.
the attorneys to do it.
All right, did you provide services to Sunrise Pharmacy?
Again, through the same attorneys, and that's where I met Mr. Dodd. He was doing an inspection when I was doing an assessment and going through the records. At that time, that's when I first met Joe Dodd.
So yes or no to Sunrise?
Yes.
Okay, so you know Michael Peters?
Yes.
Okay, do you know Matthew Peters?
Yes.
Okay, and then Modern RX, do you know, did you help with that one?
I
Okay,
did not.
I'll turn it back over to Joe.
Me, Joe, right?
Yeah. I thought you were talking to Mr. Joe.
Mr. Lewis, just a couple questions for you. So yeah, thank you. We did meet at Sunrise Pharmacy. Michael Peters, the owner, I believe Ryan Ross, the technician, and you were there as well. I believe we were looking at non-sterile compounding at that time, correct?
Right.
So were you the compliance officer at Professional RX Pharmacy?
No, I was more or less the, what do you call it, come in and do an assessment, to see what it does. I knew they were getting ready to sell it. I didn't know who they were gonna sell it to. I think you and I discussed that when you were down in the compounding area of the pharmacy. And, in fact, when I introduced myself, I introduced as the retired, chief investigator for the Texas State Board of Pharmacy. But, you know, I did the assessment, turned it into the attorneys, and where it went from there, I cannot give you any more information on it.
I understand. So as a former regulator, in your assessment, did you also determine that the pharmacy was providing 95% of their business as commercial pain creams to patients that lived out of state?
I'm not gonna lie to you, yes, sir. There was a lot of pain cream going out.
Would that concern you as a former regulator?
Yeah.
Were you also aware that they were providing foot bath products during your assessment?
No, I was not on the foot bath.
Have you been made aware of that as a former regulator, that that potentially could be a problem at pharmacies? Okay. And have you done any compliance at Partel at this point?
At this point, like I said, we did an assessment at Partel, and that was several years ago. And, you know, if Mr. Seek would have followed what we recommended based on that assessment, he would have never appeared in front of this board.
So you haven't done any assessments recently on Partel Pharmacy?
Not assessment. Based on Mr. Cavallero's request, I have prepared the SOPs for the new pharmacy, National Health RX. Also went further and did the SOPs for every state that they're licensed in. So in other words, there's SOPs to be given to those states in reference to it. Mr. Cavallero, if approved, wants me to go in and do a thorough sweep of the pharmacy, regulatory, and I mean complete. My inspection form that I developed years ago is 350 questions. Plus, out of that, 50 of them have 5 different parts.
In your assessment that you did of Professional RX, when you determined that 95% of their business was pain creams for out-of-state patients, did you voice that concern to Mr. Cavallero during your assessment?
You asked about Sunrise, about.
Sorry, I asked about Professional RX because that's where you were the compliance man.
I think, sir, not gonna argue with you, you said Sunrise.
I'll ask it again then. For your assessment at Professional RX, did you make the determination that 95% of their business on your assessment was for out-of-state pain cream patients?
Cannot recall that.
Okay. Sunrise Pharmacy did 95% of their patients receive out-of-state patients
I
receive.
can't say 95%, but I was concerned with the creams, yes, and I voiced my.
Can you confirm that Sunrise Pharmacy was located directly next to Professional RX Pharmacy?
It wasn't next to it, it was directly behind it.
So it'd be very difficult not to notice it, correct?
It'd be easy not to notice it. If you didn't go behind the building, you wouldn't see it.
Did they share employees between the two pharmacies?
Yes.
All right, I think that's all the questions.
Just a couple follow-ons and I'll turn it over to the board for Mr. Cavallero. Just for the record, you said you have a relationship with Chris Peters, Michael Peters, and Matthew Peters. Do you know the relationship between those 3 people?
I had a professional relationship, sir.
Are they family members or not family members?
It's Chris and Mike.
And Matthew related?
Yes.
Okay, and what is their relationship?
Mike is the father. And Chris and Matthew Peters are the son.
Okay, and Chris Peters works for Partel or National Health RX, sorry, National RX. He works there now. You're aware of that?
He works at Partel and he will be working at National Health if he accepts the offer, yes.
Okay, and do you have knowledge, yes or no, does he or did he work at Meta Pharmacy?
I don't have that knowledge.
Okay. And are you familiar with Meta Pharmacy?
I've heard of Meta, yes, but I talk.
Okay, thank you. I'll just tell the board that he worked there, but you'd already know because they've been in front of you, so they've shared employees there too. No further questions for you. Staff's available if you have anything that you need. Joe has his inspection reports. Any questions from that?
Hey, board members, questions?
Go, yeah.
Adam Porth for the record. The question I have is on the pharmacy application. It's not indicated that any non-sterile or sterile compounding will be happening. Is this just an open door retail pharmacy or is the plan to do non-sterile compounding?
We are doing non-sterile compounding. There was an error when we first filed the application, that section was checked off. Then I called main office because I wanted to get Partel Pharmacy name off as soon as possible. So I had the application, got the gentleman name. In Reno, he's in charge of licensing.
Mark Cedar.
Sorry, what?
Mark Cedar.
Mark, yes, I'm sorry, Mark. So I contacted Mark. He resent the application, just the portion of doing the name change. And we followed his instructions in doing that, and in doing so, that item wasn't checked off. So that was a correction that we need to take care of.
Okay, so to clarify, non-sterile compounding, yes?
Yes, non-sterile compounding, correct.
Sterile compounding, yes or no?
Yeah.
Greg, Sunita, has there not been a petition from Partel, the previous owners, to do sterile compounding? The previous owners? I mean, they were,
Robert C.
yeah, they were working towards trying to become sterile compounders.
I think that was an objective that they had. I don't know if
Yes.
we ever received a petition or anything
I
like
mean,
that.
there were discussions about it. I just want to make sure the records, it doesn't mean you're gonna do it. I'm just telling you, that was the business model before.
That is correct.
Thank you, Joe.
That's correct.
Appreciate that.
So my question is, just in listening to the questions, the pharmacy that you're looking to get here the license for is gonna be, what kind of pharmacy? Like, describe it to me, because I missed that, I may have missed it. It's just a regular pharmacy like I walk into,
Regular walk-in pharmacy, sir.
with all the drugs,
Vitamins,
prescriptions.
drugs, prescriptions, correct.
What's the non-sterile things that are gonna be part of it? What are those?
Non-sterile compounding is for humans and also for veterinary patients, for vets, better. Cats, dogs, veterinary,
Got you. Yes.
Veterinarians, well,
veterinary.
and you employ 35 people now?
Yes,
For the record, we're up to 40 right
Yeah,
now,
we're up to
40
40.
families.
They all work for pharmacy,
they all work in the pharmacy, yes.
different shifts, I'm sure.
Yeah, we started, I think I started 9 and I think till about 6, somewhere in that region.
Pretty big pharmacy, huh?
Which, sir,
Yeah, I don't think I've ever walked into a pharmacy that big.
On Dick's point, you're saying it's a walk-in pharmacy. Do you have an idea of the comparison between what you mail out of the pharmacy and what people walk in and get?
there are licenses, I believe, in 30 states.
By percentage though, like how much is mailed out? You don't have it, yeah.
No,
Maybe more than half or,
again,
it's okay. So if you don't know, you don't know. It's no problem. I don't know. So I was asking.
yeah, again, we did an assessment we did a P&L
So you
assessment.
didn't look at this when you did your due diligence of like where the prescriptions were going?
If I can say that more than half are going on a.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know the answer. I'm trying to learn from you right now, so.
I looked at the place as an operational and what I can do to get people back on track. I have my own vision of how many states I want to get into and the products.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to keep it the same way. Again, my first vision is getting this place dialed in. It's in distress. Right now, it's a mess.
Thanks. Mr. Tomaso and Mr. Caballero, the operations manager and pharmacy manager for the location are here today, so they probably could help answer those questions. And just to mention, as Mr. Weiss mentioned, per your order, I have inspected the pharmacy for the last 3 months, so I can provide information related to those inspections if you have questions related to that. But I'm very familiar with the pharmacy since I've been there the last 3 months.
So this pharmacy is not set up, Mr. Dodge, it's not set up the way you were, those questions about the pharmacy that you were talking about, where they were shipping 95% of these foot cream, pain creams. Is that right?
And that is correct. So based upon the inspections that I've done, that is not their business model. I would say, based upon my discussions with their operations and pharmacy manager, it's at least 75% of their patients that receive the product via mail, 25% walk-in. The majority of their business is their non-sterile compounding business versus commercially available products.
You know, you could ship stuff, you could ship creams out to 75% of the people in the United States from anywhere in the United States, right? Can't you? I'm just curious.
Only the ones that we have a state license for.
But I'm just curious, why'd you pick Nevada? Why'd you pick this the headquarters to ship things out of?
This pharmacy was a distressed. I was looking for distressed pharmacies. Nevada's a really great place to work in. There's a lot of people that you can pull for close by versus other states.
You don't think our rules and regulations are too stringent here in Nevada?
One nice thing about the rules and regulations in Nevada is they partner up with the federal regulations. So that's a lot easier to deal with when it comes to regulatory.
Thank you for the answers.
Okay, Mr. Dodge, could you just give us a basic high-level summary of the last 3 inspection results?
I definitely can do that. First of all, I would like to mention that the pharmacy, I believe at their request, was inspected by an NABP VPP inspection. I believe it was in May of this year. And that's, a lot of states are now requiring that to be licensed in other states. So they went through that process. It's a very thorough inspection. It was about 130 pages. I know the operations manager and the pharmacy manager have reviewed that. Just some of the highlights from that were the pharmacy was lacking in a lot of their training documentation. A lot of their non-sterile documentation was missing information that was critical to the compounding of the particular products. So it was very easy for me to focus on that during my inspection process. So each month that I did an inspection, I focused on something a little bit different. And I'm just going to kind of highlight the issues that were identified. I certainly would like to mention that Mr. Jerry Depper, who is the pharmacy manager, has been very involved in the process. I believe we have a very professional relationship during the inspection process, and he has addressed the issues in a timely fashion that I've identified. With that being said, I have found what I would consider some serious issues during the process.
If I can just hold you for a second, it's, I think, a quick overview because just like that pharmacy itself is on a path that you guys have set, and that's within what you have in front of you today is the qualifications and the approval of the new owners. So again, they don't own it now. They're not responsible for if Joe's saying something that he's coming here today saying he wants to fix it. But I think a quick overview because I want to make sure we're focused on this is an ownership change that's in front of you. Thanks, Joe.
And this will be a very quick process. So my first inspection in July was specifically related to non-sterile, non-hazardous compounding. And some of the issues that were identified is the pharmacist had no documentation of any training and they're performing final verification checks, and that's required through the new USP 795. There was a technician that had started 3 weeks ago and was performing non-sterile compounding, and there was no documentation of any training for that particular employee. Their master formulations had misinformation on there, and all the compounding worksheets had information that wasn't correct and accurate or had missing information as well. The next inspection took place in September, and this was specifically for non-sterile hazardous compounding. And there were 2 issues that were identified during that inspection. They had not had an outside certification company come in to make sure that the room where the non-sterile hazardous products were being stored had both negative pressure and the appropriate air exchanges per hour. And also their sink was less than 1 meter between their hood. So they had to address both of those issues. And my final inspection took place last week, and it was specifically related to retail pharmacy. And there were two issues identified during that particular inspection. The objective database upon what employees were working each day. They have a manual sign-in log for their employees, has 3 different sections on there, one for pharmacists, one for technicians, one for ancillary staff. Based upon the documentation, they were working outside of ratio the day that I was there for the inspection and had been working out of ratio based upon that documentation for the last week, and I'm assuming for weeks prior to that as well. And secondly, since they are doing a majority of mail order patients, I asked to see the documentation that they would send the patients specifically related to drug information, and they had none. So they were not sending any drug information to the mail order patients, which is required by one of your regulations. So that's the high level overview of the 3 inspections that I had completed based upon the board order.
And again, for the record, the people in front of you are not they have no association with that, but it's fine that you asked.
Mr. Cavallaro knows it though, right? You know that.
Knows now.
I do.
Well, my question is maybe for Mr. Joe Lewis. So are your SOPs that you created, would they address these matters that, the issues that Dr. Dodge identified?
Yes, they will. Yeah, the SOPs for the pharmacy are 7 chapters, with 43 SOPs among those 7 chapters. And it addresses every aspect of the pharmacy. My SOPs are when I prepare SOPs for any pharmacy, it's an ongoing process. I like to work with people like Joe Dodge, get information that the Nevada board would like to see our pharmacy do, and then we'll get it into the policy. This is the way it works. It's not a dead issue. It's an ongoing process.
Good. And then Mr. Cavallero, I guess as the new owner, how will you, I guess my questions are, how will you ensure that your employees are following the SOPs? And then you mentioned a 90-day probationary period for all employees, right? What does that entail? What will you be assessing? How will you make that determination?
So myself and my human, resource manager, and she's also going to be my compliance in-house. We've met with pretty much all the employees. Upon getting the licensing, we'll be meeting with all the employees. And we're going to go through probably within a 2-day period. It will be terminated from Partel. They'll be given an offer letter to be hired on at National Health RX. We have strict conducts. I have a strict conduct rule that they have to follow, an NDA, along with all the rules and regulations. They'll have access to all the SOPs, all the rules and regulations and how I want to run. They already know ahead of time that my main goal is regulatory compliance. I'm also looking at taking care of all my technicians, pharmacists. I'm big on encouraging education for all my employees. I want them to be as fully knowledgeable as they can and want to be in their trade, and I like to work people up.
Will you be retraining all your employees?
My compliance officer, and Joe
Compliance.
Lewis. Yes, Joe Lewis, we putting together all the training documents, everything that we needed to get this. Again, compliance is number one. That's the number one thing I'm gonna be focusing on, getting this thing straightened out. I don't want the inspector to come through and again, start nitpicking at things. I like clean operation. When I worked at Medtronics, the regulatory people reported under me. We did inspections, our own self-inspections every quarter prior to the FDA coming through. And then when they would come through, anything that we had found, we would show them, here's where our deficiencies were, here's how we fix the issues. And they welcomed that. They saw that we were very proactive. I'm very proactive. You can call it, I'm very selfish. I don't want you to find anything. I want to find them before you do. So that's how I operate.
I appreciate that. I think I wanted to get your thoughts on the questions that were asked by Mr. Weiss and Mr. Dodge about the relationships. There seems to be some degree of relationships between employees, ownership, people you know, and it kind of all seems a little commingled. Can you comment on that? Because that, I think, gives me some reservations.
Chris Peters worked for me. He was an excellent pharmacist. He is an excellent pharmacist. The numbers that I've seen coming out of Partel, he's one of the number one pharmacists as far as producing, coming out as far as doing scripts. Again, I understand he's on probation. He was sanctioned from the board for issues. That's not new to me. I understand all that. Again, every employee, I'm going to treat every employee the same. They're on a 90-day probationary period. I will be looking at each and every one of them and their performances. It's my job to put together goals and objectives, and they'll have metrics. And the way I do the goals and objectives, I interview the person and I look at exactly what tasks are they doing. If the pharmacist is filling scripts, but he's also talking to patients, you have to take that into account. You can't say, oh, look, he's only making so many scripts per day, you're falling behind. Well, part of his time is talking to patients. So that also has to be worked into the metric. So at the end, everything comes even. I also have a plus or minus 10%. I call it the human factor. People come in and based on what mood they're on, they're either going to be very productive or they might be a little sluggish and have some things going on. Open communication, I stress with all my employees. If you're coming in the door and you can't leave your problems outside, come talk to me. Come talk to your manager. Let people know. I'm a little not together today. And maybe it's time for you just, to go home, take a break, come back later, or if you can get your act together, that's fine. I don't tolerate, issues. I want people in the pharmacy to be one happy family. That's how I operate. I'm very strict. They don't follow the rules and regulations, we'll have a conversation. And they're subject to disciplinary action and or termination. I'm not an easy person to work for, but just follow my rules and regulations. Life is grand. I'm just being honest, sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Caballero. Oh, I'm sorry, who did?
No, go ahead.
Mr. Caballero, if the board approves the pharmacy ownership change, who are you holding over from?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't.
If the board approves your pharmacy change, I mean, your ownership change, who are you holding over from the old pharmacy to help you in the transition?
No one.
Nobody,
I
nobody,
mean,
nobody in the management
all the
position?
employees that are there, I'm hoping will stay on. I'm bringing on Joe Lewis, Pam Kennedy on board. They're the ones assisting me with
People running it right now. You
people
don't,
that are running it right now. I'm hoping will continue.
so no, in the management position, I mean, people that you hear all the violations that are going on there. Somebody's overseeing these violations. Who are you holding over?
I'm sorry, can you, the only people that I'm bringing on, the 40 employees that are on the pharmacy right now working, those are the employees that are going to carry over. I'm going to give them offer letters. Everybody that's working currently at Partel will have an offer letter to work at National. The only additional employees are going to be Joe Lewis, who will be contracted through the attorneys. He's going to be a consultant. Pam Kennedy, who is my human resource and compliance officer, will be working for National Health.
Not the current owners. The current owners, you're not.
No, current owner is Mr. Robert Seek. He's
gone.
He's gone. He's out. I won't even be calling him for any advice.
We also submitted an affidavit to Mr. Calavero to address some of those issues as well. It was signed under penalty of perjury regarding those very issues.
And but just, you're saying he's out, which I can appreciate, but how long have you known Robert Seek?
Since 2023, when I first approached him.
Not before that.
Correct.
Ms. Freitas?
I just had a quick question regarding the formulary and the items that you are prescribing and dispensing non-sterile compounding right now. Are there any plans to add or change any of those medications?
At this point, I'm just going to continue with what they have. We're going to assess each product. Joe Lewis, again, I'm going to rely on him on the compliance because I want to know where the products are coming, if we have any new products, et cetera. But at this point, everything that they're doing right now, I'm just going to continue. Again, my main focus is get the pharmacy straightened out. Without doing that, then if we have an inspection and we're constantly trying to fix things and come in to the board and talk about issues, that is non-productive. I have to get the pharmacy straightened out. I bought a distressed pharmacy. First agenda is to get it dialed in, get every employee straightened out, know exactly what they're doing, fully trained, get the pharmacy fully compliant. Then we're going to sit back and assess the products.
I'm sure that's in your SOPs too, the process of like some of the issues with the master formulations and things like that.
Yes, we have. This gentleman has put SOPs on just about everything. We even have an SOP to introduce a new SOP or make changes to the SOPs.
Thank you.
Madam President, I just have a few more questions, if that's okay.
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Cavallero, is your intent to keep Mr. Jerry Deppa as the pharmacist in charge within the ownership?
Yes, sir.
I just have a couple questions for him, if that's okay, that we bring him up.
Absolutely.
Mr. Deppa, if you could state your full name for the record and I'll swear you in.
Yes, my name is Jerry Deppa.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Nice to see you again, Mr. Deppa. Just a couple questions about your work history, and for the board members, this is on page 2276 of the board book. So on the application, Mr. Deppa, you listed two pharmacies that you worked for. You listed Atlas Pharmaceuticals from 2017 to January 2021, and then Partel Pharmacy from October 24 to the present.
That's correct.
So we've met at a few other pharmacies in between those dates, so I just wanted to talk about that a little bit.
So I'll just ask you some questions.
Sure, go right ahead.
So I know you worked at Alavet Pharmacy, which is a vet pharmacy, which I don't have any concerns with. But we did meet at American Wellness Pharmacy, correct?
Yes, we did.
You were a staff
I
pharmacist.
was a staff pharmacist there.
Great.
Yes, I was.
Are you aware of the action that the board took against American Wellness Pharmacy?
I was aware of some actions, yes, they were brought up before the board. In fact, I was contacted by Dina. She asked me if I would be willing to testify, and I said yes. And then, I don't know, a few weeks later, she called me up and said that I was not needed to testify.
So you were going to testify against American Wellness Pharmacy?
Yes, I was, sir.
Correct. Are you aware of what the issues were that brought them in front of the board and what they were convicted of?
I can't remember everything, but one of the things I did bring up, because in fact, I did write a complaint letter about them because they were sending sterile products to Florida. They did not have a license in Florida, nor in Florida, you also need a sterile permit, which they did not get. So I refused to sign off on the products that they were sending to Florida. And to be honest with you, the owner was upset with me because I refused to send products to Florida for him.
Certainly, I understand. I'll just refresh your memory a little bit. So the two issues that were identified during that case were I'll let you know. The American Wellness was putting Beyond Use dates on their sterile product that was 15 times what was allowed by law, and that they were compounding with drugs that were on the FDA Category 2 bulk substance list, in which it could cause significant harm to patients. So that's what they were convicted of. And you were working there during that time when those issues were taking place, correct?
That is correct. And in fact, in my complaint letter, I even brought some of those issues in my complaint letter to the Board of Pharmacy.
I would agree. I've seen that complaint letter. Did you bring those issues to the attention of the owner or manager at the pharmacy that you were working at during that time?
The biggest, I did bring the issues about having bottles of testosterone tested for a BUD dating, because they didn't want to do that because it cost money. So they would just put on expiration date that was beyond use, and the same thing with they were doing the GLP-1s. They were putting on two different expiration dates on the bottle, and I didn't want to go along with that. And the owner was quite upset with me when I stopped signing off on things, because I didn't think it was right, and I wasn't going to do it.
And if you identified issues that you think are incorrect at Partel, or if the ownership change is approved at the new pharmacy, who would you take that information to?
First of all, if I found something, I would discuss it with Mitchell and Mr. Cavallero. And then I would take the appropriate actions. As you know, I'm very proactive. If something is pointed out to me that something is wrong in the pharmacy, I take immediate actions. And I think Joe Dodge would agree with that, to fix any kind of problem that would arise.
And Mitchell is the current operations manager at Partel, correct?
Yes, Mitchell's the operations manager.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any additional questions, board members?
I don't have any additional questions. I do, I would entertain a motion to approve the ownership change. You know, given the history of the pharmacy, I think it would be prudent to have a couple of quarterly inspections as part of that approval. You know, we already know that there's current issues with the operation. You know, it would be nice to see that once these SOPs are in place, that things are starting fresh. So
I would agree. Mhm.
So
Before you do that, Joe, what the current schedule for, just so, because you could I just want you to be aware of what the current schedule for the pharmacy is, so that.
The current order is based upon Partel Pharmacy, so it was monthly inspections while Partel Pharmacy was still an active pharmacy, which would expire in December.
I have no problem with quarterly inspection, sir.
And just for the record, we can inspect whenever we choose to.
Right,
I
so
was gonna,
Yeah,
it's monthly inspections till the end of December. That's what it was previously for.
Previously, but obviously if the ownership change was approved, that order would go away because it's no longer Partel Pharmacy. So it'd be whatever you do today would be moving forward.
Madam President, once we get operational, if you give us a little bit of leeway, I'm fine with monthly inspections. Again, I'm very transparent. You guys come in anytime.
The pharmacy's already operational, so it's not like there's gonna be, I mean, whenever you approve it, that's gonna go into effect and the pharmacy is in essence going to behave the same way until they can get their new SOPs in, so. I'm not suggesting anything. I know Joe does not like it when he has to do monthly inspections. But the thing is that Joe is all about the public. And I think that the monthly inspections, we have discovered something, a new issue every month. And so we'll probably continue the monthly inspections regardless of what you tell us today.
Can I ask a question to Joe Dodge?
Absolutely.
So you did your monthly inspections based on the NABP survey, right?
No, that was based upon your order.
Oh, no, but whatever
You looked at it.
we're focusing on.
I looked at what NABP found because it was a very comprehensive inspection and that was the focus when I went in.
Are there additional things that you have not looked at
At
yet?
this point, I've looked at everything. So they only do those three entities, non-sterile, non-hazardous, non-sterile, hazardous and retail. So I've addressed all three of those at this point.
Because that would be my only concern if there was something else that was found that we haven't had a chance to look into.
Nothing else. Sterile would be the only other thing and they don't do sterile counting.
Okay.
All right, so I think Mr. Porath was making a motion.
I would move that we approve the ownership change for National Health RX with the stipulation of monthly inspections for the next 6 months.
I was thinking 1 year.
I'm okay with that. And then my motion is 1 year.
Yeah, sorry.
For me, that's a lot, so I would go, again, we can always do more. I think for us, a 6-month interval is good. And then we can do what we need to do, but I just don't want you to mandate it and then we're out there and there's no value to it. But it's up to you.
I would hope within 6 months that they would.
Yeah, well, I would think that if there was multiple issues within the next 6 months, that board staff would then.
They'll be in front of you, I'm sure.
Okay, that makes sense.
So let's do 6 months.
Okay. So Crystal. Sorry, Joe.
There's a motion by Mr. Porath, second by Ms. Freitas, and that's for the ownership change and name change, correct? Just
With the monthly inspection.
with the monthly inspections, okay? All right, motion by Mr. Porath, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion?
The inspections are at their expense. Okay, and was that in the motion or no?
I don't think it was specified. Would
It
you
is
amend
now.
your?
It is now.
So then,
can I ask just a point of clarification real quick? It's actually approval of the new ownership, not a change in ownership, correct? Because we didn't acquire it through a membership interest purchase agreement. We acquired it through an asset purchase.
I think in essence, it has the same effect. You can ask for a difference. Ultimately, now that this is processed, I'll be sitting down. There's a lot of things we'll be talking about moving forward. So I think the staff understands how to proceed, but if you want to give them the language that you want.
One of the other issues that we wanted to address in front of the board was the licensing that Partel currently has. We're going to get your licensing, then we have to go get some federal licensing. So Partel is set to expire at the end of December. And so to the extent we need to keep that license open while we transition, because the government shut down right now while we work with you guys to get the rest of the licensing in place. And I know that staff are great to work with and we appreciate all the work you guys do. And I do think, by the way, this is a compliment to the board and staff and working with us to keep these 40 families employed instead of having them out of work at the end of December, right in the holidays. So I do appreciate all the work that was done to get this here because it is a big effort. And the boat definitely has a lot of holes in it. So we got to patch them. And it takes a little bit of time. So we would ask that you work with us on that piece so that we can make sure the license.
It happens soon.
Yeah, I think so.
If we get the licenses sooner, it doesn't matter. We're just concerned about the timing of it.
I don't have the app. I'm gonna pull back up. Is it, what is on the
I
application?
can tell you,
That's where it starts. And so that.
the application's on page 2259 of the board book, and it says ownership change and name change.
Exactly. So that's what you turned in. And that's what's up here for approval, which does not really get to where you might want to get to. Because that's just gonna, the pharmacy number is staying the same. It's not changing and you might, and so, and you have the opportunity to attempt to amend it in front of you, but we're just processing what you turned in.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
If we need to fix it later, we'll fix it later.
All right, so we have a motion second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you're gonna do one more, I'm gonna, while you're calling them up, I'm gonna just do the finances. I'm interested in doing that. And I will expedite my report.
I'm
Yep.
coming back.
Yep.
See you, Mr. Lewis.
We're disappointed.
We'll do my report.
I got it. Whenever it starts, I'll give you. I'll give Jerry Mitchell a holler. Get on.
Next, I'm gonna call for 11C, Vidrine Pharmaceutical Group.
Carry a gun, I carry a badge, but I don't know how much it.
Good to see you.
Me too.
Okay, before you get to that, Dave Weiss for the record. I'm gonna do my report, which I'll expedite and just turn it into a financial report. Want to tell you mostly about the audit, so we're going through the audit. Adam's been doing some things for us. Helen's done some things. Staff has done the things. My goal was to get the audit in front of you now, so I could get it turned. It's due December 1st to the legislature. That's not going to work for the following reasons. All auditors, all agencies are waiting on some federal guidance related to GASB and how they're supposed to do some of the accruement that they do. It might, maybe a too crude of a word, but some of the auditing that they're supposed to do. That has not come in, so it's not the board, it's every board it's every agency that's dealing with that. And with the shutdown, that could affect how that comes out. Our auditors I've talked to, we have a plan to get the audit turned in and then potentially having, if that doesn't come in time because of the shutdown, then we would have to revise that or whatever. I haven't talked to LCB yet, but I will, and then probably hearing from other people. So there's going to be a little bit of an audit challenge. When the audit comes in, I will do everything I can. I mean, my expectation is I'll meet the statutory deadline of December 1st, but you won't see it till afterwards. And it doesn't mean Adam and Helen won't see it before. It doesn't mean that I don't send it to you before then. I'll get it to you, but then we generally look for approval of that. So it's just going to be a little dicey. On the finances, we're doing fine as usual. Nothing to be too concerned about. We're going through renewal right now, and we are percentage points ahead of with the normal people we have, we're slightly ahead of what we did 2 years ago, but that could, turn around. But I don't see like a mass exodus of pharmacists not renewing. And even though every older pharmacist comes in and tells me I'm thinking about renewing or not renewing. So that's what I have for my financial report. I'll turn it to Adam if he has anything, but he might not.
I don't think I have anything yet.
We're focused on the audit right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. And then we'll move now to agenda item 11C for Vidrine. Hi, if you could state your full name and title for the record. Yes.
Hi, hello, my name is Jesse Vidrine, president of Vidrine Pharmaceutical Group.
My name is Kylie Vidrine. I'm the PIC of Vidrine Pharmaceutical Group, doing business as Boudreaux's New Drugstore in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Okay, great.
I'm Aisha Megan for Vidrine Pharmaceutical Group.
Okay, so for if you're not an attorney, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
I do.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an application for a new pharmacy, starts on page 2259 of the board book. I'm sorry. 1 minute. Page 2701 of the board book. And this is an out-of-state pharmacy. On the application, they listed that they would like to perform non-sterile and sterile compounding. So I would just have a few questions related to that. And I'm going to go out of order a little bit. They had a disclosure that I think is important to this application, so I'd like to start with the disclosure. So for the Vadrines in Louisiana, it appears that some action was taken against the pharmacy and the PIC by the Louisiana Board of Pharmacy related to an inspection that took place in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you kind of walk the board through what the issue was?
Certainly. In early 2022, the Louisiana State Board of Pharmacy conducted their annual inspection in which they inspected the sterile lab and determined that there was one hood that was not operating at 100%. As soon as we were made aware of that, we took full responsibility of it. We immediately took that hood out of service and the next day replaced it with a new hood and immediately got it third-party inspected from Allometrics. Subsequently, we were fined by the State Board of Pharmacy. We paid the fine at the proper time that they requested, and the consent agreement was agreed to and closed directly after that.
Great. So I just have some follow-up questions related to that. How did the inspector know that the hood was out of service using your terms?
The inspector was reviewing our certification reports from our third-party inspector and noticed that one of our BSCs was not on the report to have been reviewed. And that's when they found that it wasn't being certified along with the other hood.
So did the third-party certifier fail that hood during their certification process?
Yes, they did. You want to elaborate?
Yeah, certainly. So when the inspection occurred, this was during COVID, and the protocols for Allometrics had changed substantially, specifically with an exit interview, which they normally conduct. At that time, because of COVID protocols, we did not have an exit interview. They did not make us aware that the hood was not operating at 100% capacity, and subsequently, they also did not take that hood out of service or notify us. We did overlook that in the report, the 75-page report. However, again, as I noted earlier, we took full responsibility and made the changes as soon as we were aware of those.
In Nevada, I'm used to when a certification company comes in to do certification of the ISO classified areas, they actually put a physical sticker on the hood saying that it passed. Do they do that in Louisiana or do they not do that in Louisiana?
They do that in Louisiana when it's passed, but when it fails, they don't put, like a out of service or failed sticker. And so what happened was, like Mr. Jesse said, during the certification in 2020, we didn't have an exit interview and we didn't go over like which hoods they were removing off of service. And whenever I was reviewing the report, I overlooked it, that they had taken it out of service.
Did they then not put a sticker on that hood saying that it was certified?
Correct.
And you just didn't notice that there was no sticker there saying that it was currently certified?
Correct, because I wasn't doing the sterile compounding and I guess my technician didn't notice it either.
And how long was the hood in a failed state where it did not pass certification?
I believe it was slightly under a year. However, during that time, because of our SOPs and our strict testing policies, all products that were made in that hood during the time were all third-party tested by Eagle Analytics, and they all passed. And I think it's important for the board to know that this hood was not operating. It was at 80%. And so we were just under the threshold of it operating at full capacity.
It was a failure though, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. On the consent agreement from Louisiana, it states that from September 11th, 2020 to March 2nd, 2022,
A total of 3,650 prescriptions were dispensed that were purportedly sterile products compounded in the non-HD buffer room in a biological safety cabinet that last had a pass result on its certification status on June 2nd, 2020. So it seems like it was more than a year to me based upon that information.
Yes, sir. It's been, we've tried to move past this. We've taken a number of actions to ensure that this never happens again. And Kylie can go into details about those. We've tried to move past this. And so please forgive me if my timing was not exactly correct. Yes, sir.
No, that's fine. And there's a reason why I asked that question. How often do you have your hood certified?
Every 6 months.
So what happened in 2021? Because I don't understand how that error was not caught in 2021.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, for sure. So the consent agreement once again says that from September 11th, 2020 to March 2nd, when the inspector found that the hood wasn't certified 2022, the hood was being used. So if it's certified every 6 months, they would have come out in 2021
Right.
to potentially certify the hood. What happened in 2021? Because I don't see any information related to that.
They still came and certified our other hoods because we have another BSC, and they just skipped that hood because they took it off of our service. So they just didn't inspect it.
And no one at the pharmacy recognized that that hood was not inspected and continued to use it?
No, correct.
Okay. Okay, now you can let us know what you've done to correct the issue moving forward.
So whenever we were fined, I was also required to take a sterile course by Critical Point. I completed that course, and then I also took it upon to do more training in sterile compounding, and I attended a week-long training in Houston at PCCA, focusing only on USP 797. I also repeat that class every year. I take it once a year because they offer it multiple times a year. And then I also hired a third-party consultant company that I have to review our certification reports. Every time I get a certification, I email her my certification reports and she reviews them with me. I have her for the next 6 years to do that. And also I send all of our pharmacists and technicians that are involved in sterile compounding to the same exact course I took in Houston for a week, paid for by our company.
Great, and just a couple other questions related to the discipline. So the pharmacy was fined $28,000. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
And has that fine been paid?
Yes, sir.
Great. And Kylie, you were fined $2,750 as the PIC, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And those fines were paid as well?
Yes, sir.
Great. And last question related to this. In a letter that you sent to us, you stated that the Mississippi Board of Pharmacy denied your application, but you were appealing the denial. Can you just let me know what the status is of that?
We are currently in good standing with Mississippi and licensed there. I think we were denied due to the USP 800, but now we're compliant with USP 800. That was why they denied our application.
Okay. And I just have a few questions related to the sterile compounding process itself.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for completing the sterile compounding questionnaire. So it looks like you're doing category 2 products with sterility and endotoxin testing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. And we asked you to provide a list of the products that you wanted to ship in Nevada, and that was blank. Can you give us an overview of what type of products you'd like to ship into Nevada?
Do you want to take this?
Yeah, I mean, I can take this one. Certainly she can as well. Our primary focus at our organization is bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. In addition to that, we also have a robust line of ophthalmic products, in addition to urology products, specifically penile injections. And so that pretty much rounds out our offerings.
And are you assigning any beyond use dates in excess of the revised USP 797 guidelines?
No, sir.
And on the application, you listed that Amanda Brasseur, if I'm saying that correctly, and you, Kylie, are the only 2 people that perform sterile compounding. Is that still correct?
I've added another technician named Erica Adams since the application was completed.
And are all employees still sent to PCCA for 1 week of compounding training?
Yes, sir.
Great. I don't have any further questions.
I have one more because Joe brought it up. So on the penile injections, are you doing Trimix or what are you doing?
Yes, sir. Trimix.
And so how are you dealing with walk me through your beyond use date for those products and how many different formulations do you do? You start with how many different formulations, or are they completely customizable?
We make quad mix and then
Okay.
three of the different strengths of trimix, and then we also make bimix. And we do the 45 days frozen. So we ship it with dry ice.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure we're following the law there.
I just have a question on the application on page 2719 board book. It looks like it's a page where Kylie signed as the designated representative, but did not attest that she meets these requirements. So it might have just been an oversight, but just wanted to ask board staff, is this a necessary form? And if so, then we'll need that completed.
Dave Weiss, for the record, you know better than I do, so, yeah. But you can approve it and we can get it if you're okay with it.
Okay, so in
Your motion.
the application that you provided, there is one form where Kylie Vidrine, you certify yourself as the designated representative and you attest that you meet those requirements, and the form asks that you initial each one, but you did not initial. So we're going to ask that you complete that form and provide it to us after the meeting. Okay. All right, with that, board members.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I would make a motion to approve state pharmacy application for the Dream Pharmaceutical Group LLC
And then completing the form application.
pending completion of the designated representative.
I will second. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Pora, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your
You.
All right, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna call for Romeo Valdez Jr. If you're here, please come forward. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name for the record,
Romeo Gualberto Valdez Jr.
swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you, and I will turn it over to Dr. Long.
Maybe.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, let me take off this little sticker. All right, Madam President, members of the board, let me
Yeah,
get,
your camera's not on, but you don't have to turn it on. But when you said you removed the sticker, you might have thought that turned your camera on, but it didn't.
I think so. I see myself.
We don't see you, so that's
Okay.
okay. I
All
see you
right.
now in the top, but just don't worry about it. Go ahead and go.
All right, so Madam President, this, and members of the board, this item takes place on page 3223 of the board book. Romeo Valdez Jr. is applying for a pharmacy technician in training registration to work for ASPN Pharmacies 4 LLC in Las Vegas. He is appearing before you today due to a couple of disclosures. It was mentioned on his application on page 3226 that in 1998, he was arrested for possession. He was ordered to attend Narcotics Anonymous meetings, which was completed and his charges were reduced to a misdemeanor. He does not have any documents regarding this arrest and conviction, and this is the reason why he's appearing before you today, so he can testify under oath of these disclosures before we approve his application. So, Mr. Valdez Jr., can you talk a little bit about this disclosure that occurred in 1998 and what you were actually arrested for?
Yes, I was actually arrested for possession of methamphetamine. Not a lot. And I spent probably one day in in county jail. Got released on OR. Completed my certification with AA or NA. Did all that, and then probably maybe a few months later, I didn't complete my community service, so I got a arrest warrant again. And I had to do 3 months in county jail. So I served that time, and that was in, I think, 99. I don't remember, but yeah, it was basically just a possession.
And you were in possession of methamphetamine. You said it was a little. Like how much were you in possession of?
$20.
$20 in methamphetamine.
Worth,
And
yeah.
were you using the methamphetamine? Were you selling? What were you doing with the methamphetamine?
I was using.
Okay. So did you have a drug use problem back in 1998?
I would say it would be a phase, maybe.
Okay.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you consider maybe a year. Or
So you
8 months, I can't. Yeah, it's been a while. It's a long time ago, so I can't even remember like how long I was using, but I know it's a few months, maybe 8.
Okay, and how did you start using methamphetamine? Because most people don't just fall upon using it.
Well, of course, I started marijuana, the gateway drug, and then I got introduced to it.
Okay.
Years.
And since 1998, have you had any arrests for any drug-related charges or anything like that?
No.
Have you had any issues since then with drugs, with alcohol or any street drugs or prescription drugs?
No problems. I do take prescription drug, but it's for high blood pressure, gout.
Okay. All right. And why do you want to be a pharmaceutical technician?
Well, I'm already working there. So we're actually moving into a new building, and well, I'm originally working from home right now, and right now they're looking for a building, and they want us to do that registration, that pharmacy certificate thing. So that's why I applied for it. But I'm already in the pharmacy. Yeah, I'm already in pharmacy.
Okay, so you're already in the pharmacy. What role do you play in the pharmacy currently?
Patient care coordinator.
Okay. So do you process prescriptions or anything like that?
Yes, so I process prescriptions. I send PA faxes to doctors' offices. I do RX clarifications, verify that the prescriptions are correct. If they are incorrect, then I would contact the doctor's office to have them corrected.
And when you say you process prescriptions, are you like typing in the SIG into the computer?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm just verifying, making sure the SIG is correct before it goes to QA, before the pharmacist actually is the one that's going to approve the medication to go through. So
Okay, and how long have you been working at ASPN Pharmacies in this capacity, in this role?
I've been there since 2017, so about 8 years, 7 years. Gonna be 8 November.
And you've been doing this type of activity since that time?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
All right.
I've actually been in pharmacy for, I think, since 2009.
Okay.
We used to work with Express Scripts and Optum RX.
And have you ever held a pharmaceutical technician license or a technician in training license with the Board of Pharmacy, or is this the first time you're applying?
Sorry. Yeah, no, this is the first time I'm applying.
Okay. All right. So I think that's all the questions I have. So I'll turn it over to the board. The only concern I have, based on the line of questions and your answers, is that it does seem that you are handling prescriptions prior to obtaining the licensure to do so. But I'll turn it over to the board for any additional questions.
All right, so it just puts us in a complicated spot. I think as far as the disclosure goes, it's pretty dated. So it sounds like things have changed, so not too concerned about that, but now we have another issue. But I think what I will propose we do is we'll focus on the application for today. We'll move forward with that, and then perhaps we'll need to circle back on the other issue.
I would agree, Madam President. I think that, the disclosure from 27 years ago, I think he's addressed sufficiently. I would maybe recommend that board staff reach out to ASPN and inquire about the scope of the patient care coordinator position and what they're doing. And if those are activities that is potentially unlicensed practice, deal with that separately.
Yeah, it's Yen's case, so I just would give her the opportunity to advise you on how she feels about it.
Sorry, yes, yes, I would advise the board to focus on the application as Madam President stated today, as well as Adam Porath, and we can, in the back end, look into ASPN, see what role Mr. Valdez played at the pharmacy before he obtained a licensure.
And Mr. Valdez Jr., are you done with your phases? All right. You said.
Oh, yeah, yes,
All
of
right.
course.
Checking, no phases, all right. Okay,
All right, with that, I would make a motion to approve the pharmaceutical technician training application for Romeo Valdez Jr.
Crystal Freitas, second.
okay, motion by Mr. Porras, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. I
Contact.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next I'm going to call for agenda item 16C for Peter Grimes. So Dr. Grimes, if you are here or online, if you could please raise your hand and let us know.
Dr. Grimes, I've asked you to unmute yourself if you can do that and say hello.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the board.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to swear you in. If you could start by stating your full name for the record.
Peter F. Grimes.
Okay, Dr. Grimes, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Mr. Wiest.
Dr. Grimes, I think I should say thank you for your service, if that's correct. Is correct?
Yeah, I've been a physician for a long time.
Okay, and are you a military physician or a private practice?
No, I'm civilian, but
Okay, I did recognize that they gave you a good award there. So in front of you, you have an application for a control.
yes, I have a Nevada medical license, but and I'm trying to move to Nevada from California, where I've been practicing or had a medical license since 1991 or 92. I'm not sure, it goes back a ways. And now I'm trying to move to Nevada. I have hospital privileges.
All right, Dr. Grimes, we're short on time. Why don't you let me ask the questions? And
Oh,
then
sure.
If you want to, I might be able to expedite this for you, but I might not. The first thing I got to point out is on your request for scheduling, you put Schedule 1 drugs. You want to possess and prescribe Schedule 1 drugs. Is that true?
I'm not so good with my schedules. I need to be able to prescribe narcotics for pain, give conscious sedation in the emergency room.
Well, Schedule 1 would be like heroin.
No, I don't need to do that.
Okay. So I think that if the board does move forward, we might have a little focus on the PMP and that just based off of the schedule, just to help him set the foundation for a solid practice. Not recommended that it moves forward. You made no disclosures on your original application, but I think board staff did you a favor as they were doing your background check. Something may come up related to your ex-wife or something like that. So can you just tell the board real quickly what that was related to, what happened in that scenario? And it was a long time ago.
Yes. So unfortunately, I had a borderline wife that was seriously affecting my practice, and we had to split. And when we split, she told me that she was going to make me wish I had never been born And she did everything to ruin my life, ruin my medical practice. It made it very difficult for me to work. I wrote a little note about what happened. She was writing letters to my medical director. She was writing letters to the medical board. And when I took time off, I was away, and they wrote my medical director and all were writing letters to my home, which I never got because I wasn't at home. And I got reported to the physician data bank because I didn't respond to them, and there was nothing I could do about it.
You don't have any criminal convictions or arrests, is that true?
Nothing.
Okay, and then, and now you've made that disclosure, so staff is fine with that disclosure, and the process is working. We're doing great background checks the best we can with the information that we have. With that, I would probably maybe say 1 hour of PMP training with Clayton Bailey, who is our newest person, or Darla Zarley, would just probably be just to make sure by his own comment that his scheduling is not his best. And we welcome in Nevada if you get the license, and we need physicians. We just want to make sure that you're following the law as it relates to controlled substances.
Of course.
Yeah, I think you'll find it helpful. Yes. All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
They haven't done it yet.
We're almost there.
What I think doesn't count.
This is Adam Porter. I would move that we approve the controlled substance application for Dr. Peter Grimes for schedules 2 through 5 with 1 hour of PMP training required.
You'll take care of how I do that.
You'll be contacted.
Thank you so much.
There's a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, thank you, Dr. Grimes. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
You run the meeting.
We'll go to 16B for Dr. Jay Selznick.
Dr. Selden is on the line. John, I'll make sure I get him in, and our Zoomer is beating me to everything, so we'll see what happens. Dr. Selnick, I've unmuted you. Selnick, you have to do it for yourself and then speak.
Can you hear me now?
Speak up in the microphone a little bit more. You have to get closer to the microphone.
How does that come in, loud and clear?
That's better.
Better. Could you state your full name for the record and then I'll call you in?
Dr. J. Kevin Selznick.
Okay, Dr. Selznick, if you could join me in raising your right hand, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, and we have
John Hunt.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. John Hunt, Nevada Bar number 1888. Here on behalf of Dr. Selznick. I would point out that Dr. Selznick would be here today, but he's committed to helping the rural communities, and he's doing surgeries today in Elko.
Okay. But he currently does not have a controlled substance registration?
No, he does not.
Okay. Somebody else is managing the pain for the patient. Is he doing any surgeries?
Yes.
Thank you, John.
And I would point out for the record, for the board edification, this all started way back in 2016 when I was the prosecutor of the Nevada State Board of Dental Examiners. I was the one that did the discipline against Dr. Selznick. And the problem here was that he then did not report it to the DEA. The DEA said they took the action that we provided. We gave notice at all times. He's been in complete compliance with everything and all the compliance that he did with the DEA. DEA requires first that he gets a controlled registration before they reinstate him. He was told that once he got to July, he could do that, but of course we had to come here first.
Yeah, so Dave Weiss for the record, he's been in front of you before. I think John will probably help me, but my notes are telling me January of 2024 is when we finalized the order. It was related to a dental board action, as John said, It was related to controlled substances. He has some other disclosures in his files related to taxes and other things like that, but not related to controlled substances. As the board knows, certainly the DEA does some level of their own vetting, but they rely on you for most of the background. So that's why they place you in front of them. And if you give the controlled substance back, then it is likely that they will. It doesn't mean that they will, but it is likely that they will. My review of the documentation shows, based off of the action that they took at that particular time, he would be eligible for reinstatement. With that, I don't know if you want John, to run through you what happened with the controls back in 2015 real quickly, just so that you can refresh your memory about that, and that might help you level your decision. But maybe John, just describe what happened in 2015.
Yeah, in 2016, when I was acting as the prosecutor for Nevada State Board of Examiners, there was a question of some issues on the standard of care as to the extraction, but he was also prescribing drug pain medication, which we felt at the time was excessive. And as a result, he took full responsibility for that, completed all the terms and conditions of the stipulation.
Oh, I don't know. Just a
And was-
moment, please.
All right. Can I continue?
You can inform.
Continued all the terms and conditions, completed them all. And basically, I think he's been a pretty exemplary individual since that time. And, it's like anything, these guys, sometimes I think they should have a guardian appointed. They failed to put it on the application every single renewal. And that's what tripped up the DEA. I will point out for the record, in working with the DEA, he was not required to pay a fine, nor was he required to reimburse the DEA for the stipulation that we entered into, which I immediately reported to the Mr. Kent, and thereafter was told he was suspended. We absolutely acknowledged that and have been in compliance with all the terms and conditions since that time.
Great, John, thanks. I thought you were the guardian angel. For Dr. Zelnick yourself, so just two quick questions. So the 2015, 16, whatever it was, issue, you recognize that happened and you take responsibility for that?
Yes, I fully take responsibility.
And then what have you done? You haven't prescribed, but I mean, obviously, this has been tough on your practice, because it is. So what are you prepared to do, or what have you done that we will not have this issue in the future?
I have taken all of the necessary continuing education, and I've also taken the 8-hour course, which is required from the DEA with regards to controlled substances for pain control. Interestingly, in the last 7
Keep speaking into the microphone, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I have not prescribed any controlled substances for my patients at all. I've just prescribed Tylenol and Motrin. And it's amazing how easy it's been to practice without prescribing narcotics. But I have taken all the appropriate steps and put in redundancies and oversight by counsel and peers and staff members to make sure that when filling out any reappointment or renewal applications, that all the questions are answered correctly.
All right, thanks, sir. And then as it relates to the PMP, you might not, because you don't have what's your familiarity with the laws in the Nevada related to, say, the MyRx report or self-querying you? Are you familiar with that? And the dental board has the same requirement. It matches the Board of Pharmacy's requirement. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm extremely familiar with it. I've been using the PMP since its inception, 2 to 3 self-queries a year as required, if not more. And I don't like the fact that I can't obtain access to the PMP reporting process right now, because As a doc, I want to know what's going on with my patients.
Excellent answer.
But the answer is yes, I'm exceptionally familiar.
Yeah, board staff doesn't have any further questions related to this application.
Right, I would feel comfortable moving forward with this application.
I would as well, Adam, for the record, I would move that we approve the controlled substance application for Dr. Jay Selznick for schedules 2 through 5.
Crystal Freitas, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, members of the board. For those traveling, have a safe journey back, and thank you for all that you do to protect the community as a citizen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For that, Mr. Hunt. All right. Unfortunately, I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. We will not have quorum after this. And so I'm going to go ahead and close our meeting. Our final order, we'll do public comment. So if there's anyone here who wishes to make a public comment, please feel free to come forward or raise your hand on Zoom. But very sorry for those that we were not able to reach today.
And Madam President, I don't see anyone on Zoom wishing to make public comment.
There's one, yeah, and there's one person that had their hand up. I'll turn them on.
Okay. Yeah, they may have raised their hand before the public comment.
All right, well, we'll see. Thanks, Shannon. And then
Hey
my,
everyone, sorry, our turn was a 9A for Evergreen Drugs, to changing the ownership for the pharmacy. I just want to know, what is gonna be happen for it.
you can contact board staff at 775-850-1440 or email who you've been dealing with. My name's Dave. My extension is 112. You can contact me. I'll be traveling hopefully tonight, in the office tomorrow. So we'll help you with what the path is. But
Do we have to present in the board, like physically? Because we got the notice, it should be
I'll talk to
like.
you about it tomorrow. Happy to
Okay,
talk to you
can I
about
get
it
the
tomorrow.
phone number again, please, one more time?
It's on the www and it's 775-850-1440.
1440. Okay, thank
And
you
you
so
can hit
much.
the you can hit the licensing prompt and somebody there will be there first thing in the morning tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
We have another public comment, looks like.
Oh, that was gonna be my question too. Just so we'll just call in the morning. We're with Medavant, and we were trying to get approved for our licensing. So we just call tomorrow for the path forward with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other public comment? Okay, hearing none. Was that, yes?
No, and again, for the board and the board staff, the goal is always to get everybody processed as quickly as we can. You guys do an excellent job, but time is what it is, and we're at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so with that, our next board meeting will take place in December, on December 3rd and 4th here in Las Vegas. Our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.